At this moment, I was sitting by the river and live streaming my fishing, but barrages of comments were flying everywhere. Here to feed the fish again? Are you going to quit delivering food and become a professional fisherman? The equipment is top-notch, but the harvest is the worst. This guy is definitely an Air Force VIP. I smile, so smile on yourselves. Wait until I catch a super big one, and then we'll see who dares to make fun of me. My name is Qin Yang, the most dignified house husband in Shanghai City. My wife is a policewoman at the police station, my father-in-law is a retired professor, and my mother-in-law is a business tycoon. Their family is rich and powerful, and they want me to be a nanny at home, and the child has to have their last name. How can I, a man of 7 feet tall, accept my fate as a loser who marries into the wife's family? So I chose an alternative entrepreneurial path and became a professional experience anchor. Today's experience project is Fishing Man. But the popularity of this live broadcast room is even colder than the river water in winter. I was racking my brains to think of how to get something done when a reminder sounded in my mind. Ding! Part-time king system binding successfully. I was stunned. System? I also have a cheat code. Current part-time job, Fishing Man. Task requirements. Complete 3 casting and retrieving of the rod at the designated location. Task time limit, 20 minutes. I glanced at the task description. Can I still get the reward? The system thoughtfully marked the map, and I followed the navigation to see that the target fishing spot was in the river bend 900 meters away. I grabbed my fishing rod and set off immediately. On the other side, Linha Avenue was bustling with activity. Dozens of police cars were parked on the shore, and criminal police, forensic doctors, and salvage teams were all present. The team was led by Criminal Police Captain Luo Jun, who stood next to the police car, spread out a map, and made arrangements in a deep voice. According to the latest surveillance footage, Lu Xiaodao parked his car here and then walked towards the river with his suitcase, possibly to dump the body. We will divide into 3 groups and strictly check every inch of land, not missing a single clue. The river was turbulent and the task was arduous, but the whole team was clear. If the body was not found, it would be difficult to convict Lu Xiaodao of the death penalty. Reporter by Bing Bing also arrived, standing outside the cordon and reporting on the tense situation live. Hello, audience friends. This is the crime scene. The police are currently searching for evidence and salvaging. I had no idea about any of this and was jogging to the fishing spot. But as soon as I arrived, I was stopped by 2 policemen. This area has been blocked. Please cooperate. Comrade police, I have been looking for this fishing spot for an hour. Can I just cast a line? 1 cast and we are good to go. I beg you sincerely, but the system tasks have a countdown. Just when I was about to give up, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Qin Yang? What are you doing here? My neck shrank and cold sweat broke out. It was my wife Lu Yan. She came over in her uniform, her face frighteningly dark, and her colleagues behind her saluted. Captain Lu. She waved her hand to let the police go, then looked at me coldly. This is the evidence search site. Do you want to wait in line? I rubbed my hands together and said with a smile, Honey, I'm really not kidding. I'm just casting the rod once, and I'll leave when I'm done. I blinked, leaned close to her and whispered, If you let me dump you, I'll do whatever you want of me tonight. Sun Jia was standing not far away, her face flushed. These words were too dirty. The live broadcast camera was quietly pointed at us, and netizens were instantly furious. Fuck. Brother Qin is fishing and dating at the same time? This dog food is too strong. I'm jealous. Lu Yan's face darkened as she lowered her voice. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll really handcuff you. Seeing that she was determined, I dodged as soon as she finished speaking and swung out the fishing rod. Thump! The fishhook entered the water accurately, and I stood on the rock, holding my head high as if I had accomplished some great deed. There was total silence. Everyone looked at me in shock, as if I had just set off a bomb. Lu Yan's expression changed. Qin! Yang! The next second, my neck tightened and I felt dizzy. Bang! I am a 1.8-meter tall man, but I was thrown to the ground by my wife. The live broadcast room was full of laughter and I didn't even have time to cry. Honey, calm down. We can talk. She took out the handcuffs and read, You are suspected of obstructing public service and have the right to remain silent. I was stunned on the spot, with my face pressed to the floor, looking like I had lost all hope in life. Honey, can we really stop playing? Just as I was being enforced on the spot, Sun Jia next to me was so anxious that she almost cried, Captain Lu, Don't be impulsive, my brother-in-law has no ill intentions. Even other detectives came up to dissuade him. After all, my brother-in-law didn't destroy the scene, right? The live camera is facing us, so let's be careful about the impact. At this moment, Captain Luo Jun came over, frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Sun Jia quickly explained and gave a friendly reminder about the relationship between Lu Yen and me. Luo Jun laughed after hearing this. "Lu Yen, you handled this matter a bit harshly. I was just fishing, why did you push it to the ground? Let it go." Lu Yen snorted coldly and reluctantly let me go. I got up from the ground, dusting myself off while muttering, "I'm used to it." The phrase, "I'm used to it," caused silence among the audience, and netizens flooded the screen with comments. Too tragic. This child must have been subjected to domestic violence for years. Luo Jun smiled and patted my shoulder. "Fishing is fishing, but this is a search site after all. Understand?" I nodded. "I understand. I understand. Can I get a rod then?" I held the fishing rod tightly, unwilling to let go, and the people around me shook their heads. Luo Jun sighed. "It's okay to collect one rod, hurry up." As I was reeling in the fishing rod, I felt that the end of the fishing line was a little heavy. Wait, there's movement. My eyes widened and I immediately became excited. "Oh my God, I caught a big fish. Quick, help me get the scoop net. Ha ha ha, it's so heavy. It must be at least 20 kilograms. After being idle for so many days, I finally got the goods today with the help of the system. And it was a large shipment with reporters broadcasting it live. But I soon discovered something was wrong. This resistance didn't look like a fish. I had just reeled in half of the fishing line when I suddenly realized something was wrong. This thing isn't a fish, so there's resistance when I pull it, but if I don't move it, there's no reaction at all. Just like under the water, there is something hanging on it. Lu Yen frowned and urged me, "Why are you dithering? If you don't know how to do it, I'll do it." She started to grab it, but I quickly turned around and blocked her with my fishing butt. "Don't worry, honey. This rod is expensive. If you break it, I won't have time to cry." She rolled her eyes. "If you break one, I'll compensate you. Didn't I buy you the underwear you're wearing?" The comments started to go crazy. "Policewoman Lu, full fire. This scene is so wild. I feel sorry for my brother-in-law." Just as Lu Yen was about to grab it, Sun Jia suddenly screamed, "Brother-in-law, what you fished up looks like a suitcase." I was stunned and quickly looked towards the river. What a box. The texture and pattern are exactly the same as the suitcase used in the body dumping case mentioned in the news. Luo Jun's expression changed immediately, and he said nervously, "Mr. Chin, be gentle. Don't break the line." My palms started to sweat. I thought I was just catching a fish, but what came up was evidence. Seeing that I was nervous, Lu Yen reached out to grab it again. "Don't do it. I'll do it." I used my hip defense to fend her off again, with a serious look on my face. "Wife, have you ever fished? Fishing depends on technique, not strength. You don't even know the number of my line. If it breaks when you use too much force, who will be responsible?" Luo Jun also stepped forward to help. "Lu Yen, let Mr. Chin come. He is now a member of our team." I turned my head and raised my eyebrows to look at Lu Yen, feeling extremely happy. "Humph, you are usually so arrogant. Why are you so submissive now? Who made your husband my chosen one?" The box was finally pulled ashore, and 2 forensic doctors quickly came over to take photos and collect evidence. A few minutes later, Gao Ming came over. "It's confirmed. This box is where Lu Biao dumped the body. There are bloodstains, tissues, and hair inside. But there's no body." Luo Jun frowned. "Where's the body?" "Not in the box." Gao Ming shook his head. "The river was running fast and the riverbed was full of rocks. The zipper was washed off and the body must have been washed away long ago." As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Netizens also became anxious. Fuck. This is like looking for a needle in a haystack. No, there's only one piece of the puzzle left. Luo Jun took a deep breath and said, "No matter what, at least we are heading in the right direction. Let's keep searching." He was about to arrange the follow-up tasks when he suddenly discovered. I ran to another rock by the river and cast my fishing rod. "Leader, I'll go and bring him back." Lu Yen held her forehead and sighed, her expression looking like she was about to explode in the next second. I had just cast the rod when I suddenly felt a chill on my back and my hair stood on end. You don't need to look back to know. The murderous aura is off the charts. Qin Yang, this is your last warning. Put away your fishing rods and go home. I spread my hands and said, Wife, I didn't step on your line. Why can't I fish outside the cordon? She angrily said, There may be a dead body in the river. Do you understand? And you still want to catch it and make soup. I muttered, I don't necessarily have to eat it. It would be nice to take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments. Lu Yen took a deep breath and smiled coldly. Looks like we have to get serious now. Was filled with comments like, the female boxing champion is coming online. I stepped back in shock and quickly shouted, Don't worry. I caught something again. Everyone looked closely and saw that what I had caught this time was a heavy black plastic bag. I didn't dare move. My intuition told me that this thing was more weird than a suitcase. Wife, you watch it for yourself. I'm a coward. Lu Yen rolled her eyes. Coward. She was about to start, but I quickly dissuaded her. Don't. This thing is dirty, and you still have to hold me to sleep later. The comments were full of laughter. This person lives too clearly. Luo Jun came over and waved his hand. Leave it to the professionals. Gao Ming opened the bag. When Gao Ming and his men cut the bag open, a foul odor hit them in the face and everyone's faces turned green. Inside are complete human internal organs. Sun Jia vomited on the spot, and several male detectives couldn't help but turn their heads away and dared not look. My scalp is tingling. This is not fishing at all. It's clearly the hell level of opening a blind box. Gao Ming's face was heavy after the inspection. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys are all intact. The technique is very skilled, like a professional butcher. Yen Peng interjected. Lu Biao used to be a pig butcher. After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Luo Jun ordered, Take the specimen back and preserve it. Now, do your best to salvage the body. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to me. I shuddered. Hey, it wasn't me. Lu Yen sneered. Most murderers like to return to the crime scene. Honey, stop it. I can't even kill a chicken. Luo Jun waved his hand. Mr. Qin misunderstood. I want to ask you to cast another rod? The corner of my mouth twitched. Fishing has become a national task now? I wanted to refuse, but Lu Yen reached out and grabbed my wrist tightly. Fishing. Wife, fishing depends on your mood. I can't fish well if you're like this. I'm in the mood. Can't I just dump it? Onlookers couldn't stop laughing, and the barrage of comments kept scrolling through the moment the fishing man surrendered. I was forced to the third fishing spot, and everyone surrounded me and looked at me as if I were watching an acrobatic show. Don't look at me like that. I'm nervous. Luo Jun patted my shoulder and said, Xiao Qin, just play as you normally would. I swallowed my saliva. This is just my luck. I may not get anything in return. Everyone looked at me quietly, and I had no choice but to cast the third rod. Not long after I entered the water, I felt a shock on my arm. There was something again. I carefully probed and felt it was unusually heavy. This time, I'm afraid I haven't really caught someone. As soon as I exerted force, I felt that the thing I hooked was incredibly heavy this time. The whole fishing rod was shaking slightly, and I frowned, feeling something was wrong. Mr. Qin, do you have anything? Can you pull it back? If not, we'll go in and fish it out right away. Luo Jun's tone was even more anxious than mine, and netizens nearby burst into comments. With this treatment, the criminal police will fish for you? I tested my strength and said through gritted teeth. I did catch the fish, but it's too heavy. I have to pull it slowly. I carefully reeled in the line, pulling it back little by little. The moment the shadow emerged from the water, Sun Jia's eyes widened. It's a corpse. I saw the hand. My stomach churned and I almost vomited. System, are you crazy? What do I want? Can fishing for corpses be considered a part-time job? This rod. Don't even think about using it again. Who would dare to eat the fish I caught? My face turned pale, and Lu Yen looked at me with a rare gentleness. How about I come? I was stunned, and my heart was filled with heat, but I still said with all my strength, No, you don't know how to fish. Just stand aside. The barrage instantly exploded. I understand. This guy was beaten for a reason. You're still pretending to be cool when you fish for corpses. You deserve to be beaten by your wife. I suppressed my nausea and pulled the body to the shore, where the forensic doctors immediately surrounded us. Gao Ming checked and said excitedly, We found the victim. There are marks on his neck. He was strangled to death. Luo Jun was immediately excited. Notify the institute. Lu Biao must not be released. Send him for inspection immediately. Then he came over, smiling as if he had discovered a miracle in the fishing world. Xiao Qin, your skills are pretty good. Let's go catch some big wild fish together someday. I shook my head and said, no more fishing. I have used up my lifetime quota for fish today. Luo Jun laughed and patted my shoulder. Lu Yen, you have a good husband. You must cherish him. Lu Yen didn't say anything, but there was a hint of pride in the corner of her eyes. She is the type of person who, when others praise her husband, even though she may say it toughly, she feels happier than anyone else in her heart. After saying this, Luo Jun led the team away, and Lu Yen was ready to follow. Before she left, she walked up to me and stretched her hand towards my face. I was so scared that I shuddered. Honey, don't hit me in the face. She rolled her eyes at me and said, I've ever hit you in the face? You just spread rumors about me. Come here and straighten your collar. What a mess it has become. She tilted her head back and straightened my collar. Her movements were so delicate that I was a little uncomfortable with them. I stared at her and suddenly put my arms around her waist. She glared. Let go. There are so many people watching. I said confidently, what are you afraid of? You are my wife with a marriage license. What's wrong with helping you? She laughed angrily. You are so smooth talking. Let go quickly. I want to go to the police station. I refused to let go and moved my face even closer. She looked around and suddenly gave me a quick kiss on the cheek. Are you satisfied? If you don't let go, I'll really handcuff you. I made a frightened expression and immediately let go. Lu Yen turned and left like a proud peacock, and netizens almost laughed to tears. Bite. Task completed. Reward 1,000 yuan cash. Skills acquired. Confusion of right and wrong. Global positioning. I looked at the system panel with a bit of a frown on my face. I can accept the cash reward, but what the hell are these two skills? Confusing right and wrong. Create psychological hints for people around you and guide their conclusions in the direction you want. Global positioning. Knowing the nickname plus mobile phone number, you can locate the target globally. I frowned. Isn't this just an enhanced version of social work? Just when I was complaining about the system's ineffectiveness, a new task popped up. Next part-time job. Courier. Task requirements. Complete 2 door-to-door deliveries. Limited time. 24 hours. I breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't have to go fishing this time. As I was packing my gear, I thought, I'll take a hot bath tonight and then study the mission advancement plan with my wife. As I was walking back, a few fishermen downstream saw me and called out, Xiao Qin, are you leaving so early? I smiled and waved my hand. That's all I'm going to do today. I'm going to find a part-time job. One of the uncles said earnestly, You, young man, are too impatient. Fishing requires you to be calm and keep your rod. I just caught some good fish. I'm going to give them to my wife to braise when I get home. I took a look at the fat fish in his fish basket, and the female corpse appeared in my mind again. My stomach twitched, but I suppressed the discomfort and said, Uncle Zhou, I'll give you this fishing rod. I won't fish anymore. He was stunned. Are you serious? I smiled, waved goodbye and left without any explanation. The fishing gear was stuffed into the trunk, and netizens were shocked when they saw the car logo. Fuck, it's a Bentley Bentayga? This guy drives a luxury car to fish? He must be someone extraordinary. Don't get excited. He is a son-in-law and the car was given to him by his father-in-law and mother-in-law. You have to have a wife to rely on. His wife is a policewoman. I'm used to netizens' verbal attacks and I'm very calm about it. As soon as I got in the car, my phone vibrated. My aunt sent me a message. Animal, your cousin is so tired. Can you please send some of those jars of American ginseng over? I am speechless. This cousin is only in high school. What is he taking part in? But I was too lazy to talk anymore, so I could only reply, okay, I'll be there right away. My aunt sent another message. Damn it, be careful on the road. I couldn't help but reply, Aunt, learn some pinyin, or send a voice message. She replied with 3 words, fuck you. I held my forehead and said, I can't beat him. Netizens burst into laughter. This typing style is exactly the same as my mother's. The older generation doesn't know pinyin, but they are as skilled at handwriting as if they were holding a magic weapon. My mom's brain freezes when she presses the voice button. She's silent for 3 seconds and has to hold back words for 5 seconds. My parents have now mastered all kinds of micro-expressions and can even send out combos in succession. No matter how much I complain, I still drove to deliver the ginseng. My aunt's house is not far from me, and it only takes 15 minutes to get there. Just as I was about to ring the doorbell, the door suddenly opened. Xia had been waiting there. Xiao Yang, come in. It's time for dinner. We're waiting for you. As soon as I entered the door and changed my shoes, I found several dishes on the table. My cousin Du Jiang was sitting there. His eyes seemed to be judging me. My uncle was sitting on the sofa watching TV, blowing into the thermos cup in his hand slowly. I called out, "Uncle." He nodded, as if he was just checking in perfunctorily. My aunt put the American ginseng away, then turned around and suddenly started scolding my uncle. "You dead bastard, you have no manners at all. Why don't you even stand up to greet your nephew?" My uncle was yelled at and broke down immediately. He stood up and laughed dryly. "Xiaoyang is here. Let's eat." It was not until Xia brought the second dish to me that I realized that today's meal was not a free meal, but a game. He put both green pepper beef and braised pork into my bowl. It seemed like he felt sorry for me, but he was actually building up his emotions and preparing to speak. Sure enough, Du Jiang's face turned green. "Mom, can you please stop feeding him? What are we going to eat?" Xia casually placed the bitter melon scrambled eggs in front of him. "Didn't you say you were having a sore throat recently? This is perfect for you." I also know that my aunt must have other intentions for this meal. So I took the initiative to speak. "Aunt, if you have something to say, just tell me. We are a family." She scratched her head. "Xiaoyang, you are really sensible. Then I won't beat around the bush. I was laid off by the factory. It's hard to find a job when I'm older. I'm most afraid that my social security will be cut off and I won't get my pension. See if you have any job with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. I can endure hardship." I was quite touched at first, but the next second my head buzzed. "Aunt, I really can't help you with this. It's not that I'm unkind, but I don't even dare to bring it up when it comes to Lu Yen. A son-in-law who marries into his wife's family will lose all his face and dignity if he goes to beg for help on behalf of his natal family. Although I am a gigolo, I still have backbone. Besides, the child must have my surname Qin. This is the bottom line." Du Jiang was waiting for this moment, with a mocking look on his face. "See, Mom, I told you he's unreliable. You might as well count on me. I'll support you guys after I go to college. Retirement? I'll give you double that." Before he could finish, Xia slapped him on the head. "You can't possibly get in with that grade?" Du Jiang covered his head and glared at me, as if I was the culprit. Seeing the tense atmosphere, I had to speak up to ease the tension. "Aunt, I can ask my friends. It may be a bit hard, but it can pay for the 5 insurances." She immediately smiled and picked up some food for me, saying, "This is my Xiaoyang." The 3 people who were eating were like NPCs, and I was the only one busy with my mood value. I knew in my heart that after this meal, I would probably have to worry about something else. After dinner, the 3 of us sat on the sofa. I ate the fruit leisurely. My aunt cleaned up in the kitchen, and my uncle stared at the news with the air of a pillar of the country. After a while, Du Weigua finally spoke. "Xiaoyang, what are you busy with recently?" I chewed an apple and said, "I just finished fishing and am going to try to deliver a package." My uncle's face changed and his brows were almost twisted into a chan shape. "You graduated from a prestigious university and married into a wealthy family. Why are you still doing these lowly jobs?" I want to laugh. "I can catch a dead body by fishing. Can you? It's not that you can't catch fish. It's that you have to choose the right fishing spot." Du Jiang added fuel to the fire. "Yeah, cousin, you graduated from a prestigious university and still rely on a woman for support. TSK, how shameful." Netizens were blown away by the comments. "This cousin is such a sly guy. He deserves to be punished. It is reasonable to suspect that the host's cousin is the hidden villain. Put yourself in his shoes. If your cousin married a policewoman and drove a Bentley, would you be angry?" "I'm not angry, but I want to tease this guy." Suddenly the system prompts. "Skill, confusing black and white, has been automatically triggered." Before I had time to think, the scene suddenly changed. Du Jiang, wearing a white coat, stood in the chemical laboratory, smiling slyly. "I drink milk tea every day. I? Hallucination. Special effects. I synthesis." Before I could recover, my aunt brought out a cup of milk tea from the kitchen. "Du Jiang, is this yours?" Du Jiang, "I'll just take a sip. It's no problem." Then another scene popped up. He was wearing a red flower on his head and approached Xia. "Come on, Dalang, drink the medicine." The live broadcast room was already laughing like crazy. Damn, the scene was so real. I laughed till I was crazy. Skill effects can actually be shared in the live broadcast room? This is better than a comedy show. Every time I told my mom I passed the test, she thought I cheated. I looked down at Du Jiang and couldn't help but admire the system's imagination. The next second, snap! In Xia grabbed Du Jiang by the collar and said, "Drinking milk tea? Huh? I'll teach you a lesson." Then came the sound of slapping and begging for mercy from the bedroom. I was shocked. The skill effect was too awesome. The crowd all stood up and said, "It's not the police who are upholding justice. It's your mother." Seeing that it was getting late, I stood up and prepared to leave. "Uncle, if everything is okay, I'll go back first." Without even looking up, he said, "Take the garbage with you when you leave." "Okay, no problem." As soon as I went out, I received a message from Lu Yen. "Hubby, there is a case at work. I won't be home for the next 2 days. Go to bed early. Love you." I replied with a "okay" and added a line of small text. I really envy the criminal police who have cases every day. The next morning, I woke up from the big bed and started a live broadcast. Netizens were immediately shocked when they saw the background. Fuck. This villa? This bed has to be 3 meters long, right? Swimming pool? Sunroom? Aren't you a fisherman? I thought you looked like a normal person, but it turns out you're a god living on the set. The barrage of comments became more and more frequent, so I quickly packed up my things and drove to the nearest express delivery station. As soon as I walked in, before I could say anything, the boss, cigarette in his mouth, threw me a delivery note. "Sending by express? Fill in the information yourself." I smiled and explained, "No, I'm here to apply for the position of courier." The boss stared at me, then looked at the Bentley outside my door and raised his eyebrows. "Are you kidding? Driving a Bentley to experience life?" I nodded seriously. "Boss, I can endure hardship." He rolled his eyes and handed over a document. "You can work part-time if you want, but you need to pay a deposit first, 600 yuan for a vest, and it's better to rent a car. Our neighborhood is narrow, and your Bentley can't drive in." As I paid, I asked, "Boss, are there many people like me applying for the job?" He lit a cigarette and pointed at me. "See that black vest? White-collar worker, working part-time because of back pain. The guy in the hat, the owner of 5 hotels, had high blood sugar, but now he doesn't need to take insulin." I was stunned. Is this a delivery station or a nursing home? The boss puffed out a puff of cigarette smoke and said, "Life is too comfortable these days, that's why people get sick. Although the salary is low, I can get medical treatment and save money on gym expenses." I almost believed it. "Where's that bald guy over there?" The boss took one look and said coldly, "He really came to work. He was a laid-off programmer. I originally just came to deliver a package, but I didn't expect that this order would send me directly into the battlefield. I had just entered the Venus community with the package, and the system task reminder sounded before the electric car was turned off. Package 9978, Building 5, 301, Venus, must be signed for in person." Then the boss gave me another order to deliver it to an industrial park 15 kilometers away. I was stunned when I saw the map. The distance between these 2 orders was almost across provinces. "Don't complain, young man." The boss patted me on the shoulder. "1 order is $10, 2 orders are 20. This job is very good." I smiled bitterly in my heart. Running 20 kilometers to earn 20 yuan would make me crazy if I didn't die of exhaustion. But I had a system task to complete and there would be no reward if I didn't complete it. So I had no choice but to grit my teeth, get on my bike and set off. Outside the Jinxing community, a truck with black windows was parked on the side of the road. Criminal Police Captain Luo Jun and several veteran criminal police officers were sitting in the car, staring at the interior of the community through cameras. The target has been confirmed. Infiltrated into Building 5. The suspect Yang Dong is extremely dangerous. Each team should stay hidden and move in unison once he shows up. Yang Dong is not a good person. He has been on the national wanted list for bank robbery, murder, and escape. Lu Yen and Sun Jia disguised themselves as residents of the community and pretended to bask in the sun. At that time, my electric bike had just stopped, and I was looking down to make a phone call while preparing to deliver a package. Sun Jia was startled and nudged Lu Yen quietly. "Sister, is that your brother-in-law?" Lu Yen looked in the direction of her hand and recognized me at a glance. Her expression froze instantly. "How come I can run into this guy everywhere?" Sun Jia panicked. "Why don't we give him a call and ask him to leave?" Lu Yen gritted her teeth and said nothing. This is a highly confidential task. If it is leaked, the consequences will be disastrous. It's okay. He should just be delivering a package and will be leaving soon. At this moment, a code call came from the headset. The tit reports to the eagle's nest that the target Yangdong has gone out with a woman by his side. Lu Yen looked up and saw Yangdong walking out of Building 5 with a little girl dressed in extravagant clothes. He didn't walk fast, but his eyes were always scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Obviously, he had been prepared for an ambush. Everyone in position. Keep watch, and don't alert the suspect. Who knows the next second? Yangdong walked straight towards me. I subconsciously looked at the package and then at the address. Building 5, 301. Recipient's last number 9978. Damn, this order is his. Pick up the express. He looked nonchalant and spoke in an interrogative tone. I smiled and said, please confirm the last digit of your mobile phone number. 9978. What's your name? He frowned. Why are you asking so many questions when the numbers are correct? That's the rule. Double verification is required. I spread my hands, serious. He was silent for 2 seconds, then uttered 2 words, Xianjiang. The little girl next to him chuckled. Brother Yang, you were quite cute. I will call you Mei Yang next time. I almost couldn't hold it in. Please sign this slip. Yang Dong took the pen and suddenly stopped. He pretended that the pen could not write, swung it back and forth, and then looked around quickly. This kid was extremely alert and actually noticed the ambush. The next second, he suddenly grabbed the little girl, picked up the package and ran back. I was stunned. Brother, you haven't signed yet. I chased him for 2 steps, and he suddenly turned around and pulled out a gun. Bang! 2 bullets instantly passed my ears and hit a passerby behind me. Before I could react, someone tackled me to the ground. A familiar fragrance hit me, and I subconsciously called out, Wife! Sure enough, the person lying on me was Lu Yen. Honey, why are you here? I was just wondering, why do you have to deliver something to the point of being shot? No, there's a dead body in the river and I don't want to fish anymore. I'll try a part-time job. She gritted her teeth and said, You changed it just in time. An order came from the headset. Suspect retreat to Building 5. Activate the emergency plan immediately. Lu Yen stood up and took out his gun. Don't follow me. Go home. Honey, be careful. I wanted to say more, but was stopped by a female criminal police officer. Brother-in-law, don't run around. Leave it to us. How can I feel at ease? Just as I was worried, a series of gunshots suddenly rang out in the building. There's a gunfight on the 4th floor. Requesting SWAT support. My heart skipped a beat. 2 teams of special police quickly rushed into the apartment. I stood downstairs, feeling numb. The live broadcast room also exploded. Delivering a package to the scene of a gunfight, what kind of hell plot is this? My electronic girlfriend is in there. Please protect Policewoman Lu. 15 minutes later, there was no more gunfire in the building. Lu Yen and other criminal police officers walked out safely, but their expressions were extremely heavy. I rushed forward and took out a tissue to wipe her sweat. Honey, are you okay? Didn't I tell you to go back? Why are you still here? I smiled and said, If you don't come back, how can I dare to go home? Several old detectives nearby joked. Oh, Xiaoqin, this is such a deep feeling. It looks like true love. Captain Lu, who chased after your husband in the beginning? Lu Yen rolled her eyes and said, If you keep talking nonsense, I'll use you to test my gun. They immediately shut up and laughed like a few caught old foxes. At this moment, Luo Jun opened the door of the command car and walked over with a very serious expression. Report to the leader. No target found. We checked from the 1st floor to the top floor, and it seemed like Yang Dong disappeared out of thin air. Several special police officers reported in a low voice. I stood outside the cordon, feeling itchy. I took a step forward, and just as I opened my mouth, Lu Yen glared at me. Why did you run out? Go back. I smiled helplessly. I have a way to find him. Don't make trouble. Lu Yen was so angry that she wanted to pull my ears. But Luo Jun raised his hand and interrupted her. Xiaoqin, can you really locate him? I nodded. Okay, but there's a small condition. You're still making demands? Lu Yen became even angrier. I laughed and said, Wife, if a horse wants to run, it must be fed with grass. She elbowed me and said, Don't be shameless. Luo Jun smiled and said, Tell me, what are the conditions? I held up the crumpled delivery slip and said, I just want him to sign for my order. Otherwise the system won't give me the reward. The air was silent for 3 seconds, and Luo Jun's mouth twitched. Are you serious? Very seriously, I said firmly. Okay, if you can find him, I'll even let him sign 100 of them after I catch him. I felt relieved, took out the express delivery slip with a smile and looked at the message. Skill, global positioning, activated. A 3-dimensional map unfolded in my mind. In the southeast corner, in the trash can, a ball of human heat was jumping. Honey, I can do it. I opened my eyes and patted Lu Yan's shoulder. Come on, I'll help you catch him. In the darkness, Yang Dong hid in the trash can and muted the screen. He was still sending messages asking for help, completely unaware that death was approaching step by step. Then just wait until dawn. He closed his eyes. The next second, the lid of the trash can was opened, and more than a dozen guns were pointed at his forehead. Don't move. Put down your weapons. Yang Dong was stunned, completely dumbfounded. How was I found? Netizens laughed like crazy. It was hidden so deeply but was pulled out. Is Qin Yang cheating? This expression is pure confusion. I walked out from behind the special police and handed over the receipt. Mr. Yang, this is your express delivery. Please sign. The corners of his mouth twitched, but he actually signed it. I sighed. These days, even desperados have to work with me. Mission accomplished. The next Fainio Express delivery notification sounded, and I set off immediately. Target, Changhu Industrial Park. The place was ridiculously large. There was no one around, and the green belt was like a maze. I called the number on the package. Hello? Hello, is this Huang Pu? Your express delivery has arrived. It's me, what's in there? I politely replied. I don't know, you need to sign for it in person. Open it and take a look. Sorry, the rules don't allow that. I've authorized you to record it. Still not working. There are gold bars inside, he said confidently. You'll know if you shake it. I shook it and it was indeed heavy. Is there really someone who delivers gold bars by express delivery? What a joke. Mr. Huang, please come in 10 minutes. Otherwise, I will return it. After saying that, I hung up decisively. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, he appeared panting, wearing a striped shirt, trousers, and a branded belt. He looked like a rich man. You're an interesting guy. He stared at me while smoking. I handed over the receipt. Please sign for it. He didn't say anything and just opened the package. For gold bars fell to the ground with a bang, and everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. It's really a gold bar. This dude is really rich. Huang Pu read it and signed it with satisfaction. Complete the task and get a cash reward of 2,000 yuan. Skills acquired. Top magic, master of speech. I was so confused. Brother system, what are you doing? Why are you performing magic tricks for me when I'm delivering a package? Just as I was complaining, Huang Pu suddenly looked me up and down and said, Young man, I think you are a good person. Do you want to work with me? The salary will be 10 times higher. As soon as Huang Pu said he would give me 10 times the salary, I laughed out loud. Mr. Huang, stop making trouble. I only make 300 yuan a day. As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Fuck. I made 300 on my first day as a courier? The anchor is so shady. 10 times the salary is 3,000. Huang Pu, you must be dumbfounded. Before I could react, Huang Pu actually took out a stack of cash. I only have 15,000 on me. Take it first. I was shocked, but I took the money honestly and checked it one by one. They were real. Isn't this not so good? I acted very professionally. He waved his hand and said, This is a red envelope for you. Come with me in for a look. I nodded immediately. Then just walk for 10 minutes. My wife is waiting for me to cook. As soon as he finished speaking, he put his arm around my shoulders and started brainwashing me. You have to make money, brother. For a man, making money is the kingly way. The security guard at the door greeted him when he saw him, and an assistant in a suit also escorted him all the way. The more I looked, the more something seemed wrong. The barrage also went crazy. This Mr. Huang is wearing fake clothes. The assistants stood on the left and right, like blocking people's retreat. Alarm bells rang in my mind, but I pretended to be stupid and followed him. After entering the meeting place of the factory renovation, I finally realized that I had entered a pyramid scheme. There were mats and toiletries all around, and a little girl was speaking on the stage in the front row. Huang Pu handed me a brochure of Golden Light Project, and I flipped through it and took a few glances. Bone strengthening powder? From calcium supplements for children to rejuvenation for the elderly? I sneered. Couldn't be more fake. The cheapest is 300 yuan, and the most expensive is 30,000 yuan. This is more violent than cutting leeks. Netizens were also furious. This is either cheating or murder. Just when I was looking for an excuse to leave, the little girl on the stage began to introduce herself. Hello, everyone. I'm Liang Jiai. What? She's the branch president? The whole audience actually applauded and cheered, as if she really was a second-generation rich woman who had turned from a first-generation rich woman. My scalp tingled. Why do I feel like I've fallen into a cult headquarters? Huang Pu came over and said, Shao Qin, join us. If you follow me, financial freedom is not a dream. The two assistants approached step by step, and I knew that if I didn't buy some products, I would not be able to leave. I suddenly had an idea. Mr. Huang, I'm so excited. Can I go on stage and say a few words? He was stunned. It's not quite compliant. I didn't wait for his reaction and rushed onto the stage. Bite. Skill. Master of speech activated. I held the microphone tightly and said with full force, Brothers, I want to say 3 things. At the same time, Lu Yen led hundreds of police officers to surround the area at the entrance of the park. Sun Jia held the location in her hand. Brother-in-law is inside. Act according to the plan. Lu Yen waved her hand and the police quickly deployed. Her face was livid. This damn bastard has only been apart for an hour. Why is he causing trouble again? The most infuriating thing is that she coordinated personnel from 3 police stations just to save me. If I didn't catch the big fish, she swore she would break my legs. But before they rushed in, they heard my passionate voice. I give 1 million to those who betray me, and 1 billion to those who are loyal to me. Understand the applause. I am the only one in the world. I want to save all living beings. The police were stunned. Sun Jia couldn't help but whispered, Sister Xiaoyan, this is my brother-in-law's voice. Lu Yan's face turned black. Press him down too. Ah? Sun Jia was shocked. He is the one who called the police. He shouted 100 million on the platform and called the police? Press it. At her command, dozens of police officers rushed into the venue. Everyone, don't move. Put your hands on your head. The scene exploded instantly. Someone tried to escape, but was pushed to the ground. More people knelt down and held their heads in their hands. I was giving a speech enthusiastically when I saw Lu Yen rushing towards me with murderous intent, and my legs went weak. Sun Jia gave me a look and said, Cooperate, or you'll die a more miserable death. I immediately put my hands on my head and said, Officer, I called the police myself. Cuffed. Lu Yen waved her hand indifferently, grabbed me and pulled me out. When netizens saw this scene, they all shook their heads. It's over. We need to take him out to settle the score. Within 1 day, 2 major operations were related to him. He was almost shot to death before. It's normal for him to be scolded. There was a gunfight in the morning and a pyramid scheme in the afternoon. Lao Qin, you better be more careful. Isn't it good to be a stay-at-home son-in-law at home? Why do you have to run out to work part-time? Your wife must be angry. I had just been pulled into the corridor by Lu Yen, and the next second she pushed me against the wall. Raise your hands and spread your legs, she said with a cold face as if she was escorting a prisoner. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wife, why are you taking it so seriously? I'm the victim. She glared at me. Who is your wife? Be serious. Okay, Officer Lu. I shrugged. I'm calling the police. Not a criminal suspect, right? She poked my chest with her finger and said, You were so excited when you were speaking on the stage just now. Did you look like a victim? Still whistling. Do you enjoy being flattered? I quickly explained. I was just stalling for time until you guys arrived. Huang was almost forcing me to join them. I whispered about the pyramid scheme's methods. Not allowing food or drink, locking up in a small dark room, and brainwashing female colleagues into giving themselves up. This is not a bluff, it's a routine. If I don't pretend to be convincing, they won't believe that I am joining the gang sincerely. Her expression finally eased a little, and I took the opportunity to add insult to injury. Honey, I also got a list of the top executives. I'll send it to you on my phone. I clicked a few times and transferred the file to her. After Lu Yen took it, her tone became gentle. Qin Yang, didn't my mother give you a card? Isn't 50,000 pocket money enough every month? If you need money, just tell me. Why are you delivering packages? The barrage exploded. 50,000 pocket money? Is there any vacancy for my brother-in-law? I can cook and take care of the kids. Just train him as a waste. Why make him work? I was about to speak when she started acting coquettishly. Hubby, just stay home and order takeout or play games. You can hire a babysitter if you want. I'll be back to accompany you in the evening. My heart trembled, but I still gritted my teeth. No, I am a man. I can't rely on you for support. She stamped her feet in anger. You really don't know what's good for you. Just then, the intercom rang, and Sun Jia's voice was extremely excited. Sister Xiaoyan, you've done a great job. We found a large amount of gold bars and cash in Huangpu's office, and froze his 1 billion illegal funds. 10 billion? Lu Yen and I looked at each other in shock. Bullet screen explosion. Mr. Huang is really a rich man. I believe it this time, 1 billion. The anchor has the physique of a lucky fish from heaven. Lu Yan's eyes were complicated. Are you a disaster star or a lucky star? I quickly smiled and leaned over. Wife, then I have done a great job, right? Should I remove the handcuffs? She complained that I was greasy, but she untied her clothes quickly. Go home obediently today and don't cause any more trouble. I curled my lips. Why don't you come back at night? Her face turned red. Who said I won't come back? I'll be off work once this case is handed over. I was ecstatic. Honey, you said it. I'll prepare dinner first. I rode my electric scooter back to the express station, changed my clothes, and prepared to go home for a romantic night. As a result, the community square suddenly became noisy. My ancestral magic oil, strong and powerful. It cures back and leg pain with just one rub. I got excited when I heard it. I'm familiar with this place. When I walked over, I saw two brothers, one fat and one thin, performing and selling medicine. The thin man was very eloquent, and the fat man shouted loudly and was beaten with a stick. Crack! The wooden stick broke and the audience exclaimed. I sneered in my heart. I have seen this kind of acrobatics many times. But the next second, the thin man applied some magic oil, and the stick marks on the fat man's back disappeared quickly. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Amazing! It really works. I'm begging you to buy it for me. I want a golden gun too. The thin man smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll do one more thing. Let the audience hit me with a stick themselves. As he said this, he took out a wooden stick as thick as a tree stump, and the whole audience took 3 steps back. Who dares to fight? Who will be held responsible if something goes wrong? I raised my hand. I'll do it. The whole audience was silent, and the thin man excitedly handed the stick over. Brother, we don't know each other, right? Not a helper. I answered honestly. He immediately swore to the sky. If I lie, I will be hit by a car and die when I go out. After laying the groundwork, I walked behind the fat man with a wooden stick. Aim for the back of his head. The fat man felt a chill all over his body and turned around suddenly. Why are you hitting my head? Hit my back. The whole audience burst out laughing, and netizens went crazy. This guy is really not a shill. I felt that I had been a bit harsh, so I put down the stick and picked up a willow branch. The thin man's face changed when he saw it. Brother, don't. Before he could finish his words, bang! The willow branches are swung quickly and accurately. With a crisp sound, the fat man jumped up, holding his back, and the people around him all showed expressions of pity on their faces. The live broadcast room's barrage of comments instantly filled the screen. It's cruel, too cruel. The anchor is really a living devil. He actually thought of whipping the back with a willow branch. Ha 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 ha. Beat them hard on the head and softly on the back, and even gods will kneel down when they come. Golden bell cover, right? Iron cloth shirt, right? No loophole, right? The stick hits the head. The willow hits the back. The gods are coming. Oh my god. Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. I wanted to show off my hard qigong skills, but ended up getting my clothes torn to pieces. The fat man had a painful expression on his face. The sour feeling of being hit on the back by a willow branch instantly reminded him of his childhood, and the pain made him feel like a grandson. The thin man said angrily, You are here to cause trouble on purpose, right? Seeing that the thin man was about to attack, I quickly said innocently, How can you say that? You were the one who told me to hit him casually. I was worried that something might go wrong, so I used a willow stick. If he can't even stand the willow stick, then wouldn't he be even more unable to stand it if I changed it to a stick? Sinman. This is fucking sick. The skinny guy's mentality exploded. I came out to sell medicine, how come I met a psychopath? Just when the two brothers were about to teach me a lesson, a police car stopped at the gate of the community and several policemen got out and walked towards this side. The two brothers knew at a glance that I was here to take them away. They glared at me, packed up their things and ran to the back door. Hey, why did you leave? How are you selling your medicinal oil? The two brothers ignored me completely and disappeared without a trace in a short while. Not long after the two brothers left, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Your task has been updated. Your next part-time job is Sales Champion. Part-time task. Please rely on your own efforts to increase the sales of promotional products to over 10 million. Mission countdown. 2 days. How many? Sales exceeded 10 million? Are you fucking kidding me? I was numb when I saw the task given by the system. His daily salary is no more than 100 yuan, but now the system requires him to complete a sales task of 10 million yuan. There must be something wrong with the system. Calm down first. Since the system has given such a task, it must be possible to achieve it. I thought about it carefully. If I want to achieve such a high sales amount in a short period of time, it seems that the only way is to sell houses and cars. After all, a car costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, and a house costs more than $1 million. But if you think about it carefully, it's not right. The current economic environment is not good, so who would buy a car or a house? As I was thinking, I arrived at the supermarket. Boss, give me a bag of white sand. The boss took out a bag of white sand from the counter and put it on the table, but his eyes were always on his mobile phone, never moving away. 20. I took out my phone to scan the code to pay, and accidentally caught a glimpse of the live broadcast content on my boss phone. In the live broadcast room, two anchors, one funny and the other supporting, introduced the efficacy of the products while shouting for links, and in just a short while, they sold hundreds of thousands of products. I was stunned for a moment, and then asked, Boss, which anchor is this? He can sell hundreds of thousands of goods in 1 second. The boss took a puff of his cigarette and said, You don't even know Zhou Jia? He's the most popular live streamer in China. He can sell tens of millions of goods in one live stream. He's really impressive. Tens of millions. My eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, live streaming to sell goods. Why didn't he think of this approach before? Although the prices of the items sold during live streaming are not very high, the main feature is small profits but quick turnover, and large quantities will satisfy your hunger. If you work hard, you might be able to sell it for 10 million. I did it right away and quickly took out my cell phone to call my good brother Yu Hao. Lao Qin? Am I dreaming? You actually have time to call me? Are you not busy with your part-time job? As a good brother, Yu Hao knows me very well. Before I got married, I often asked him out for dinner and barbecue, but after we got married, we rarely met and usually communicated through private chats. I said excitedly, Old Yu, hasn't your cannery always wanted to expand sales? I have a good idea to help you promote it. Yu Hao said lazily, What good ideas do you have? Tell me about them. I'll start a live broadcast to help you sell your products. I can definitely help you make your factory's products popular. Yu Hao was silent for a moment and then said, No, Lao Qin, this is not a new idea. I have hired people to live broadcast and sell goods before, and they were all famous anchors with relatively high traffic. I can only say that the effect was not very good, and we even lost a little money on that batch of goods. Live streaming sales seems to be quite popular, but it is not the best choice for small manufacturers. The more famous the anchor is, the more demands they have. Not to mention that you have to pay high appearance fees to ask people to help you sell products. When they help you sell products, they will also require you to give them the lowest price on the market. For example, the market price of a box of canned food is 15 yuan, and the profit is 5 yuan. But when you ask these anchors to help you sell goods, you can only sell them to them at a price of 11 yuan, and they sell them to fans in the live broadcast room at a price of 12 yuan. So after a few attempts, Yu Hao figured it out. This is actually a wholesale business with small profits but quick turnover. This kind of live streaming is of no use to their factory's sales. I said seriously, That's because you didn't find the right person. What's the point of asking those small anchors to promote your products? You have to find me. Well, where are you now? I'll drive over first and we can meet and talk in detail. Yu Hao was not optimistic about what I said. As a good brother, he knows my own strengths and weaknesses very well. When this kid was in school, he was nervous even when he stood up to answer questions in class, so how could he talk about live streaming to sell goods? But then he thought that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, so Yu Hao simply gave him an address, just as a reunion for the two brothers. An hour later, downstairs of Starlight Entertainment Company. After parking the car at the address Yu Hao gave me, I took the elevator directly to the 15th floor. As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, I was dazzled by the pairs of long legs in front of me. Because it is a live broadcast entertainment company, the entire company is full of beautiful female anchors with different styles. These beautiful anchors were not at all uncomfortable with the sudden appearance of strange men. Some of them even took the initiative to greet me and wink at me. I stood there in a daze for a moment, as if I had accidentally entered the Ponzi cave. Chapter 18. They are all hard workers. Lao Chin, this way. Yu Hao's voice brought me back to my senses. He looked up and found Yu Hao, wearing a black shirt, standing in the corridor in the distance, waving at him. I walked over quickly and passed by several female anchors. After we met, Yu Hao first hugged me and then patted his shoulder. You look so naive. Is this your first time in a media company like this? I nodded. There are a lot of female anchors here. Is live streaming so popular? Yu Hao handed me a cigarette and said, It's bullshit popular. Most of the female anchors here were deceived. Who would do this if they were decent people? Just think about it. There are always students with good grades and students with poor grades in a class, right? Students with good grades naturally go to college, get a good job after graduation, and become elites in various fields. But what about those with poor grades? Men move bricks and do some physical work, while women who are a little bit good-looking can only do live broadcasts. Don't be fooled by the bright and beautiful clothes worn by the female anchors here. They may have rented all their clothes and live a life of having no food to eat. Except for a few very popular female anchors, most of them want to climb out of this pit. It's a pity that it's hard to find a top anchor on the list. After listening to Yu Hao's explanation, I finally understood why so many female anchors took the initiative to greet him. Turned out that they thought he was a rich man. Netizens in the live broadcast room also expressed their feelings. It's all due to life's pressure. Otherwise, who would do this kind of work? To put it nicely, she's called a female anchor, but to put it bluntly, isn't she just a geisha? Times have changed, but some professions have not changed. These media companies are all scams. I have a friend who signed a contract with one of these media companies before, and the contract was full of traps. Now she not only has to broadcast for more than 10 hours every day, but if she can't bring any profit to the company, they will have to pay the company a large sum of money. It's miserable. Why think so much? Life is easy for everyone. You have chosen your own path, so you have to finish it even if you have to kneel down. Don't tell me you don't watch female anchors on a regular basis. I looked at Yu Hao and asked, Why are you here? Shouldn't you be at the cannery? Yu Hao chuckled and said, Didn't I ask an anchor to help promote our factory's products? There happened to be a pretty female anchor, so... As soon as I saw Yu Hao's obscene expression, I immediately understood what he meant. No wonder he wanted to meet here. It turned out he had a crush on the female anchor. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. The female anchor and the factory owner are a perfect match. The two of us walked along the corridor, and I realized that there were exquisitely decorated small rooms on both sides of this long corridor. These rooms are usually only a dozen square meters, and each small room has a different decoration style. Looking through the cracks in the door, you can see various female anchors interacting with the audience in the live broadcast room. Some female anchors are dancing, some are playing games, and some are holding feathers in their hands to help fans massage and sleep. Can be said that 100 flowers are blooming. Yu Hao took me into a room and we happened to meet the female anchor Xiaofang he had mentioned before, who was live streaming and selling goods. The first time I saw Xiaofang, I understood why Yu Hao fell in love with her. Xiaofang may not be considered good-looking among anchors, but among anchors who sell goods, Xiaofang is definitely one of the pretty ones, and she looks good even without the beauty filter. At this time, Xiaofang was helping Yu Hao promote his products. We were sitting on the sofa next to them and were able to see the background data. I saw Xiaofang and her assistant cooperating with each other very well. Golden Eagle marinated fish canned food. Families who know the goods should know that this is an old brand of canned fish. It is a big brand with guaranteed quality. The market price is 15 yuan, but today in our live broadcast room, we are giving benefits to our families. Not 15 yuan, not 13 yuan. We will limit the purchase to 200 orders at 11 yuan and give benefits directly to everyone. Come on, the time limit is 10 seconds. Families, hurry up and buy it. 3, 2, 1, go to the link. As Xiaofang shouted, 200 orders of canned fish were directly put on the shelves. But in less than 30 seconds, the link was taken down again. Xiaofang and her assistant acted together, saying that everyone was so enthusiastic and popular that all 200 links were snapped up in an instant. However, I can clearly see from the background data that out of the 200 cans of fish, only 15 of them have real and valid transaction data, and the rest are all fake data from their internal staff. I was stunned. Only 15 orders sold? So bad. Yu Hao said helplessly. This is already pretty good. Only by doing this can you give people the feeling that there are always people buying things in your live broadcast room. Not all of these 15 orders have been sold. Some people may return the goods after buying them. As soon as Yu Hao finished speaking, 3 more orders were cancelled. Lao Qin, now you know why I said that your live streaming is unreliable, right? Xiaofang is a female anchor after all, and she is pretty. Even if she is just selling goods, there are still people willing to watch her. Look at yourself again. What advantages do you have? After a moment of silence, I said, I still want to go up and give it a try. Yu Hao rolled his eyes. Okay, whatever you want. There aren't many people in the live broadcast room anyway. So go ahead and give it a try. Yu Hao knew very well that it was useless to just persuade people verbally. For many things, as long as others tried, they would immediately realize that the matter was not as simple as he imagined, and would naturally give up. Yu Hao gestured to pause. Xiaofang immediately asked her assistant to take over, and then walked towards Yu Hao. What's wrong, Hao brother? Yu Hao pointed at me and said, This is my brother. He also wants to try live streaming. Let him try it out later. Xiaofang is a very smart girl. Although she thinks that I must be an amateur at live streaming sales, she did not show it. After all, I am Yu Hao's brother. If I want to curry favor with Yu Hao, I can't offend his brothers, right? Thinking of this, Xiaofang smiled and said, That's fine, Brother Qin. You can come over and play anytime. Anyway, I don't have many fans. I'm just a small anchor. It's a good opportunity for me to take a break. Yu Hao's hands started to get restless on Xiaofang's body. Hey, let my brother go up and play for a while, and then I'll take you to eat barbecue. Xiaofang immediately showed an expression of wanting to refuse but also wanting to accept. Oh, you're annoying. I don't want to eat barbecue. It's so unhealthy. I want to eat seafood. Chapter 19. Can my brother-in-law perform magic? Seeing Yu Hao and Xiaofang being so affectionate with each other, I got goosebumps all over my body. Yu Hao was really hungry. He could even eat this kind of female anchor. But if you think about it carefully, it is understandable. After all, not everyone can find a policewoman wife like Lu Yan. Do you have any playing cards here? Xiaofang was stunned for a moment. Yes, we do. Are you going to use playing cards to promote your products? I nodded. Help me find a few boxes of playing cards and prepare a few bowls and drinks. I listed a series of my requests. Although what he said was very common, Xiaofang still felt that I was asking too much. Just do your best to sell the products. There is no need to prepare so many messy things to appear professional. Yu Hao smiled and reminded him, Lao Qin, don't mess around. In this live broadcast room, you can only sell canned goods from our factory. If you sell things like Coke and Sprite, you will be sued for copyright infringement. I nodded. Don't worry. I understand all these principles. After all the props were ready, Xiaofang winked at her assistant, who tactfully made way for me, and it was at this time that I also made my debut. Hello, everyone in the live broadcast room. I am your new friend. My name is Me. The facts were just as Yu Hao had expected. As soon as I appeared in front of the live camera, the fans in the live broadcast room immediately became dissatisfied. Who the hell is this? I came to see Xiaofang. Why did a man suddenly appear? Will Xiaofang come back? If Xiaofang doesn't come back, I'll leave. Who wants to watch a grown man selling goods? It's really stupid to find a man to bring canned fish. I don't think they want to sell these canned fish. Seeing so many abusive comments in the live broadcast room, Yu Hao frowned and felt a little unhappy. After all, I am his brother. It's okay that these fans in the live broadcast room don't spend a penny to watch Xiaofang. But now they are scolding me. I'm really giving them face. Just when Yu Hao was about to ask the administrator to ban these abusive netizens, who knew that I was not affected by these comments at all. Instead, I said very naturally, the weather is hot, and I understand that everyone is impatient, but after watching the live broadcast for so long, everyone must feel bored, right? Well, let me show you a little magic trick. Skill Top Magic has been activated. I took out an empty cup and showed it in front of the camera, and then showed that there was nothing in my hands. Then, under everyone's gaze, I wrapped my left hand around the outside of the glass and slowly moved it upwards. As my palm moved upwards, a full cup of Coke appeared in the glass. All the netizens in the live broadcast room were shocked. Even Yu Yang and Xiaofang were stunned. Oh shit, how is this done? I placed the cup of Coke in front of the camera, then covered it with my palm and shook it, and an ice cube fell directly into the cup. As the ice cubes fell in, those netizens who had just disliked me instantly changed their tune. How did this magic work? It's too good to be true. No need to ask. It must be a thumb sleeve. Dude, think before you speak. How can you use a thumb glove with such a large cup of Coke? Can your thumb glove hold a large cup of Coke? Okay, you're even performing magic tricks to promote your products, right? That's interesting. If you're brave, do it again. I want to see if you're really flawless. I studied magic, but I can't understand this guy's tricks at all. I can't imagine where he hid this whole cup of Coke. It's just as I expected. Although I'm not a female anchor and can't make a living by relying on my looks, he can make a living by relying on his strength. Seeing that the fans in the live broadcast room were already interested in him, I continued my efforts and took out another empty basin to show everyone. At the same time, Dongshan police station. Sun Jia stretched in the chair and yawned loudly. I have finally finished sorting it out. There is too much information on this pyramid scheme. The rest can only be handed over to the comrades in the Economic Investigation Department. I really can't do it anymore. Not only Sun Jia, everyone else also looked tired. In the past, their Dongshan police station rarely encountered any major or important cases throughout the year. As a result, various cases came one after another in the past 2 days, and all of them were almost overwhelmed. Sun Jia glanced at Liu Yan, who was still sorting out documents in front of the computer, and couldn't help but say, "Sister Xiaoyan, didn't you say you would get off work on time tonight to go home to accompany your brother-in-law? It's time to get off work now. Aren't you going home?" Liu Yan stretched her neck and said, "My boss asked me to submit some materials temporarily. This material is quite important. I will go back after I finish it." As soon as Sun Jia heard this, she knew that she would definitely not be able to go back tonight. Liu Yan was a well-known workaholic in the institute. Sun Jia also knew about the document sorting job that Luo Jun assigned to her. There were hundreds of pages of information to read, and it would probably be early in the morning before she could finish. Sun Jia sighed and said, "Well, it looks like I still have to work overtime tonight. I'll order some takeout for everyone. What do you want to eat?" Although we had to work overtime, everyone was still very happy. After all, after the cases in the past 2 days were reported, they were all considered to have made meritorious contributions and their future is bright. Just as Sun Jia took out her cell phone to order takeout for everyone, her eyes suddenly widened. "Oh my God, is this true? Sister Xiaoyan, look quickly, is this my brother-in-law?" Liu Yan came over to take a look and immediately frowned. I was in a live broadcast room, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and holding a handful of cards in my hand. "Family members, please look carefully. I only have this deck of cards in my hand. If I throw them all away, will I have nothing left? Oh no! I can also conjure a hand of cards out of thin air. Many people don't understand how it changes. Let me slow it down and change it for you. Watch carefully." Everyone, including Sun Jia, stared at my hand, wanting to see how it had changed. Who knew that the next second a can of fish appeared in my hand? "Hey, I don't have any cards, but I conjured up a can of fish. Haonan Can Fish, a classic old brand, with a sauce-flavored flavor, a classic taste that is worth savoring. Now the yellow car is only 11 yuan a can. Everyone hurry up and buy it." Liu Yan, Sun Jia. The police station fell silent for a moment. Sister Xiaoyan, my brother-in-law, can also perform magic? Liu Yan only felt her face getting hot and her teeth itched with anger. This bastard. I told him to wait for me at home. But why did he go out to live broadcast and perform magic to sell goods? Chapter 20. Exceeding Target. Seeing the sharp increase in order data in the background, Yu Hao could no longer sit still. He had tried all the marketing methods before, and the best result was only selling 600 cans a day. But at this time, I just performed a few magic tricks in the live broadcast room, and the sales volume in the background had reached an astonishing 30,000 cans. While I was taking a break, Yu Hao came over and gave him a leg and shoulder massage. "Oh my God. Lao Qin, you are amazing. Why didn't I know you could do magic before? You are so amazing." I took a sip of water and glanced at Yu Hao indifferently. "I know a lot of things. Do I have to show you all of them? Okay, stop flattering me. I estimate that I can sell 5 million cans of fish if I continue like this. Can your factory handle that?" Yu Hao calculated the production capacity of his own factory, then gritted his teeth and said to me, "Please promote it. There will be no problem within 2 million cans. If it exceeds 2 million cans, you have to give me more time." Yuhao's factory is not big, and most importantly, he has never received so many orders in such a short period of time before. So the sales volume of 2 million cans is already the limit for him. I did a quick calculation, and based on the current selling price of canned fish, 2 million cans would be enough to complete the system task. After figuring this out, I said, then go and prepare a few more magic props for me. Hurry up. I'm worried about losing followers in the live broadcast room. I wrote down on a piece of paper all the magic props he needed. After Yuhao looked at them, he said it was no problem and immediately asked someone to go out and buy them. After a while, the door of the small room was opened from the outside. Several bosses in suits came over here, smiled, and shook hands with me. This is me, the anchor Qin, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Su Yang, the boss of Qingshan Beer. Nice to meet you. Anchor Qin is indeed handsome and talented. I am Shu Mylan, the owner of Mylan Home Appliances. Hello. When I saw all these bosses coming to greet me, I was unable to react for a moment. Fortunately, Yuhao immediately explained to me in a low voice. Lao Qin, these bosses often look for people to live broadcast and sell goods. They need a good promotion and sales channel just like me. It will definitely be good for you if you have the opportunity to have a good discussion with them about cooperation. When I heard Yuhao say this, my eyes suddenly lit up and I quickly took the initiative to greet them. Netizens in the live broadcast room also sighed when they saw this scene. The anchor is getting better too, and is even able to take on business cooperation. When the anchor said he wanted to make a career, I laughed at him. Now it seems that I was short-sighted. It turns out that magic can be combined with live broadcasting. This idea is amazing. I also studied magic. Why didn't I think of it before? Not only magic, but now even crosstalk can be performed directly in the live broadcast room. I think the host is too proud. It's just a hand of playing cards. Many magicians can do it. It's basic skills. It's no big deal. Just when netizens thought my magic was nothing new, I took over the products that several bosses needed to promote, then asked someone to change the table and went on stage with a stainless steel basin. Dear fans, I'm back. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Let's start with the magic. Okay? I originally wanted to show you some playing cards, but I saw a group of fellow magicians in the barrage saying that his magic was very low level. If another magic anchor saw these comments, he would definitely choose to ignore them. After all, what magicians fear most is being sabotaged by their peers. Magic is something mysterious and attractive when others don't know the principles and techniques. Once other people already know how you perform the trick, your next magic trick will seem boring. Faced with the challenges from my colleagues in the live broadcast room, I chose to face them head-on. You're all saying that card magic is meaningless, right? Fine. Then I'll show you a new magic trick. I picked up the stainless steel basin and demonstrated it from front to back. I tapped the bottom of the basin with a spoon, turned my wrist, and started operating directly. There's nothing wrong with the basin or the bottom. I'll just conjure up canned fish. Puff. Yuhao and several bosses who were standing nearby and watching couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene. Nobody, you can call this magic? Isn't this pure fraud? My basin was out of the picture when it was turned over, in the blind spot that netizens could not see. My assistant threw the canned fish that needed to be promoted into the basin, and when the stainless steel basin came into the picture again, this feeling of sudden appearance was naturally formed. This technique is simple and crude, and can be said to be a kindergarten-level idea. Unfortunately, a group of colleagues in the live broadcast room were confused by my operation. No, how did this guy do it? He made the canned fish appear just like that. This shouldn't be the case. There shouldn't be anything wrong with this basin. There must be a mechanism at the bottom. Even if there is a trap, it can't be conjured up. A fish can this big is not a playing card. There is no place to hide it. Magic. This must be magic. There is no way to explain this scientifically. The group of colleagues who first questioned me in the live broadcast room had now fallen into deep self-doubt and were unable to extricate themselves. This is the power of inertial thinking. Because these fellow magicians have been using all kinds of prop basins, thumb covers and the like for years, they ignored the simplest and most brutal methods and instead thought about difficult magic techniques. As a result, the more they thought about it, the more confused they became, and they were simply astounded. Ordinary netizens in the live broadcast room don't think so. Seeing a group of fellow magicians who wanted to sabotage the show scratching their heads and saying it was impossible in the live broadcast room, ordinary netizens all burst into laughter. Why don't you guys continue to tear down the stage? Is it because you don't like tearing down the stage? With just a basin and a hand, he was able to create a bunch of drinks. How can my colleagues explain this? Peers, I can't explain it. I can't explain it at all. Some people may look like magicians, but they are actually sales champions. You can never imagine how a real sales champion sells products. You mean to say that when this sales champion was promoting his product, the pre-swing was too long and it started at 0 frames? How is that possible? Just as netizens were exclaiming in amazement, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind. Congratulations to the host. The mission has been successfully completed. Congratulations to the host for winning a cash reward of 3,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the skill, Physical Enhancement. Congratulations to the host. You have acquired the skill. An experienced man knows the way. Chapter 21, The Evil Bald Man. Mission accomplished. When I heard the prompt in my mind, I was stunned for a moment. He glanced at the background data and realized that he had been live streaming for several hours in a row. The products of several big bosses had sold millions of copies, and the sales even exceeded 30 million. I was a little shocked when I saw this data. No wonder those anchors who are slightly famous choose to sell goods through live streaming. It really makes money quickly. Seeing that the time was almost up, I said hello to the fans in the live broadcast room and went offline. Yuhao rushed over and gave me a big hug immediately. Fuck, Lao Qin, you're awesome. You sold out my factory's half-year sales in just one live stream. You're like my godfather. For people who do business, the happiest thing is that the products they produce can be sold steadily and in large quantities. Stable orders can not only keep the entire factory at peak efficiency, but also make the workers in the factory feel motivated and provide a steady stream of cash flow for the factory. Several other bosses also came over and congratulated me. They have signed a cooperation agreement with me. As long as I am willing to help them advertise every day, they will give me a considerable amount of advertising fees. I've been live streaming for several hours and now I'm feeling a little dizzy. He originally wanted to go back and rest early, but Yuhao nudged him with his elbow and said, Lao Qin, it's rare for us to meet. Come on, I'll treat you to a midnight snack. Let's have a good time tonight, brothers. Without giving me a chance to refuse, Yuhao took him directly into the car. The female anchor Xiaofeng was also very sensible. She let me sit in the passenger seat while she very attentively ran to the back and sat down. At this moment, the look in Xiaofeng's eyes when she looked at me could only be described as sparkling. Before, she was polite to him because of the brotherly relationship between Yuhao and I, but now it's different. I was able to sell so many goods overnight as a new anchor. Doesn't this prove his strength? So in Xiaofeng's view, as long as she can curry favor with me and often hang around in front of him, maybe she can get some fan traffic from me to her own live broadcast room. 10 minutes later, the car slowly stopped. As soon as I got off the car, I realized something was wrong. Old you, didn't we say we were going to have a midnight snack? Why did you bring it to the foot massage parlor? Looking at the magnificent foot bath shop in front of me, I was stunned. Yuhao's family has always been relatively wealthy. When I was in school, he often invited me and a few of his close friends to go to various foot bath shops, where we would get a massage together and relax. But I never came to such a place again after I got married, mainly to avoid suspicion, fearing that Lu Yen would think too much. As if he knew what I was thinking, Yuhao patted his shoulder and said seriously, What are you afraid of? We are here for a proper foot massage. Just enjoy it. I come to this store often. Don't worry, it's very legitimate. Besides, I'm with my girlfriend. How can I harm you? I glanced at Xiaofeng and felt that what Yuhao said made sense. Even though this guy changes girlfriends more frequently than he changes clothes, he wouldn't bring his girlfriends to a place like this to do anything weird, right? After figuring this out, I continued to move forward with Yuhao. As soon as they walked in, netizens were shocked by the luxury of this foot massage shop. Oh my god, this is not a foot massage parlor. This is clearly a top luxury hotel. Are you serious about the height? A height of more than 10 meters is fine. But there's actually a sightseeing elevator at the back. It's outrageous, it's really too outrageous. Is this the foot massage parlor that rich people go to? Why aren't the foot massage parlors I go to so luxurious? Wow, the receptionist is wearing a cheongsam. Her long white legs are so pretty. Not only were netizens shocked, even I, a worldly wise person, was very surprised. The entire foot bath shop is not only clean and hygienic, but also magnificent. All the waitresses are wearing high-end cheongsams, rather than cheap cheongsams that can be seen at a glance that the fabric is of poor quality. Each of these waitresses has a tall and straight figure and is very good-looking, and they all look like flight attendants. I couldn't help but ask, Old you, how much does it cost to wash your feet here? Yuhao said nonchalantly, Not much, just over 3,000 yuan. Hiss. When I heard Yu Hao say this, I took a breath of cold air. More than 3,000 yuan. What a spendthrift. It's just a foot wash. Even if you use milk to wash your feet, it shouldn't cost more than 3,000 yuan. Seeing the pain on my face, Yu Hao burst into laughter. Look at you, Lao Qin. After all these years, you are still so stingy. Today I'm treating you, so you don't have to worry about how much money it will cost. Okay? In short, you can experience all the projects here. They are guaranteed to be green and healthy, and will make you super comfortable. Let's go and change clothes. Yu Hao took me to the locker room and prepared to change into loose clothes and relax. It can be seen that Yu Hao often comes to this kind of place, so he is very familiar with changing clothes. After changing clothes, he went out directly and said that he would wait for him in the hot spring pool. I'm gonna move a little slower. He had just changed his clothes and picked up his cell phone, but as soon as he went out, he saw a bald man with tattoos walking past him with an expressionless face. If an ordinary person saw a guy with this kind of tattoo, they would definitely avoid him. But I just took a look at the bald guy and immediately felt something strange. This person looks so familiar. I pulled out my phone and searched for it, and my eyes widened. Fuck. A first-level wanted criminal. Lu Yen is a criminal police officer. Other people like to watch TV series or the news while eating, but Lu Yen likes to look at various photos of fugitives on the internet. Even when others have free time, they use their mobile phones to watch Douyin. But when Lu Yen has free time, she uses her mobile phone to browse various websites. This is why many police officers can recognize various online fugitives who have been on the run for many years at a glance. It's not because they are born with good memory, it's just that they spend more time than ordinary people doing this. After I recognized that the bald guy was an online fugitive, I followed him upstairs without making a sound, ready to further confirm his identity. The netizens in the live broadcast room all became nervous after seeing this scene. The anchor is really brave. Why didn't he just call the police? He even dared to follow him. Things like this definitely need to be confirmed. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if the police arrested the wrong person. Why do anchors always encounter this kind of thing? Are they born to catch the holy body? This bald guy is quite impressive, with a guangong tattoo on his back. Chapter 22. We are a regular massage. Hello, distinguished guest. Welcome to the paradise on earth. Are you alone? As soon as I walked up to the second floor, several waitresses wearing low-cut sexy cheongsams came to greet him. Netizens' eyes widened. Fuck. Is this the quality of the second floor? This figure is too good. No wonder my dad always goes to the second floor when he goes out to wash his feet. It turns out the second floor is so wonderful. Children only wash on the first floor, and adults go to the second floor. Don't you know that? Looking at the host's expression, it's probably his first time on the second floor. His expression is exactly the same as mine on the screen. I have to kowtow to Bald Brother. If it weren't for Bald Brother, I guess the anchor would never know what the second floor looks like in his life. Seeing me standing there, the waitress came over to me. Sir, is this your first time here? I'm Wei Wei, a waitress on the second floor. What kind of experience would you like to have? It was only after Wei Wei's reminder that I came to my senses. He cleared his throat and pretended to be calm and said, What project is that guy in front of me doing? I'm here for the same thing as him. Wei Wei didn't think much about it. She just thought that I was a little nervous because it was my first time here, so I even asked for the same project as others. For Wei Wei, new customers like me are the easiest to exploit. If she gives him a little bit of strength, she can make a lot of money. Yes, sir. This way, please. Wei Wei picked up her toolbox and took me into a private room. There are 2 beds in the room, separated by a screen. I thought about it and felt that the bald guy would be lying on the other bed enjoying the service in a while, and then I would have the opportunity to get close to him and see if he was really an internet fugitive. Just as I was thinking this, Wei Wei closed the door and turned on the ambient light. When the ambiguous pink lights came on, netizens could hardly contain themselves. No, is this broadcastable? Are you sure this can be broadcasted? Wow. Once this mood light is turned on, the little atmosphere and little feeling come up immediately. Wei Wei has such a great figure with a curvy figure, it makes me drool. Does anyone know where this store is? I want the address. The anchor is getting bolder and bolder. As a son-in-law, he actually dares to come to such a place. Don't talk nonsense. The host is doing everything to catch the fugitives. He has absolutely no selfish motives. While netizens were discussing this, Wei Wei took out a set of clean clothes and handed it to me. Mr. Qin, these are the clothes you will need to wear for the massage later. Please change into them. I didn't think much about it. I took the clothes and prepared to change them. But as soon as he held it in his hand, he felt something was wrong. Why did this piece of clothing have buttons on the front and back? Hello? Let me ask you something. I just looked up and was about to ask. But I saw Wei Wei tied up her hair and changed into a pair of beautiful flesh-colored stockings in front of him. This scene made my eyes pop out. The action of women changing their stockings is absolutely lethal to men, especially when illuminated by the ambient light. All of Wei Wei's movements seem so seductive. Gurgle. I swallowed subconsciously. Seeing that Wei Wei was about to change clothes in front of him, I quickly covered the camera of my phone and said, "Miss, this is not good. I'm here for a massage. I'm a serious person." Seeing my immature look, Wei Wei laughed. "I know you are a serious person, and I am also a serious technician. Mr. Chin, what did you want to ask just now?" I asked, "Did you give me the wrong dress? Why are there buttons all over it?" Wei Wei explained, "This dress is designed like this. You will understand when you massage later." Since Wei Wei had explained it this way, I didn't want to ask any more questions. "Then please step aside for a moment. I'll change my clothes." Seeing that I was so shy, Wei Wei smiled brightly like an experienced driver and turned away without looking at me. After I changed my clothes, Wei Wei officially started the massage process. The massage was normal at first, just a simple relaxation of the muscles and bones. But soon I realized something was wrong. He suddenly felt the buttons on his back were pulled open. I was just about to speak when Wei Wei placed her hands with essential oil on his back. The cool and soft feeling rushed straight to my head, and I felt like I had opened the door to a new world. "Mr. Chin, is the strength appropriate?" I was so happy that I closed my eyes and enjoyed it. "It fits very well. You are indeed a professional with excellent skills." Netizens were heartbroken. "Anchor, wake up. Have you forgotten what you are here for?" "Oh my God. A succubus. This woman is definitely a succubus." The anchor is so confused that she can't even speak clearly. No wonder I see so many newly released brothers like massages. It seems that massage is really pleasurable. It's not that exaggerated. I often go to the second floor, and it's not as outrageous as the anchor said. How can it be the same? The anchor is a son-in-law. He has definitely never enjoyed this kind of service at home before. He suddenly gets a back massage. Needless to say, that feeling is natural. Although the massage was comfortable, I still did not forget the purpose of my trip. I asked, "Excuse me, when did that bald guy come in? Is he working on the same project as me?" Wei Wei said with some confusion, "Yes, your programs are the same, but they are all private programs, so he is having a massage in the next room and will not come here." Wei Wei lowered her body and said in a seductive tone, "Don't worry, Mr. Chin. Our services are very formal, and no one will disturb us during the service." I am stupid. What the hell? Bald brother is next door? Then why are you lying here pressing the button? I was just about to get up when I suddenly felt a sinking sensation on my waist. It turned out that Wei Wei had sat down on his waist without me noticing. "Mr. Chin, please lie down. Next is the massage." Massage? What are the massage programs? Just when I was wondering, I heard some strange sounds coming from the bald man and the woman next door. It was then that I realized that this massage was not formal at all. No, I have to leave quickly. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself if I jump into the Yellow River. Just when I was about to push Wei Wei away forcefully, the door of the room was kicked open from outside. "Anti-pornography, no one is moving. Put your hands on your head and squat on the ground. Hurry up." Sun Jia and another policeman were holding batons and flashlights in their hands, and they immediately saw me with Wei Wei sitting on my butt. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Chapter 23. The Powerful Queen Flower. "Sister, brother-in-law, are you doing this to Sister Xiaoyan?" Sun Jia was really angry and anxious. She never expected that someone like me who looked so serious on weekdays would actually come to a place like this and do such a thing. I was so scared that I quickly got out of bed and explained. "Misunderstanding. Sun Jia, it's really a misunderstanding. I'm here to chase the fugitives. Everything you just saw is not what you thought." As soon as I finished speaking, Lu Yan walked out from behind Sun Jia with a sullen face. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room became murderous. Netizens in the live broadcast room became nervous even across the screen. I have never seen such pure murderous intent. It is horrifying. It turns out that although my wife is beautiful, she is much scarier than other women when she gets angry. Are we lucky enough to see the true form of the Sichuan Yu Tyrannosaurus? It's over. Today is probably the anchor's last live broadcast. Can you guess how many legs he will have broken? I don't know how many legs will be broken, but he will definitely lose his third leg. Click. This time, Lu Yen did not take out the handcuffs, but directly pulled out the baton. Seeing this, Sun Jia quickly stopped him. Sister Xiaoyan, calm down. Things may not be as we think. My brother-in-law is a relatively upright person. I don't think he would do anything to let you down. I nodded quickly, my face full of desire to survive. At this time, Wei Wei also spoke up. Yes, this officer. I didn't know he was your husband. If I knew, I would definitely not receive him. I thought he was here for the first time and wanted to experience an exciting project. No, sister, if you don't know how to speak, can you please shut up? I'm here to chase the fugitives online. What kind of exciting project do I want to experience? Sure enough, Wei Wei's words made Lu Yen completely go crazy. Lu Yen sneered and said, You want to experience an exciting project? I can't satisfy you, right? Okay, I'll give you a good stimulation today. Broken and out of control. Just as Lu Yen was about to come up to him and attack him, suddenly the voice of another policeman came from the next room. Someone jumped out of the window and escaped. Quickly notify the colleagues downstairs and block off the street. I turned around and saw that the bald man had jumped out of the window and escaped with a bath towel wrapped around him. His calves were cut by broken glass. Without any hesitation, I opened the window and jumped down. The netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned. Nobody. It's really jumping. Is your desire to survive so strong? It's just the second floor. It's not dangerous. Dude, a building is at least 3 meters high. Can you normally jump down from a height of 3 meters? Why don't you find a 3-meter-high staircase and jump down and try it? Do you believe that I will break your ankle? It depends mainly on age. When I was young, I could easily jump 3 meters high. But now that I'm older, even if I miss 2 steps on the stairs, I'll fall and become half paralyzed. Whether to jump down and chase the net and escape or stay in the room and be beaten to a cripple by your wife, any fool would choose this question. I was full of confidence before rushing out of the window. But after I actually jumped out of the window, I felt a little regretful. The height of 3 meters may not seem high, but only those who jump will know. If the system hadn't helped him strengthen his physique, I would have been crippled the moment I hit the ground. But I did not forget why I jumped out of the window. The bald man ran in front and he chased him from behind. Stop! Don't run! Behind the massage parlor is an alley that is complex and has many dirty and messy wooden houses, so it is difficult to completely block it off. The bald man probably took this into consideration, so he chose to come here for a massage. The bald guy was also very familiar with the environment here. He couldn't run fast with bare legs, but every time he was about to be caught up by me, he would turn a corner and temporarily distance himself from me. The two of them chased each other for a while, and I finally blocked the bald man in a dead end. I looked at the bald man breathlessly, with a very smug look on my face. Run, why don't you run? The bald man said with a sullen face. Brother, I don't think we know each other. Why are you chasing me? Baldy thinks I'm simply sick. We all came out for a massage, but this guy kept biting me like a mad dog. I snorted and said, If I don't catch up with you, how can I explain to my wife? Come here quickly. Don't force me to do it. Just follow me back honestly. The bald man said coldly. So you are not willing to let me go? Nonsense, otherwise. Do you think I'm chasing you for fun? The bald man snapped his fingers, and suddenly the doors of the wooden houses on both sides of the alley opened, and more than a dozen thugs with weapons walked out. They looked at me with indifference, as if they were looking at a stray dog on the side of the road. The bald man took a fruit knife from the younger brother and said coldly, You like to be a lone hero, right? All right, I'll help you. Come on, kill him. Following the bald man's order, all the gangsters rushed forward. Netizens were so scared that they quickly posted comments to protect themselves. It's over. The anchor is really ruined this time. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Not to mention so many people rushing over now. Fishing is still safer. Why come out and get a massage for no reason? I grabbed the wooden board next to me to block, but even so I was still kicked several times and was about to collapse. Just at this moment, a loud shout came from behind. Police, don't move. Before I could react, I felt a black shadow flash past me, and then the 2 thugs who were besieging me were kicked away. Wife! I looked surprised. Lu Yen grabbed my collar and pulled me behind her, then swung the baton in her backhand, knocking the 2 people in front of her to the ground, knocking their teeth out. Lu Yen hasn't been a criminal police officer for all these years in vain. She was able to become the captain of the criminal police team because of her hot temper and fierce skills. Ordinary people are no match for her. When these gangsters first saw that Lu Yen was a woman, they wanted to attack together. But after being hit with the stick a few times, he immediately became obedient. When other people use a baton, they may just use more force, but when Lu Yen uses the baton, you can only see a shadow and hear the sound of it breaking through the air. Seeing that Lu Yen had knocked down a few more people, the others immediately became scared. Netizens were stunned. Ba wang hu ha. Awesome. No wonder the anchor is so timid every time he sees Sister Lu. Sister Lu is really good at kung fu. There is a female police officer in our unit who retired from the army. She can split 3 bricks with her bare hands. Just think about it. If a gangster fights against a professional police officer, isn't that just asking for death? She's good-looking, skilled, and very secure. Why can I marry someone so well? I won't accept it. Seeing that he had subdued the hooligans, Lu Yen said in a deep voice, "Put down your weapons and squat down with your heads covered." Chapter 24 Yu Hao is captured. Lu Yen had a serious expression and sharp eyes. The other hooligans were beaten into submission, so naturally they did not dare to resist and could only do what she said. Only Baldy was involved in a case, and he knew he must not be arrested. Thinking of this, the bald man shouted, and while Lu Yen was not paying attention, he stabbed her directly with a fruit knife. Unlike other gangsters, the bald guy had seen blood, so the knife he stabbed was extremely fast and went straight to Lu Yan's vitals. Lu Yen reacted and kicked the bald man hard, trying to stop him from rushing forward. But the bald man had a rather sturdy build, and after resisting Lu Yan's kick, his body only paused briefly, and the fruit knife in his hand continued to stab towards Lu Yen. You bitch. Just as the fruit knife was about to stab Lu Yen, I suddenly jumped out from behind him, knocked the bald man away with a shoulder collision, and grabbed the fruit knife tightly with my left hand. The bald man felt like he was hit by a huge truck and his whole body was about to fall apart. Before he could react, I raised my hand and punched him. Damn it. I gave you the face, but you still dared to stab my wife. I'll let you go crazy. I'll let you go crazy. I punched the bald guy in the face one after another, and he was stunned. At this time, Sun Jia also arrived with other policemen. When they saw me beating the bald man, everyone was shocked. Sister Xiaoyan, are you okay? After hearing Sun Jia's shout, Lu Yen came to her senses and quickly walked over to pull me away. At this time, the bald man's face was covered in blood and his consciousness was completely blurred. Take him back and let the doctor treat him first. Yes, Captain Lu. 2 policemen picked up the bald man and took him away. Only then did Lu Yen notice that I was still holding the fruit knife in my left hand, and blood was flowing down his palm. Just now, in order to protect Lu Yen, I actually grabbed the fruit knife with my bare hands. Lu Yen glared at him unhappily. Do you want to die? Who taught you to grab a fruit knife with your bare hands? What if you cut off your fingers? I scratched my head in embarrassment. I didn't really think about it that much. I just felt that you were my wife and I had to protect you. Lu Yen rolled her eyes at him. With your small body, do I need your protection? Come with me. I will take you to get bandaged. Taking me to the police car, Sun Jia took out the emergency treatment kit from the car. Lu Yen opened the box and disinfected my wound very skillfully. The moment the hydrogen peroxide touched the wound, I immediately dived into Lu Yan's arms, hugged her and shouted, "It hurts. Honey, please be gentle. It hurts so much," Lu Yen said expressionlessly. Bear the pain, you were very powerful just now. You even dared to grab the fruit knife with your bare hands. Why are you still crying? A real man should shed blood but not tears. Hold it back. I rubbed myself in Lu Yan's arms feeling aggrieved, which made the netizens in the live broadcast room jealous. This bastard must have done it on purpose. Stop rubbing it. You're rubbing all the oil off your face. Is this the legendary facial cleanser? The anchor is really good at taking advantage. My husband and I are the same. He always crawls into my arms and starts rubbing against me if I say a few words to him, just like a child. Remember women. Men are always children who never grow up. Seeing that the 2 of them could show their affection even when applying medicine, Sun Jia started to joke. Brother-in-law, I didn't realize you were so brave. You're not like how you usually act. I snorted and said, why is it different? I usually help old ladies cross the road when I have nothing to do. I help people in need when I see injustice, and I'm the one who kills the chickens at home during the Chinese New Year, okay? Am I not brave enough? Sun Jia nodded repeatedly. Yes, brother-in-law, you are indeed brave. But that bald guy has suffered a lot. He has lost more teeth than you. When the bald guy was mentioned, I finally remembered the business. He quickly said to Lu Yen, "Wife, that bald guy is the internet fugitive I told you about before. I was mainly worried that he ran away, and I also wanted to further confirm his identity, so I followed him to the second floor. I've never been to the second floor before, and I didn't know that foot massage shop was so informal. It was you who took me there." Lu Yen naturally believed what I said. After all, he was still broadcasting live. If she went back and watched the live broadcast replay, she would know everything. It's impossible for someone to do this kind of informal massage while live streaming, right? No matter what the reason is, you can't go to such an informal place. You are just a social idler, not a policeman. If I see you at a crime scene again, I will take you back with me. As we were talking, Lu Yen had already bandaged my wound. Seeing that all the suspects had been escorted into the police car, Sun Jia looked at Lu Yen. "Sister Xiaoyan, are you still going back with us?" Lu Yen thought for a while and shook her head and said, "I won't go back with you. I haven't been home for 2 days. I'll go back and rest tonight." Sun Jia gestured that it was all right, got into the police car and left. When I saw that Lu Yen actually didn't go back to work overtime, I was a little nervous for a moment. "Wife, can you really go home tonight?" Lu Yen rolled her eyes at me and said nothing. She just gestured for him to lead the way. Half an hour later, they returned home. After Lu Yen found a set of clean clothes, she went straight to the bedroom to take a shower. I felt a little hungry, so I looked for something to eat in the living room. "How about ordering takeout?" I took out my phone and was about to order takeout when Yu Hao called. "Fuck, Lao Chin, are you serious? You left me alone and ran away." I felt a little embarrassed when I heard Yu Hao say that. I didn't really run away. I was chasing after the fugitive, and my hand got injured. Yu Hao didn't buy it at all. "I'm listening to your fart. Why are you trying to catch a fugitive with a good massage?" As soon as Yu Hao finished speaking, a familiar and stern voice suddenly came from the side. I was asked to call my family. "What are you chatting about here?" I was stunned. Damn, isn't this Sun Jia's voice? I couldn't help but ask, "Yu Hao, where are you now?" Yu Hao said angrily, "Of course I'm at the police station. Where else could I be? Isn't my sister-in-law a police officer? They said that I have committed a crime that needs my family to come and take me away. You also know my father's temper. If he knew I did such a thing, wouldn't he break my legs? Talk to my sister-in-law and ask her to be my guarantor and let me go." I was silent for a moment and then said, "Didn't you say green massage? How could a green massage be caught?" Yu Hao hesitantly said, "I just couldn't help myself and added a project. Don't ask so many questions. Hurry up. Chapter 25. Don't mess with me, brother." Yu Hao's answer shocked me. Didn't this guy come with his girlfriend for a massage? How could he extend the time? It's really like a toad looking for a frog, an ugly flower. "Okay. Give the phone to the female police officer next to you and I'll talk to her." Yu Hao handed the phone over to me, and I said a few words casually, and found out that it was indeed Sun Jia. I explained the situation to Sun Jia, and seeing that I was willing to guarantee Yu Hao, Sun Jia naturally didn't say much. She just asked Yu Hao to be more careful next time and not to make the same mistake again. Fortunately, Yu Hao didn't really start it and the situation wasn't serious, otherwise he would have been detained for a few days no matter what. As soon as I hung up the phone, Lu Yen came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. I looked up and my eyes widened immediately. I am used to seeing Lu Yen wearing work clothes on weekdays, and now when I suddenly saw her changing into pajamas, my eyes widened. The jealousy of netizens in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. "Fuck. This is too beautiful. Haven't you noticed that Goddess Lu usually doesn't wear makeup or dress up? Now she's taken a shower and is wearing light makeup and sexy pajamas. Who can resist this? Something is wrong, very wrong. I seem to see desire in the goddess' eyes. Is there going to be a fierce battle tonight?" Just as netizens were speculating, Lu Yen tied up her hair and looked down at me condescendingly. From this perspective, Lu Yen is like a sexy female leopard, full of desire to conquer. Gurgle. I swallowed and asked nervously, "Wife, what are you doing?" Lu Yen said calmly, "You went to a place you shouldn't have gone today. Is it because you had nothing to do at home?" I smiled bitterly and said, "Didn't I tell you? I was just going there for a normal massage and to catch a fugitive while I was there." Lu Yen continued, "It doesn't matter what the reason is. What happened today has reminded me. From now on, I will empty your magazine before I go to work." I am stupid. Empty the magazine? Empty what? I saw Lu Yen turned off the live broadcast with a red face, and then held my face and kissed me. In the live broadcast room, netizens collectively collapsed when they saw the black screen. The host is busy. Please change the live broadcast room. Netizen. Refreshing horse, return your money. Are there any scenes that I, as a senior member, cannot see? Okay, all the previous content is free, and the rest of the story needs to be unlocked for a fee, right? How much is it? I'll pay for it. I'm so angry. This isn't true. This isn't true. Someone tell me this is a script. How could such a beautiful policewoman have a husband? I can't accept this. The impact of the live broadcast just now on me is no less than In Jiping's murder of Xiao Longnu. It has left an indelible shadow on my pure heart. It's uncomfortable to watch you at night. Brothers, don't just smoke. Remember to report it. Even though the live broadcast had been disconnected at this time, netizens were still venting their anger in the live broadcast room, and some even tried to attract my attention by sending rockets. It's a pity that I have no time to spare at this moment and have been completely immersed in the land of gentleness. The next day, early morning, when the live broadcast started again, netizens saw me lying on the bed, with dull eyes, dark circles under my eyes, and messy hair. At this time, Lu Yen had already changed into work clothes and was in high spirits. Unlike before when she always disliked me. This time Lu Yen not only came over and kissed me, but also took out 1,000 yuan from her wallet and handed it to him. Hubby, I won't be home for lunch today. You don't have to cook at home. It's too hard. Take this 1,000 yuan and go out for dinner. I'll try to come back early tonight. You just wait for me at home. Love you. Netizens were heartbroken. What happened last night speaks for itself. Judging from Lu Yan's gentle and coquettish reaction, my performance should be quite good. At least she is very satisfied. After Lu Yan left, I stood up from the bed, holding my waist, without even looking at the 1,000 yuan. He wants to make money through his own efforts. He doesn't want to make money in this way because it hurts his self-esteem. Seeing that I was still making a melancholy expression, netizens were angry. This kid got the upper hand and still acted like a good kid. I'm so angry. Is there a killer in the live broadcast room? Help me kill him. My wife is beautiful and sexy. She has a respectable job and emotional stability, and she gets $1,000 for meals. This is simply a dream. Sure enough, the gap between anyone is bigger than that between humans and dogs. I just got off the night shift and was about to go back to sleep, but he got $1,000 for sleeping with his beautiful wife for one night. You guys only saw the thief eating the meat but didn't see the thief being beaten. The anchor just got off the night shift. Can't you see that he is exhausted? It's a waste of life. There are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no fields that are plowed to death. Those of you who say you are envious are still young. You will be honest after you get married, and you will vomit when you think of such things in the future. Bullshit. If you give me a wife this beautiful, I will be devoted to her until I die. Do you believe it? Prime Minister. Is that you, Prime Minister? Just as I was looking out the window and lamenting about life, a prompt sound suddenly came from the system in my mind. Your next part-time job is Outdoor Hiking Expedition Leader. Part-time task. Please lead at least 3 people to complete an outdoor hiking adventure. The distance is no less than 10 kilometers. Mission countdown. 2 days. Hiss. When I saw the task given by the system, I took a deep breath. No, brother system. Are you becoming more and more outrageous? I've lived in the city for more than 20 years, so how could I have any experience in outdoor hiking? It's hard for him to even follow the team, let alone be the leader. Isn't this bullshit? Sometimes I really want to call the police. Does this system really require me to experience every profession? Forget it. There's no point in complaining. Let's just find a way to complete the task. I took out my cell phone and called my old classmate Chao Lingyun. As soon as the call was connected, Chao Lingyun's surprised voice was heard from the other end. Lao Qin? What a rare visitor. You actually called me. What's the matter? I said somewhat awkwardly, Lao Chao. I heard that you opened an outdoor adventure tour group. How is your business now? Chao Lingyun smiled and said, It's not bad. I made a little money. What's the matter? Just tell me. Let's stop hiding it. I cleared my throat and said, Look, you know I've been looking for a job. Do you have any outdoor team leader jobs? I'd like to work for 2 days. Chao Lingyun. Don't mess around, buddy. We are very strict with our team leaders. If a team leader fails, it will be fatal. Are you short of money? I will transfer the amount you need. Don't mess with me. Chapter 26. I'll give you a bunch of titles. When the netizens in the live broadcast room heard that Chao Lingyun wanted to transfer money directly to me, they immediately became nervous. This brother is really good. He didn't even ask what happened and just transferred the money directly. There aren't many brothers like this anymore. After all, you can talk about anything with your brothers these days, but don't talk about money. If you talk about wallets, they'll turn against you. It's true. Whether you lend money and can't get it back, or someone keeps asking you for money every day after you borrow it, it hurts your feelings. Birds of a feather flock together. Whether the anchor is a good person or not can be seen from the attitude of the people around him, which shows that the anchor is really good to the people around him. The more netizens thought about it, the angrier they became. How come this bastard has such a good life? It's not enough that he has a wife who is a good helper, but his friends are also so loyal to him. Whether it is Yu Hao who helped me complete the live broadcast before, or Chao Lingyun who transfers money as soon as he says so now, these are all true brothers. Seeing that Chao Lingyun had misunderstood, I quickly explained, I'm not short of money, you misunderstood. I just want to be a leader in your place. Even if I don't have any real power, I just want a title so that I can have this experience. Chao Lingyun was silent for a moment and then said, Oh, then I understand. You just want to mess with me. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How can this be considered as messing with him? Just as I was about to explain further, Chao Lingyun spoke again. I'm afraid of you. Come to my company to discuss in detail. You know the address. I burst out laughing. I know you are reliable, Lao Chao. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, I immediately drove out and headed to Chao Lingyun's company. I was driving properly when suddenly a warning pop-up popped up in the live broadcast room, reminding me to dress properly and broadcast in a civilized manner. What's going on? Dress civilly? How can I not dress civilly in the way I am now? I wore a white shirt on the upper body and classic brown-gray jeans and outdoor shoes on the lower body. His outfit doesn't reveal anything, and it wouldn't look out of place even if he went to a Western restaurant. Isn't this civilized dressing? The super administrator quickly gave an explanation in the background. Super admin, brother, the main reason is that too many people have complained about you, so we gave you a warning to dress politely. Just pay attention. We are just following the procedure. As soon as I heard the super administrator's explanation, I immediately understood. Okay, you're going to do this to me as soon as I drive my Bentley, right? Are all the people in the live broadcast room jealous? Seeing my unhappy expression, the netizens in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Anchor, have you realized how sinister society is? Oh my God, it turns out that reporting and complaining is really useful. Brothers, you have nothing to do anyway. Why not report it? I'm sitting on the battery car and laughing. Where are the other brothers laughing? Anchor, don't blame us. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for having such a good life. We just can't stand it. You should reflect on yourself. The comments in the live broadcast room made me laugh so hard. I worked so hard to do live streaming to earn some pocket money. So what did I do to offend anyone? You guys are not happy about me being a gigolo, but you still report and complain about me if I rely on myself. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. I simply opened the storage box on my right-hand side, took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on. After putting on his glasses, he took out a watch and put it on, then took out some perfume and sprayed it. Netizens were stunned. You beast. Limited edition Bentley sunglasses, Patek Philippe watches, Yves Saint Laurent perfume? Showing off your wealth. This is definitely showing off your wealth. Isn't Bentley a car brand? Why does it also produce sunglasses? Bentley sunglasses are also luxury goods. This dog thief should be able to buy another car with this outfit. It's too luxurious. Is this the revenge from the son-in-law? I admit that I am jealous. Seeing that all the netizens were jealous, I finally smiled with satisfaction. I just don't bother to show off my wealth. It's not like I don't have anything to show off. Half an hour later, I parked my car in front of an outdoor travel agency. Just as Chao Lingyun said, the travel agency's business is booming, with many people coming to consult, and many of them buying outdoor equipment. As soon as I walked in, the receptionist stood up and asked enthusiastically, Good morning. How can I help you? Me. I'm here to see Chao Lingyun. I'm his friend. The receptionist reacted immediately. You are Mr. Chin, right? Mr. Chao is in the office now. Please come this way. The receptionist gestured for invitation and then took the initiative to lead the way. Looking at the receptionist's shaking waist and plump buttocks, netizens filled the screen with love emojis. A very successful businessman once said that the operating status of a company can be judged by how good its front desk is. The job at the front desk is the simplest, but the salary is not low, and it costs even more money to hire a pretty girl to sit there. But the front desk is the face of a company. If the female receptionist is beautiful, especially the kind that can amaze others at first sight, then the service providers who come to your company to discuss cooperation will be much more willing to make a deal. Similarly, if a company cannot even afford a beautiful receptionist, then it is likely that the company will soon go out of business. The receptionist knocked 3 times on the office door. Mr. Chow, Mr. Chin is here. Enter. The receptionist opened the door and gestured for me to come in. After I entered, she closed the door respectfully. At this time, Chow Ling-yoon was sitting in the boss chair with his legs crossed, playing a game on a game console in his hand. When he saw me come in, he didn't even raise his eyelids. He just glanced at me and asked, "Tell me, brother, what do you think?" I didn't want to be formal with Chow Ling-yoon. I picked up the teapot and poured myself a cup of tea. "I told you, I just want to be your leader here. Run outdoors with you guys and have some fun." Chow Ling-yoon paused the game and put the console on the table. "Just such a simple request?" I nodded. "Yes, it was originally a very simple request. You made it complicated. Just treat me as a member of your outdoor expedition team, except that I'm not a member, just a nominal leader. I don't have any command authority, so I can't get you into trouble, right?" Chow Ling-yoon frowned and thought for a while. Then he clapped his hands in sudden realization. "I understand, Lao Chin. You want to show it to Lu Yen, right? Did your previous part-time job not make much money? And it wasn't good either. So you came to me to get some experience so that you can report to Lu Yen and her parents in the future? Okay, you are also capable of such crooked ideas." Chapter 27. I scare myself. As a son-in-law who lives with the family, my brothers all know how embarrassed I feel in Lu Yan's family. Whenever Lu Yan's relatives asked me about my work during the holidays, he found it difficult to answer. The relatives of Lu Yan's family are all successful people and have high standards. If I told them the truth that I was a fisherman and a delivery man, wouldn't Lu Yan's family also be embarrassed? Chow Ling-yoon felt that he had guessed right, and he became very excited. "Lao Chin, I don't think they will appreciate you if you are just a team leader here. I will give you a few more titles, such as Gold Medal Coach of the Training Camp, Wilderness Survival Expert, and Honorary Member of the International Survival Association. I will arrange all of them for you." Puff. I nearly choked on my tea. He quickly waved at Chow Ling-yoon. "It doesn't have to be so complicated. Just give me the title of team leader." Chow Ling-yoon thought I was embarrassed. He clenched his right fist and pounded his chest and said, "Why should we be polite to each other as brothers? Don't worry. I will give you all the titles I can and will never embarrass you. As for the route, I have 3 routes here. Whichever one you like, I can arrange it for you and we can set off right away." Taking the tablet from Chow Ling-yoon, I chose the longest route among the 3 routes. After all, I had never been hiking outdoors before. It was not easy for me to have this chance to experience it. I couldn't just wander around in the mountains for a while and then come back, right? Chow Ling-yoon is very efficient in his work. As soon as I chose the route, someone came to the office and took me to prepare. Chow Ling-yoon picked up the game console again and winked at me with a smile. "You're quite good at choosing, okay? Have fun. What is a good choice?" I arrived at the departure hall confused, and the female receptionist said directly to one of the beautiful women, "Team Leader Du. This is my Team Leader Chin, arranged by General Manager Chow. Team Leader Chin will temporarily join your team as an observer. You should have received the notice, right?" "Du Jie Frovnet." "Observer? I didn't receive any notification." Du Jie took out her mobile phone and saw a new itinerary notification in her personal mailbox. Du Jie opened the itinerary notification and saw that it was my personal profile. But when Du Jie saw my series of titles, she was completely dumbfounded. Gold Medal Coach of the Training Camp, Wilderness Survival Expert, Honorary Member of the International Survival Association. Du Jie looked me up and down in disbelief. The man in front of me looks ordinary, but how come he has so many honorary titles? The company sent such a capable team leader to serve as a temporary observer. Could it be that they wanted to test his professional abilities? Du Jie looked at the receptionist suspiciously. "Team Leader Chin is so capable. When we hike later." The female receptionist smiled and said, "Boss Chow said that Team Leader Chin is only a temporary observer. You just need to treat him as an ordinary outdoor enthusiast. He will not interfere with your command in any way." Du Jie and Deputy Team Leader Chen Hang looked at each other, and no one knew what they were thinking. Netizens were delighted to see this scene. "Ha ha ha, you are indeed good brothers. You give me so many titles." The 2 real team leaders were confused and had no idea why the anchor came to their team. "I thought I was a king, but I'm actually a bronze. That's interesting." Brother Chin is really good at having fun. Others experience outdoor adventures as enthusiasts, but he wants to participate as an expert. Ha ha ha, it's so fun. After the female receptionist left, Du Jie looked at me and asked, Captain Chin, where are your equipment? I was stunned. What equipment? Chen Hang's mouth twitched. Team leader Chin, you're not planning to go hiking with us dressed like this, are you? This journey is quite long and the outdoor environment is quite complex. We may encounter various accidents at any time. How can you go with us without any equipment? Netizens can't hold it anymore. They thought I would be exposed, but they didn't expect it to be so soon. You've already been found unprofessional before you even set off? I scratched my head and said awkwardly, I came here in a hurry and the route was decided at the last minute. I really don't know what equipment I should bring. Can I buy the equipment you mentioned here? If I can, please help me get a set. I can use any equipment. Hiss. After hearing what I said, Du Jie and Chen Hang became even more agitated. A temporary route, no equipment, and all equipment will be used? As expected of an expert, he speaks with confidence. You should know that each outdoor adventure route requires professionals to walk it several times and only open it to ordinary enthusiasts after comprehensive evaluation. Different routes have different levels of danger, different environments, and different equipment required. It can be said that everything is completely different. Even experienced experts like Du Jie wouldn't dare to just pick a route and set off, but that's what I did. Awesome. So awesome. The two of them looked at each other and decided that I was just pretending to be a rookie, so they prepared to conduct an all-round inspection of them. So the two of them did not hide their talents and used their best skills to choose a set of equipment that was most suitable for this route for me. While choosing, they carefully explained why they made such a choice and what situations these equipment were used to deal with. Netizens were dumbfounded to see that instead of exposing me, the two became even more cautious and respectful towards him. No, what's going on? Do you really think Chin Go is an expert? It's so funny. These two team leaders fooled themselves. It's not their fault. Just think of when you're playing a game and suddenly you find that the person on the other side of you is a professional player. I wonder if your operation is out of shape or not. If I'm landing against a professional player, even if he flashes incorrectly, I'd think he's resetting his basic attack. Ha ha ha. This live broadcast is so interesting. Let's go. Let's go quickly. I want to see when Chin Go will reveal himself. After helping me prepare all the equipment and confirming that there were no other problems, the two of them led the team out. Du Jie's team consisted of 9 people, including 3 of them and 3 pairs of young couples. These 3 young couples all graduated from the same prestigious university and are all outdoor adventure enthusiasts. You can tell from their figures that they exercise regularly. The group first drove to the foot of Ileo Mountain. After arriving at the starting point, they checked the supplies and equipment for the last time. Just at this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Do you have triggered a temporary task? Please check it carefully. Chapter 28. Encounter with Blind Bear. When I heard the system prompt sound coming from my mind, I was stunned for a moment. What a joke. We are already on the road. How can we trigger a temporary task? Temporary task. Fishing master. Please catch 3 fish within 10 hours. The bigger the fish, the greater the reward. If you're not my friend, don't mess with me. Now everyone is hiking hard. Who has time for you to go fishing? Under the leadership of Du Jie, they had now completely entered the mountains along the mountain road. This is different from the mountain roads developed in general scenic spots. The mountain roads they are walking on now are obviously more rugged and hidden. There are even some roads that ordinary people would not even find out that they can walk on them if Du Jie hadn't led the way. Watching a group of people struggling forward, netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but sigh. People are really capable of doing anything when they have nothing to do. This mountain road looks difficult to walk on. If you are not careful, you might slip down the slope into the woods. So this is called a hiking adventure. Why didn't you tell me earlier? My hometown is full of these bad mountain roads. I should have come to my hometown and walked there. There would be no need to pay someone to lead the way. You don't understand this, do you? No matter how difficult the mountain road in your hometown is, it is a mountain road that everyone walks on frequently. It is part of life. But if you specially ask someone to lead the way, it is completely different. This is a hobby. It reminds me of a time when a group of rich people came to our village and hired people to grow vegetables and raise chickens, saying they wanted to eat all natural ingredients. The price was several times more expensive than what we raised at home, but in fact, they were still fed with feed. Rich people just have nothing to do, and they like to find things to do when they have nothing to do. I had only walked less than 2 kilometers when I felt I was almost exhausted. Normally, when I'm in the city, I only go out to fish occasionally. I've never walked such a long mountain road. Fortunately, Du Jie also noticed that everyone was a little tired, so she took the initiative to suggest that they take a rest on the spot. The others were very experienced and first used tools to clear a large area and laid out a waterproof sheet before sitting down. I was the only one who sat down carelessly without any preparation. Du Jie and Qian Hang looked at each other with strange expressions. Captain Qin, you can't just sit down like this. Stand up first and I'll help you clean up. After saying that, Du Jie took out a stick and hit the nearby bushes a few times. After making sure that there were no snakes hiding in there, she took out the waterproof cloth and put it under me. Du Jie explained to me while she was operating. We had a team member who sat down directly during a break and was bitten by a venomous snake and almost lost his life. This waterproof cloth must be used as a cushion to prevent moisture and prevent scratches from sharp objects when you sit down. I was stunned by what I heard, while netizens praised it as professional. Otherwise, he is the tour guide. You see, even sitting down in the wild requires so many requirements. The tour guide's money is really not wasted. While everyone was taking a break, Qian Hang approached casually and said, Captain Qin, you seem to be a little out of breath. Don't you usually exercise? Qian Hang is not a fool. He always thought that I was an amateur and not a so-called expert. Now seeing that I not only had no common sense about outdoor adventures, but also had very poor physical fitness, he immediately became confused. As an outdoor expert, you may be able to hide your professional skills, but you can't hide your physical fitness, right? I said somewhat awkwardly, yeah, I usually don't walk this far. Outdoor hiking is still too much exercise for me. I need to take a break. Qian Hang then asked, I see that you have quite a lot of titles, Captain Qin. Did you really win all those titles by participating in competitions? Du Jie pretended to take care of the other team members, but in fact she also pricked up her ears to listen. I was about to answer when one of the team members suddenly screamed. As soon as they heard there was a bear, everyone picked up their trekking poles and stood up immediately. Du Jie looked in the direction that the team member pointed, and sure enough, she saw a black bear standing under a tree in the distance, standing up like a human and looking towards this side. Du Jie's face turned pale with fright, and she quickly gestured to all the team members to follow her and retreat quickly. The live broadcast room's barrage of comments instantly filled the screen. Shit, I thought outdoor adventures were just spring outings, but it turns out to be so dangerous. Team member, leader, are you serious? Are you really taking us on an adventure? This should be an accident. When planning the route, the team leader usually avoids areas where wild animals are active. It is too unlucky to encounter a bear here. It is difficult to evaluate. The team leader seems to be in a panic. This is different from what I expected. Doesn't the team leader have any emergency plans for this kind of unexpected situation? Dude, that's a bear. What emergency plan can you have? You can only run. If you don't run faster, the black bear will really catch up with you and we will all die. Netizens are still smart. Although black bears are huge in size, they may look clumsy. But in fact, when a black bear runs or sprints, his speed is faster than that of an ordinary car. Du Jie led a group of people and ran wildly in the other direction, feeling extremely panicked. Fortunately, the black bear didn't seem to be interested in them, so it didn't chase them, and there was no movement behind them. Du Jie didn't know how far they had run. When she came to her senses and signaled everyone to stop running, she realized that they had deviated from the planned route. Qian Heng asked, what should we do? Should we go back? Du Jie shook her head. There's a bear over there. We definitely can't go back. Qian Heng was a little anxious. What should we do? We have already deviated from the established route. We can't just find a new route temporarily, right? The opening of any route requires risk assessment. You can't just walk around randomly in a mountain like this. Wouldn't it be troublesome if you and your team accidentally entered the territory of other wild beasts? Just when Du Jie was hesitating, I suddenly said, look, is there anything over there? When they heard what I said, Du Jie and Qian Hang were immediately worried again. Are we going to encounter a bear again? The two of them looked in the direction of my finger and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not a black bear. But soon the two became nervous again. Although it's not a black bear, looking at the colorful pajamas, could there be a person lying there? Gurgle. Everyone swallowed. As a woman, Du Jie began to tremble with fear. Qian Hang, is there a person under the tree over there? Why don't you go over and take a look? Qian Hang's mouth twitched. Boy, isn't he afraid? But when he thought that he was a man, Qian Hang took a deep breath and took me over. Chapter 29: People Lost in the Mountains. The further Qian Hang walked, the more unsure he felt, especially when he realized that this person seemed to be in pajamas. Qian Hang's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Coach Qian, what's wrong with you? Keep going. I was also panicking, and when I saw Qian Hang suddenly stop moving, I became a little nervous. Qian Hang waved his hands and said, I can't do it anymore. I can't walk anymore. Go over and see for yourself. My legs are weak. I was so angry. Is this guy still a man? You are afraid, so why shouldn't I be afraid? Netizens enjoyed the fun and sent comments to encourage the actor. It's just a person lying there. What are you afraid of? Come closer and take a look. It should be a person, right? I can see the feet. An ordinary mannequin shouldn't have white skin, right? White skin. That means this person has been cold for many days, and maybe even blistered. Broadcaster, be brave. Come closer. Don't be afraid. We will protect you in the live broadcast room. Protect your body with this bullet screen. No offense intended. Rest in peace to the deceased. At this time, netizens were completely excited. Isn't this more exciting than watching a horror movie? This is a real corpse. Seeing that Qian Hang was unwilling to move forward no matter what, Du Jie cursed him as a waste and took the initiative to follow me forward. However, Du Jie's image as a strong female leader collapsed after just 2 steps. She held my arm tightly and almost hid behind me. I said helplessly, Team Leader Du, haven't you ever encountered something like this during your outdoor adventures before? You're the team leader, you can't be more nervous than me. Du Jie said confidently, we are doing outdoor exploration, not outdoor search and rescue. How can we have the chance to encounter such a special situation? Stop talking nonsense and check whether it is a person or not. At this time, I didn't want to remind Du Jie to pay attention to her image. He took 2 steps forward, and a corpse in pajamas appeared in front of everyone in the live broadcast room. When netizens saw this bloody scene, they were so scared that they screamed. Oh shit! It's really a dead body. Call the police. Call the police immediately. Could this host be Conan's reincarnation? Why is it that wherever he goes, something bad happens? This corpse is so dirty. Was it eaten by a dog? This is too disgusting. This is not right, brother. I don't even have a membership, so why are you broadcasting HD content to me directly? Can you please move the camera further away? I'm scared. Seeing that the corpse had taken on a gigantic size, I felt my stomach churning and had the urge to vomit at any time. Who knew that Du Jie was faster than him? He just had this thought and Du Jie started vomiting behind him. It would have been fine to encounter a bear while hiking outdoors, but now they had encountered a dead body. The other team members were all terrified and felt that they were very unlucky. I suppressed my nausea and observed the corpse for a while, then suddenly said in a deep voice, Don't vomit. We have to leave here as soon as possible. Why? Du Jie looked puzzled. Now that we have found a body here, shouldn't we call the police first and wait for them to come and investigate the scene? I said in a deep voice, Look, this guy's face has been bitten off, and there's a big hole in his stomach. Even the most ruthless killer wouldn't do such a thing, right? The only explanation is that he was eaten by a wild animal. The most likely animal is the black bear we just saw. If the black bear really ate this person, then it may come back, and we will be more attractive to it. So we absolutely cannot stay in this place anymore and must leave immediately. When they heard what I said, everyone shuddered. That makes sense. Generally, black bears will not actively attack humans. After all, humans are relatively large creatures in nature, and they can use tools which can easily injure black bears. But if the black bear is hungry, the situation is completely different. Not only will it actively attack humans, but after eating humans it will think that they are simply delicacies and will directly add humans to its diet in the future. I first took out my cell phone to locate the location, then quickly supported Du Jie, and we walked in another direction, trying to get as far away from this place as possible. But they still underestimated the danger in the mountains. Even with the assistance of satellite positioning, Du Jie and Qian Hang were still unable to lead the team back to a safe route. Instead, they lost their way in the valley and kept wandering around in the mountains. There was a couple whose ability to withstand stress was a little weaker. When they saw that they couldn't get out, they burst into tears. Seeing this, Du Jie hurried forward to comfort her. It's okay. Our cell phone signals are working fine, and we've called the police. We'll be able to go home soon once the search and rescue team comes to find us. Looking at the group of people who were lost, the netizens in the live broadcast room were very confused. I used to know that people would get lost if they didn't have a signal in the mountains, but now they have cell phone signals, so how can they get lost? You can tell at a glance that you have never been in the mountains. Do you think you can get out of the mountains just by knowing the directions? Do you think going north means going north forever? In fact, you won't get far before you come across a dead end and have to turn back and start over. Wouldn't you get lost if you keep going a few times? It's a little-known fact that even if your phone has no signal, you can still use satellite positioning, but it will take a little longer. So whether you have a signal or not, you can easily get lost in the mountains. Do you know why people in ancient times encountered ghost walls? It is easiest to encounter ghost walls in the mountains. Even if you know the direction, it is easy to get lost. City people will get dizzy after playing 2 games. They can't tell the direction even if the game map is so small, let alone wandering around in the mountains. I can only say that young people today are too well protected and have no idea how terrifying the mountains are. Seeing that everyone was in low spirits, I said, "Why don't we find a safe place to rest and wait for the rescue team to come? Don't walk around and cause trouble to others." Chen Hang pointed to a place not far away and said, "I think there seems to be a natural cave over there. We can go there to make a fire and take shelter from the rain." They did what they said. Led by Du Jie and Shen Hang, a group of people walked towards the cave and worked together to collect firewood and build a bonfire to keep warm. Just then, I discovered that there was a small pool of water next to the cave. Chapter 30. I killed the salvage team. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat fish? Just when everyone had just started the bonfire, I suddenly asked this question. Everyone else looked at me weirdly. Chen Hang frowned and said, "Captain Qin, where can we get fish to eat now? And now is not the time to discuss whether to eat fish or not. What we should do is to maintain our strength and wait for rescue." I curled my lips and said, "Wait. I didn't say I won't wait. Anyway, we are staying in the cave and there is a pond next to it. Catching fish won't delay waiting for rescue, right? You don't eat fish, right? Fine. I'll go catch some myself." I did it right away. I took out a set of waterproof pants and put them on, then walked down to the pond carefully and started fishing. Netizens in the live broadcast room called this scene outrageous. Isn't it true? He actually prepared a set of equipment for fishing in the water? Does he need to prepare this for a hiking expedition? Can anyone who knows anything tell me if he can catch fish this way? You can't catch anything. Fish are not stupid. If you go into the water to catch fish, the fish will run away. Not to mention that the water in the pond is so muddy. It may not even know where the fish are, so how can it catch fish? That's underestimating people, isn't it? Many people think that slacking off depends on skills, but in fact it depends on luck. Otherwise, why did people in the past like to slack off when they had nothing to do? It's because it involves gambling on luck. The fact is just as what netizens said. After I got into the water, the whole pool became turbid. Not to mention the fish, I couldn't even see my feet in the water. But I'm still lucky. He fumbled with his hands in the water for a few times, and suddenly he felt something hit his stomach. I quickly reached out and caught a big fish. "Ha ha ha, what a big fish, Captain Du. Could you please help me get it? I'll come up and grill it later." I threw the big fish hard and directly onto the shore. Du Jie and her group of people were all dumbfounded when they saw the fish. Wow, this fish must weigh at least 20 kilograms, right? Netizens were directly devastated. Where's the guy who just said he couldn't catch anything? Come out and say something. Air Force guy. Damn him. How come the fish he caught were bigger than the ones I caught? It's so unfair. It turns out that good skills are not as good as good luck, and it is better to just go into the water and catch fish than to spend money to make a nest. Now you know why the fishing ban doesn't ban fishermen, right? To catch a small fish, fishermen have to throw in at least several dozen kilograms of bait. This is not fishing at all. It's clearly fish farming. Turns out that people are fickle. Originally, everyone went out for a hiking adventure, thinking that they could finish the adventure and go home in 10 hours. As a result, they were forced into a cave by the black bear, and the snacks they brought with them were almost finished and everyone was starving. Now seeing me catching such a big fish, the few people who had just insisted that they would not eat fish immediately changed their minds. A girl licked her lips and said, "This fish looks delicious. It should taste good if it is grilled, right? So, does anyone know how to grill fish? I brought some salt and spices with me, which should be useful if you want to grill fish. I'll do it. I used to work in a barbecue restaurant. Bring the fish to me and I'll handle it." A few people did it as soon as they said they would. They gutted the fish, took out the internal organs and cleaned them. They sprinkled a little salt and spices on it to marinate it, skewered the fish with a wooden stick and started grilling it. Just as I started grilling, I threw a fish weighing over 20 kilograms out of the water. Netizens were once again shocked. "Stop it, you bastard. Stop slacking off and give us fishermen some face. I really can't help it. I'll give you $1,000 for the coordinates of the pond." "Damn, are the fish in the pond so fat? I'll give you 2,000. Send me a satellite location and I'll be there soon." As expected, wherever there are fish, there will be fishermen. Even a blind bear can't stop your enthusiasm for fishing. Right? Blind bear? Ask the bear if it's afraid of a shotgun. It's reasonable for me to bring a shotgun with me when I go fishing. Right? Cool leather, classic American dip net. Just as the fishermen were chatting in the live broadcast room, I bent down and suddenly touched something round and hard. What the hell is this? I brought the things up with a puzzled look on my face. The live broadcast room, which was originally bustling, suddenly became quiet. In my hand, a skull covered with mud and water plants appeared so fresh and clear. The people who were grilling fish on the shore were stunned at first, and then screamed in shock. Dead head. There's a dead head in the water. Someone's been murdered. Someone's been murdered. The female team members were so scared that their legs went weak and the male team members' faces turned pale. Finding a human skull in a pond in the wilderness was both unexpected and plausible. Somewhat embarrassed, I placed the skull on the shore. "Do we need to call the police?" Du Jie nodded with a pale face. "Haven't you called the police? They'll be here soon." I said, "Oh, that's right. Let's put the head here first. Don't move it, or you will destroy the evidence." Du Jie's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. Who the hell dares to move? This is a human skull. Who would play with this thing for no reason? Originally, they all thought that I would come up after fishing out the skull, but who knew that I turned around and walked to the middle of the pool again, continuing to bend down and reach down to grope for fish. I have to catch them. I'm still one fish short of completing the task set by the system. As long as I can catch one more fish, I will have completed my mission. I don't care about the size of the fish. Just as I was thinking this, he touched something hard again. Knowing that this thing couldn't possibly be a fish, I threw it to the shore without even looking at it. However, when the netizens in the live broadcast room saw clearly what this thing was, they were instantly shocked. "Nima, this is a leg bone, right? Can you fish this out?" "No, buddy, please stop fishing. I'm scared." "What do you mean? Are you going to fish out a complete skeleton from the water?" "Salvage team. The one who kills you is never one of your peers, but maybe a fisherman. A fisherman can catch anything except fish." Everyone around me was shocked by what I fished up, but I didn't feel anything. As he fished, he wondered, "This is weird. Why are there so many messy things down there? Where are the fish?" Netizen. Team member. Chapter 31, The Runaway in the Woods. Netizens have always felt that I have a very special temperament, but they have never been able to put their finger on what this temperament is. Now they finally understand. I always have a very calm feeling, as if I have seen through life and death. A normal person would not dare to continue fishing after fishing out the skull, but I was different. He went down there really to fish, and you could tell he was really hungry. On the highway in a police car, Lu Yen watched my live broadcast with a gloomy expression. Sun Jia and several colleagues were also watching the fun. "Sister Xiaoyan, my brother-in-law is so amazing. Has he ever done salvage work before?" Forensic Dr. Gao Ming also pushed his glasses aside and said seriously, "From what Mr. Qin just salvaged, there are at least 3 bodies in this pool, one of which is a female body, and there is a hole in the skull. We have reason to suspect that the pool was used by some criminal as a place to dump bodies, and judging from the location and size of the hole in the skull, it is very likely an execution-style shooting." As soon as Gao Ming said this, all the detectives in the car looked perked up. Wow, another big job. In Longwa, murder cases must be solved. This is the most basic principle. 3 lives were lost. This is definitely a major case. The most important thing is that one of them seemed to have been executed by shooting, which makes the nature of this case even worse. Generally speaking, only heartless criminals and criminal organizations would do such things. If they could get to the water pond as soon as possible, they might be able to uncover a hidden criminal organization through the clues of the 3 corpses. Lu Yen said in a deep voice, "How long will it take us to get there?" Sun Jia looked at the navigation and said, "We can enter the mountain in 5 minutes, but the environment in the mountain is complicated and there are bears. Even with positioning, it will take us at least half an hour to reach my brother-in-law." After hearing what Sun Jia said, Lu Yen frowned and said nothing, but just silently checked her equipment. Her intuition told her that the pool was not simple. The longer they stayed there, the more danger they would face. Crash. I saw a dark shadow moving and immediately reached out to grab it. As a result, he still didn't catch any fish this time, but instead picked up a black skull that looked covered in patina. Netizens in the live broadcast room have become accustomed to the initial shock and have started to make fun of it. I'm so confused. How many people are buried in here? Okay, buddy, stop trying. I admit that you have some skills, okay? You made me break out in a cold sweat in the middle of the day. You are really good. Haven't you noticed that the anchor is getting calmer and calmer? He's so calm now that I even think these things are just models. Criminal. I know a remote place. Chingo. I also know a remote place. As we all know, criminals often return to the crime scene to admire their masterpieces after committing a perfect crime. So I have reason to suspect that these people are related to Chingo. The person above, stop talking nonsense. If these people are really Chingugas, then why would he start a live broadcast to show you how to fish out skulls? Do you think you've lived too long? The more bones I picked up, the more scared Du Jie, Qian Hang, and the others became. Before, they thought I was a bit like a novice in outdoor adventure and was not good at anything. But now, seeing how calmly I fished out these bones, any doubts in their hearts instantly vanished. With this kind of mental quality, let alone being an outdoor adventure expert, they would believe you even if you said he had fought in a war. Just when I was about to give up, he finally caught another fish. This fish weighed 30 kilograms, and I almost couldn't hold it when it struggled. Ha ha ha! I caught a fish. I finally caught the last fish. I carried the fish ashore and walked straight to the campfire. Why are you all looking at me like that? Come on, grill this fish too. You can save some for fish soup. Everyone was silent. Qian Hang said awkwardly, Brother Qin, this fish, I think we shouldn't eat it for the time being. I looked confused. Why, these 3 fish are so big. They are enough for us to eat. Qian Hang pointed to a pile of bones on the shore and said, Brother Qin, have you ever wondered why these fish can grow so big? This is no joke. After being reminded by Qian Hang, I also fell silent. He was completely immersed in the joy of catching the fish, so he didn't think about this at all. But now that I think about it carefully, it seems to be true. In such a small pond, even if there are big fish eating small fish, it is absolutely impossible to raise dozens of kilograms of fish. The only possibility is that someone often feeds this pond, so these fish can grow so big. So it goes without saying what these big fish usually eat. It's disgusting just thinking about it. Then, just leave these fish here for now. You can eat them whenever you want. At this time, I had lost my appetite, so I put the fish aside and changed into a new set of clothes. Just as he was about to move closer to the fire, a gunshot was suddenly heard in the distance. Everyone in the cave was stunned when they heard the gunshot. What was that sound just now? Was it a gunshot? Could it be that the police are coming for us? Du Jie shook her head and said, It doesn't seem like that. If the police came looking for us, they wouldn't shoot casually, unless they also encountered a black bear. As soon as Du Jie finished speaking, several gunshots were heard outside, accompanied by someone shouting, as if wild men in the jungle were hunting. The first thing I did was to put out the campfire with water. Then I made a gesture, indicating that everyone should go into the cave, hide in the shadows, and try not to make any noise. Just when a group of people had just hidden themselves in the cave, a man and a woman stumbled out of the woods, looking panicked and terrified. It can be seen that this couple is probably running for their lives. However, they had not run far when 3 men with guns chased out of the woods and shot them. The bullet pierced the woman's leg, and she fell to the ground, unable to move forward. The man in the shirt first checked the woman's injuries. Seeing that someone was catching up with him, he resolutely let go of the woman's hand and prepared to escape alone. Who knew that another gunshot would be heard the next second, and the bullet pierced the man in the shirt's leg again. The man in the shirt screamed and fell to the ground. Brother Hui, please don't kill me. We were wrong. We will follow you back. From now on, whatever you say is fine. Okay. I am still useful to Uncle Zhong. Please give me another chance. Chapter 32, Cruel Scar. Can be seen that the man in the shirt was really scared. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. His sweat and mud on the ground mixed together, and his face was covered with dirt. But the man in the shirt didn't care about all these at the moment. He just wanted to survive, and his begging for mercy would be effective. When netizens saw the scene, they were unable to react for a while. This can't be a play, what's going on? The acting is pretty realistic. Brother upstairs, let me be honest, this doesn't look like acting. I'm the prop master in the crew. I can't produce the effect of the bullet in the leg just now. It's too real. Oh my God. Don't say that. I'm scared. If it's not an act, then wouldn't the anchors be in danger? Not only were netizens worried, but Du Jie and others who were hiding in the cave were also very nervous. After all, netizens are separated by a screen, so they feel somewhat safe. But Du Jie and the others were completely immersed in the scene. No matter whether it was the gunshot just now or the man in the shirt begging for mercy, it sounded so close and so real to them. Du Jie subconsciously grabbed my arm and was extremely nervous. If all this is true, then if they are accidentally discovered by these three men with guns, wouldn't their lives be in danger? Just as Du Jie was thinking about it, the scarred man holding the gun sneered and said, "Now you know how to thank Uncle Hui for your kindness? Uncle Hui didn't treat you badly before. Why didn't you think about the consequences before you ran away? Dr. Su, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being smart enough. You gave up the opportunity to make a fortune for a woman. Be smarter in your next life and don't let women get you carried away." Bang! Without giving the man in shirt a chance to speak, the man with the scar shot him in the head. The man in the shirt tilted his head back, and it was as if his soul was sucked out of him in an instant, and he fell cleanly into a pool of blood. The woman next to her screamed in fright. The scarred man fired another shot, killing the woman as well, and her screams stopped abruptly. "Fatty camel. Tie the two of them up with stones and throw them into the pond. Be quick and don't waste time." The scarred man took out a towel and wiped his pistol, then prepared to rest on a rock. Netizens were completely shocked. "Fuck. This is too exciting. Is there really a gun? Really? This is absolutely true. Look, they tied stones to the feet of those two people. This is to prevent the bodies from floating up when they are thrown into the pond. My goodness, if they all deal with corpses in this way, then those skeletons in the pool can be explained. Officer Liu and the others haven't arrived yet? Someone has been killed here. Oh my God. I'm worried about the anchor even through the screen. Will they be discovered by these three bad guys? What you fear will come true." Just as the fat man and the camel had tied the stones and were about to throw the two men into the pool, their faces suddenly changed. The two men quickly came to the side of the scarred man. "Brother Scar, something is wrong. Look over there." The scarred man looked in the direction the fat man's finger pointed and discovered a pile of human bones on the shore. Scar immediately took out his pistol and looked around vigilantly. "Someone has been here and fished out the body from the pond." The fat man asked nervously, "Didn't you say this place is very remote and even ghosts wouldn't come here? Do you think it was picked up by the police? Should we just run away?" Scar kicked the fat man on the leg. "Don't panic. If the police had fished them out, how could they not have come out after we fired so many shots? These bones must have been fished out by a passerby. Either he is still hiding nearby, or he has come down the mountain to call the police. Search everywhere. Be careful." When the team members hiding in the cave heard that Scar wanted to search, they turned pale with fear. Du Jie held my hand tightly, closed her eyes, and trembled all over. This cave has only one entrance and exit, and the cave is not deep enough. If Scar found that there were people hiding in this cave, he could kill them all with just a few shots. Otherwise, why do they say that bad luck can only make things worse? Scar took only 2 steps before he saw the bonfire that had just been extinguished and a series of messy footprints. Scar only thought about it for a moment and immediately realized that there must be a group of people camping here temporarily, most likely hiking enthusiasts. Scar immediately pointed his gun at the cave. "Come out, everyone. Stop hiding. I can see you. If you don't come out, I'll shoot you." The fat man and the camel also rushed over and pointed their guns at the cave. 3 men, 3 guns. As long as we shoot them, those hiding in the cave will surely die. I knew there was no way to hide, so he could only raise his hand and be the first to walk out. Although Du Jie and the others were scared, they could only follow me tremblingly. When they saw how I and the others were dressed, the 3 of them immediately relaxed. I said, "Brothers, we are just here to explore the mountains. We got lost and hid in this cave. We didn't see or know what happened just now. Please help us." The scarred man held the pistol in his hand and said contemptuously, "You are quite good at talking, but it's a pity that you saw something you shouldn't have seen. You can only blame your bad luck." Scar said this and looked at Du Jie and the women again, licked his lips, and threw a few ropes over. "But there are ways to survive. Tie up those women and I'll let you men go. If you don't tie them up, you'll all die." When the women heard that Scar was going to tie them up, they were terrified and begged for mercy. Although I don't know what Scar and his men do, I know what will happen if I am kidnapped by such vicious criminals. For a while, the girls' cries for mercy were heard one after another. Hubby, you said you would love me forever. You won't tie me up, right? Don't tie me up. Xiao Guang, you are my boyfriend. If you tie me up, we will break up. Du Jie also looked at me with pleading eyes, hoping that he would not tie her up. I sighed, took the rope from the ground, and said helplessly, Team Leader Du, please cooperate. If you follow them later, you will at least have a chance of survival, but it may not be the case for us men. I'm not stupid. The scarred man asked them to kidnap the woman just because he didn't want to do it himself. In the minds of Scar Man and the other two, the men in the expedition team had actually been sentenced to death long ago. At this time, I followed the Scar Man's instructions just to delay time as much as possible. Seeing that there were still men unwilling to cooperate, the scarred man lost his patience. Stop dithering. If you don't tie me up, you'll all die. Chapter 33, Never Mess with a Fool. Just as the scarred man raised his gun to make an example of someone, a gunshot rang out. The scarred man felt as if his right hand was hit by a hammer, and then his entire right palm disappeared. Police, put down your guns and don't move. Lu Yan's voice at this moment sounded like the sound of nature to me. I shouted excitedly, Honey, I love you. Lu Yan didn't have time to pay attention to me. He raised his hand and fired 2 more shots, knocking the fat man and Camel's pistols out. Netizens were very excited when they saw this scene. Fuck, Officer Lu's shooting skills are so good. He's so strong. He hit the target with all 3 shots. It's just like shooting someone's gun down. How difficult is that? It's just basic operation. Basic operation, you're good enough if you can hit the target with a 50-meter pistol. You're a sharpshooter if you can shoot wherever you point. Do you understand? When you say you want to hit someone's hand, you never hit their feet. When you say you want to shoot someone in the head, you never shoot their chest. This kind of shooting skill is the elite standard among special police officers. It's become a basic operation for you. It's awesome. You may be a gun master in real life, but in Douyin, you still need to practice. Scar and the other 2 were terribly frightened after Lu Yan fired 3 shots and knocked their weapons away. But they were desperate criminals and knew they would be killed if caught by the police, so they had no intention of surrendering as they had no weapons and just turned around and ran. They planned to use their familiarity with the terrain to evade capture. Sun Jia, you chase the fat guy on the left. Xing Dong, you chase the one on the right, and I'll take care of the Scar in the middle. After quickly assigning the tasks, the police divided into 3 teams and began the pursuit separately. But Lu Yan and the others arrived later after all. They were dozens of meters away from Scar and his 2 companions on the hillside, and there was no way they could catch up in a short time. Just as the 3 were about to enter the woods, a figure suddenly chased after them at an extremely fast speed. Netizens in the live broadcast room exclaimed in surprise. Fuck! Why is the camera shaking so suddenly? Oh my god! Could it be that Qin Go rushed up? Qin Go, are you crazy? Don't be impulsive. Hey, I'm going to vomit. Can't you just buy a gimbal and start live streaming? I allowed netizens to experience the first-person perspective of chasing the murderer. Feeling a gust of wind approaching quickly from behind, the fat man just wanted to turn around, but was hit in the face by the oncoming stone. The fat man cried out, covered his face and fell to the ground. The severe pain made him unable to open his eyes, let alone escape. The camel had some skills and knew that I was coming with bad intentions, so he didn't even bother to look back. He just kept rushing forward, and looking back would only slow down his escape speed. Who knew that I picked up a stick from the ground and hit the camel's leg hard. The camel lost his balance and fell to the ground, holding his leg. Before he could stand up, I stepped hard on his calf and broke it. Hiss! Everyone who saw the scene couldn't help but gasp. Even professionally trained special police like Xingdong felt their scalps tingling when they saw what I was doing. Good fellow, no moral principles, only ruthless moves. I have to say that although these tactics are cruel, they are also effective. Cleanly and neatly, the 2 were prevented from escaping in the simplest and most brutal way. Now only the scarred man is left. With the effect of my enhanced physical strength, I quickly caught up with the scarred man. However, just as he was about to make a move, the scarred man in front of him suddenly turned around, took out a dagger with his left hand and stabbed directly at me. Be careful. Lu Yan was anxious watching from behind. The scarred man suddenly stopped and turned around to stab with a dagger. I had no way of avoiding him at this distance and speed. I saw myself colliding heavily with the scarred man, and we both fell to the ground at the same time, fighting on the ground. I am physically stronger than the scarred man, but the scarred man has rich fighting experience. For a while, the two of us fought back and forth, and neither of us could control the other. Seeing that I was gradually losing the upper hand, I suddenly picked up a stone and smashed it directly at the scarred man's right wrist. Ah! The intense pain caused the scarred man to temporarily lose strength. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I firmly grasped the scarred man's left wrist with both hands, turned the dagger and pressed it downward. As he watched the dagger slowly stabbing toward his throat, the scarred man's eyes gradually changed from anger to fear. The scarred man couldn't even utter a complete sentence and could only make pleading sounds in his throat. Just as the sharp dagger touched the scarred man's neck and was about to pierce him, I twisted my hands to change the direction of the dagger. The dagger brushed past the scarred man's neck and stuck into the ground next to him. Lu Yen and several special police officers arrived in time and quickly pulled the two apart. Lu Yen said angrily, "You are asking for your life. Who told you to chase after him alone?" I smiled innocently. "I'm fine. How about it, honey? Am I handsome? Can I apply for a police assistant position in your company?" With tears in her eyes, Lu Yen quickly helped me do a full body check. A dagger-cut wound was found on my abdomen. Judging from the marks on the wound, if I had not turned sideways in time, the knife would have stabbed directly into his abdomen. Lu Yen was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He punched me several times in succession, and not feeling satisfied, he kicked him several times. I just laughed cheerfully and didn't fight back, like a punching bag. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all stunned when they saw this scene. Did Chin Go almost kill that scarred man just now? Damn it! I can tell even from watching the live broadcast. If Chin Go hadn't twisted his body just now, the dagger would have pierced the scarred man's throat. My goodness! Has the anchor ever killed anyone before? He definitely had murderous intent just now, and everyone can testify to that. It's easy to understand if you put yourself in the host's shoes. You just escaped death, and the man who just threatened you with a gun is running for his life. As a real man, can you not rush up to him and kill him? I can't stand it anyway. Anchor. What I hate most in my life is someone pointing a gun to my head. People are very scary when they are angry. When I was working, I was bullied by someone. I got so angry that I just picked up a steel pipe and started beating him. The steel pipe was even bent. My coworkers didn't dare to come up to help me because my eyes were red. If my uncle hadn't shown up, I would have beaten that person to death. Do you know why many people tremble before a fight? The adrenaline is there and the body is ready. If you fight with a trembling person, you must be desperate. From experience, never mess with those young people. They are just fools. If you piss them off, they will really dare to stab you with a knife. Just as netizens were discussing heatedly, Sun Jia made a major discovery. Chapter 34. This is a professional team leader. Sister Xiaoyan. They are the people of Poison Spider. When Sun Jia shouted, Lu Yen came over immediately. All the policemen around were cheered up and became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Lu Yen pulled up the right sleeves of several people and found red spider tattoos on their arms. I asked with a puzzled look on my face, "Wife, what is a poisonous spider?" Sun Jia explained excitedly, "Brother-in-law, you are really a lucky star for our police force. The Poison Spiders are a transnational criminal organization that smuggles all kinds of dangerous goods. We have been looking for them for a long time. It's just that the people in this organization are very cunning. They usually only send a small number of people to the city in batches to purchase daily necessities. Moreover, they are very aware of anti-reconnaissance. We can't find their whereabouts at all." "That's great. We've caught these 3 poisonous spiders. Their lair must be nearby." Sun Jia's inference is well-founded. Since the man in the shirt and the woman escaped, and several others dug their way out on foot, it means the poisonous spider's nest cannot be too far away. Not to mention that this pool of water is where the poisonous spiders specifically used to deal with corpses. Generally, such a place is not too far from their nest. Otherwise, do you have to drive the corpse to another place every time you deal with it? But even if we know that the nest is nearby, it will be very difficult to find it. After all, a large part of Ileo Mountain is undeveloped. Not only are there ferocious wild animals like blind bears, but there are also complex terrain environments such as sinkholes, caves, woods, and swamps. If you don't know the exact location, it might be difficult to find it for a while. Lu Yen said, "Notify the headquarters and ask them to send more people to seal the mountain." "Yes, Sister Xiaoyan." Sun Jia contacted the headquarters immediately. No matter where the poisonous spider's nest is in Ileo Mountain, We should seal the mountain first and then catch the spider in the trap. Lu Yen looked at the scarred man again and asked, "Tell me, where's your lair?" The scarred man knew that he would not survive because of the things he had done. So when faced with Lu Yan's questions, he was very tough and had no intention of cooperating at all. "You policemen are so capable, then go find it yourself. I don't know anything, and I don't know what the poisonous spider you are talking about is." Seeing the scarred man being so stubborn, netizens were furious. Why be polite to him? Just go ahead and beat him up and I'll tell you everything. Today's netizens are still too violent and more anxious than the police. Do you understand civilized law enforcement? Anyone who dares to torture someone to extract a confession will be sent to prison. That is to say, people are generally more educated now. If it were in the past, we would just use a big mnemonic technique and we would remember everything. The surveillance camera is out of power, but the electric baton is fully charged. In an hour, even the Lord will beg for mercy. If all else fails, drag him aside and let Chin Go interrogate him. I think Chin Go is much more ruthless. Maybe he can find out something from the interrogation. Scar and his two companions refused to cooperate, and Lu Yen and her companions did not dare to rashly search the surrounding terrain. Lu Yen thought for a moment and said, I will arrange a team to take you down the mountain. What happened here has nothing to do with you. You should go home as soon as possible." Du Jie and others nodded repeatedly. They came out for a hiking adventure, but they didn't expect to encounter such an exciting thing as soon as they went out. It is estimated that many of the team members have been psychologically traumatized. Now they just want to go home quickly and don't want to stay in this damn place at all. Who knew? I said. No, we haven't even finished our hiking route yet, and I hate giving up halfway.
Du Ji?
Everyone, including Du Jie, looked at me with confusion. Netizens were amused. Are you okay, buddy? You've already encountered a murder during your hiking expedition. The police have already intervened. Do you still want to continue? See? That's what we call professionalism. No matter what happens on the road, we must insist on completing the route. This is the quality of a professional tour leader. On a hiking expedition, you can encounter all kinds of situations. Just tell me whether this expedition is exciting or not. Chin Go always shows unprecedented bravery when others least expect it. I can only say that Chin Go is too amazing. I can't see through him. Lu Yen angrily slapped me. What nonsense are you talking about? It's already this late, and you're still thinking about completing your expedition? Didn't I tell you to stay home and stay at home? I haven't even settled the score with you for sneaking out on your own. Are you still going to take advantage of me? Lu Yen was really angry. My husband must be a fool. Is it something a normal person would say to continue hiking adventures at this time? I was anxious too. If he doesn't complete this hiking expedition, how can he accomplish his mission? I simply said, "Wife, I can help you find their lair, but the prerequisite is that you have to help me complete this hiking expedition." Lu Yan's face darkened. Cooperating with the police in their investigation is the duty of every citizen. Besides, I can't joke about other people's safety just because of what you said. Du Jie and others nodded repeatedly, feeling that Lu Yen was simply a savior, with the light of justice filling her entire body. I said, "Oh," and spread my hands and said, "Okay, then I can't do anything about it. You guys can find it yourself." Lu Yen gritted her teeth and said, "Don't force me to beat you in front of so many people. If you know anything, just tell me." I said, "I've said everything I need to say. I don't know anything else." Lu Yen was about to take action directly, but then Luo Jun called. "Lu Yen, I have heard your husband's request. As a police officer, you should know how big a threat the poisonous spiders pose to our entire Jianghai city, right? I hope you can put fighting crime first and take the overall situation into consideration. As for the route they take down the mountain, we can completely replan it. As long as their safety can be guaranteed, it doesn't matter where they go down the mountain. Can't you be flexible in what you do?" Lu Yen.
Du Ye.
Lu Yen said helplessly, "Yes, leader. I know what to do. I will communicate with me right away." Seeing that Lu Yen actually gave in, many netizens posted comments and gave her a thumbs up. Otherwise, how can he be a leader? He speaks with such level of skill. It's downhill no matter where you go down the mountain. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Chapter 35. This kid must be specially recruited. At this time, Du Jie really wanted to call the police. What is this? They were sold out with just one phone call? I gave Du Jie a reassuring look and said seriously, "Don't worry, team leader Du. I will definitely lead you to complete this hiking adventure. and make sure your money is not wasted. Everyone, what the hell? Who has the heart to explore now? Let's go home. We must go home safely. The members of the expedition were very emotional. If there hadn't been special police stopping them, they would probably have beaten me up. So infuriating. Where did you find this crazy leader? He must have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Lu Yen said with a sullen face. Tell me, where is their lair? If you dare to lie to me or say something nonsense, you know the consequences. I took out a map and handed it over. Lu Yen took it and looked at it for a long time, but didn't find anything strange, just saw a route. What's this? Me. This is our expedition team's hiking route. You're going to take us down the mountain along this route later? Is that okay? Lu Yen. Seeing the veins popping up on Lu Yen's forehead, Sun Jia winked at me frantically, indicating that he should quit while he was ahead. Don't go too far. Do you believe that I can break your legs? Noticing that Lu Yen's anger was soaring, I shuddered with fear and quickly said, Don't worry, honey. I'll take a look and see where their lair is. I took the nearby map and went straight to the scarred man. Everyone else looked at me curiously, wanting to see how he was going to find the poisonous spider's nest. I spread out the map and placed my index finger on it. Come, friend. Tell me where is the lair of your poisonous spiders. The scarred man looked at me like I was an idiot. Do you think I'll tell you? I smiled slightly. You don't have to talk. Just look at the map. The man with the scar looked at the map very confidently. He didn't believe that I could see anything from his eyes. By skill, experienced horse knows the way has been activated. When the skill was activated, a series of route images appeared directly in my mind through the eyes of the scarred man. I quickly found a pen and paper and started drawing on the map while looking into the scarred man's eyes. At first, the scarred man was very calm, but soon the confident smile on his face froze, and his expression changed from disdain to shock. Damn it! How did this guy do it? Not only did I mark out the lair of the poisonous spiders, I even drew out most of the layout of the lair, and even marked the locations of the sentry posts. Can this guy read minds? Don't move. Open your eyes. Look my eyes. Weird. This guy is so weird. The consequences of betraying the poison spider are very miserable. The scar man would rather be caught and shot by the police than be arrested for betraying the organization. What awaits them then is torture worse than death. Lu Yen said in a deep voice. Open his eyelids. Yes, Captain Lu. Two special police officers came forward and pried open the scarred man's eyelids so that he could always look into my eyes. The scarred man screamed in fear. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Witchcraft. This kid knows witchcraft. The netizens in the live broadcast room fell silent after seeing this scene. I know the anchor is awesome, but isn't his ability too incredible? Could it be that he can really read minds? The eyes are the windows to the soul. It's reasonable for me to break in through the window and take something from your heart, right? Against the will of heaven. What kind of heart-stealing thief? In fact, there are also psychology masters abroad who can do this. They can read a lot of things just by looking at a person's eyes, because it's not just the eyes, a person's micro-expressions can also express a lot of meanings. But for someone like the anchor who can draw directly, I can only say, a unique skill. I've learned a lot. It's true that there are many things in the world. People like anchors are considered special talents, right? Shouldn't they be specially recruited? Not only were netizens shocked, but Luo Jun and a group of criminal investigation experts who had been watching the live broadcast were also silent. In the command hall, Luo Jun was silent for a moment before asking, Old Wang, can your interrogation team do the same as him? Wang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. I have been doing interrogation for more than 40 years, and I have never seen such a skill. But theoretically, it is indeed possible because when a person is nervous, his pupils will change. People can lie, but their pupils cannot lie. When we are interrogating people, we also use pupil dilation and microexpressions to determine whether the other party is telling the truth or a lie. But as for skills like drawing, I really can't imagine how he did it. But judging from Scar's reaction, the map I drew is very reliable. Wang Ming is a famous interrogation expert and criminal investigation expert in Jianghai City. He has a special skill called clues. It means that one can judge the physical characteristics of a criminal suspect based solely on the footprints at the crime scene, and even be able to judge some of the criminal suspect's special hobbies and characteristics based on some very small things. This unique skill of finding clues was inherited from ancestors, and it seems outrageous to ordinary people. Who knew that I would now display even more outrageous talents and skills, which even an experienced interrogator like Wang Ming had to admire. Luo Jun said, "Old Wang, what do you think of me? If I apply for a special recruitment quota, will you have any objection?" Everyone else was stunned. You should know that the police station generally does not recruit specially, especially for newcomers like me who have never participated in police school training. If I don't have outstanding skills in a certain area, it is impossible to be specially recruited. After all, the treatment for special recruitment is very good, and they also enjoy certain law enforcement powers, and the quota review is also very strict. Wang Ming thought about it carefully and said, judging from his performance alone, he does meet the requirements for special recruitment. However, the scope of application of his skills is too narrow. If he is specially recruited, he can probably only do interrogation-related work. Luo Jun shook his head and said, if he only has this one skill, I can only invite him to come and help us with the case. But this kid is very evil. His real strength lies in the fact that wherever he goes, there will be major cases. You haven't been in the bureau for a while, so you don't know what this kid is capable of. Luo Jun handed over several files. Look, all the cases our bureau has solved recently are related to him. Wang Ming took the file and looked at it. The more he read, the more frightened he became. Serial murders, pyramid scheme frauds, and online fugitives are all related to this guy. Wang Ming's attitude instantly became firm. Recruit. Must recruit specially. This kid is definitely a mascot. Chapter 36. We are a couple. Wang Ming and Luo Jun quickly reached an agreement. After all, the police station also has performance indicators. If the indicators are not met at the end of the year, a supervisory team will be sent to check whether the public security here is really that good, or whether there is a situation of protective umbrellas. AI Laoshan. According to the map I drew, Lu Yen divided the special police into 3 teams. One team was responsible for protecting the hiking expedition members, and the other 2 teams were responsible for attacking and raiding the lair of the poisonous spider. After arranging the battle plan, Lu Yen looked at his watch. It is now 4:23 p.m. Everyone check the time and equipment. Everyone took out their watches to check the time. Sun Jia said nervously, Sister Xiaoyan, why don't we wait for follow-up support? After all, we don't know how many people are inside. Although Sun Jia has participated in many arrest operations, she is only a criminal police officer, not a special police officer. Faced with an armed criminal organization like the Poison Spider, Sun Jia couldn't help but feel unsure. After all, she was not a professional. Lu Yen glanced at her and said, just stay and protect them. I'll lead the team. Sun Jia wanted to say something, but was stopped by Xingdong's eyes. Not all women are as fearless as Lu Yen. Since Sun Jia is already afraid, she should not participate in the action to avoid any accidents. When the time came to 4:25, Lu Yen made a gesture, and the special police immediately split into 2 teams and entered the woods on the left and right, and soon disappeared. Netizens in the live broadcast room were extremely excited. Oh my god. This is my first time watching a SWAT live broadcast of an operation. It's so exciting. This is all thanks to the host. Otherwise, how could we be involved in such a confidential operation? Sister Lu Yen is really amazing. Not only can she arrest criminals as a criminal police officer, but she can also command special police operations. She is simply an all-rounder. Lu Yen is a retired member of the Special Forces. Do you think she is a delicate administrative staff? It's a pity that I can't see Sister Lu Yan's first-person perspective. Otherwise, it would definitely be very exciting. Host, go ahead. Your wife has already taken action. Why don't you follow? Looking at the heated comments in the live broadcast room, I remained indifferent. Although my physical condition has improved, he is still very aware of his abilities. He is not a professional special police officer. Following her at this time will only hinder Lu Yen. It would be a big trouble if he was accidentally injured by his own people. It would be better to stay here and wait for the results. This is the safest way. Just as I was thinking this, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Congratulations to the host for winning 2,000 yuan in cash. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the gourmet skill, Golden Tongue. Congratulations to the host for learning a new dish, Golden Egg Fried Rice. When I saw the reward given by the system, I was stunned. No, buddy, you are being too perfunctory. I almost sacrificed my life to complete your side quest. And you give me these 2 useless skills? I was totally depressed. If I had known that the rewards for the side quests were so poor, I wouldn't have completed them so seriously. It's not worth it. Just as I was thinking this, A series of gunshots suddenly came from the front. Judging from the intensity of the gunfire, the exchange of fire between the two sides was very intense. I immediately became nervous. After all, Lu Yen is his wife and bullets have no eyes. If anything happened to Lu Yen during this operation, I would definitely feel guilty for the rest of my life. Fortunately, the gunfire gradually subsided after 5 minutes, and Lu Yan's voice was heard through Sun Jia's intercom. Mission successfully completed. Sun Jia, bring them to the edge of the village and don't let them in. Just guard the door. Yes, Sister Xiaoyan. After getting Lu Yan's consent, Sun Jia dared to take the person over. If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, we would never have believed that someone could have built a stronghold in such a deep forest. This kind of village is surrounded by fences and iron sheets, and looks like an abandoned lumberjack's rest house or a doomsday shelter. The entire village is divided into 3 floors. The main body is a wooden structure, and the roof is made of colored steel tiles. After seeing this scene, netizens couldn't help but sigh. I thought this poisonous spider was so powerful, but it turns out to live in such a weird place? Dude, compared to other criminal organizations, living in a place like this is pretty good. At least it can keep you out of the wind and rain. Many criminals hide in the mountains and have to sleep in the open, without even a hot meal. The guy above has a lot of stories to tell. Can we add him as a friend and chat in private messages? It must be hard to be wandering outside. You can't sleep well because you're always worried. Not only do you not dare to go out to bask in the sun, you even have to hide here and there and do odd jobs. Come back and turn yourself in. The conditions in our prison are much better now. At least we can guarantee you 3 meals a day. The guy upstairs is from the prison? The prison is also trying to boost sales now. That's too much. It feels like these criminals hiding from place to place are just like Brother Tumu. They have money but can't spend it. Brother Tumu, are you polite? After handcuffing all the arrested suspects and making sure the lair was completely safe, Lu Yen walked out with a gun. When I saw blood on Lu Yen's body, I immediately became anxious. Honey, are you hurt? Where are you hurt? Is it serious? Let me take a look. Lu Yen stretched out her hand to push me away, frowning and saying, Get lost. This is someone else's blood. I gave Lu Yen a thumbs up. My wife is awesome. Netizens were also shocked. If Lu Yan's body was splashed with other people's blood, it only meant that Lu Yen and the other party had a close combat, and the two sides were very likely to have fought at a very close distance. It is rare to find a female hero like Lu Yen who can kill at close range without changing her expression. Lu Yen put the gun into the holster and then said to me, Are you ready? If you are, let's go. Du Jie was stunned by Lu Yan's words. She asked in a low voice, Officer, where are we going? Lu Yen said calmly, Aren't you going to continue your hiking adventure? I'll bring a team to go with you. Du Jie was almost crying with fear. She waved her hands and said, Officer, you misunderstood. We just want to go home now. We don't want to continue the hiking adventure. With executions and gunfights all around, who would have the mood to go on a hiking expedition? Lu Yen glanced at me, and my eyes were firm, as if telling her not to go back on her word. Lu Yen could only change her way of saying it. Oh fine, I'll escort you down the mountain and follow the route of your hiking adventure. Stop wasting time and let's go. Du Ye. Team member. This couple is absolutely amazing. Chapter 37. Marrying into a man's wardrobe. 3 hours later, at the foot of the mountain. The ambulance and police car had been waiting for a long time, and the owner of the adventure club, Chao Lingyun, had also arrived. When the team members saw the ambulance and their relatives, they could no longer hold back and rushed forward to hug the family members, crying very sadly. I had never participated in such a high-intensity hiking adventure before. After walking for 3 hours, he felt that his legs were almost broken. He stood on the side of the road panting and quickly drank water. Lu Yen walked up to him and said sarcastically, That's great. I didn't expect you to like this kind of sport. Tell me, how many times have you been outdoors? Do you have a regular hiking partner? When I heard Lu Yen ask this, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder he always felt that there was something strange about Lu Yen before. Turned out that she was waiting for him here. I quickly explained, Honey, you misunderstood. I've never done this before, and I don't have a regular partner. I just want to experience it as a part-time job to see if this job has a future. Lu Yen sneered. Now that you have experienced it, do you have a future? I shook my head repeatedly. There is no future, absolutely no future. Not only is it tiring, but you might also run into bears and the like on the way. It's too dangerous. I might as well be delivering food. Seeing my sincere attitude, Lu Yen nodded with satisfaction. Since there is no future in this kind of work, don't do it anymore. By the way, my parents asked us to have dinner tonight. You should arrange your time well and don't waste it doing anything messy. I quickly raised my hand and promised to manage my time well. After Lu Yen left, Chao Lingyun came over and looked me up and down. Tell me, how much money did the other party give you? I was stunned for a moment. How much did you give for what? Chao Lingyun sneered. My competitor. How much money did I give you to mess with me? We have been brothers for so many years. You said you wanted to experience the feeling of being a leader and wanted a title so that you can hold your head up in front of your father-in-law and mother-in-law. Did I help you? I arranged a gold medal leader for you, the best here. In the end, how did you repay me? Not only will my business be affected by this trip, but I'm not sure whether Du Jie is willing to stay and continue working. I felt a little embarrassed when I heard Chao Lingyun say this. My good brother helped me, but I ended up taking his teammates to experience an escape in the mountains, which was really not very nice. But this is not something he can control. This is all an accident. I scratched my face and said awkwardly, well, I didn't know there would be so many thrilling things during a hike. So tell me how you want me to compensate you. Chao Lingyun showed an expression of success. That's what you said. You'll go with me to the class reunion tomorrow. I was about to open my mouth when Chao Lingyun said, you are not allowed to refuse, because you said you would compensate me. If you are a brother, dress more handsomely for me tomorrow. Well, it seems I have to go tomorrow. I have a headache. I have always been reluctant to attend class reunions. After all, I was bullied a lot by classmates because of my poor family conditions when I was in school, and I would definitely meet the people I was most afraid of meeting at the class reunion, which would be very troublesome. I glanced at Chao Lingyun. Okay, then send me the address and time, but don't let my wife know. Chao Lingyun looked at me with disdain. Coward. As soon as Chao Lingyun finished speaking, he turned around and saw Lu Yen looking over here. Feeling the murderous intent in Lu Yen's eyes, Chao Lingyun shuddered with fear. Actually, it's not entirely my fault. Who wouldn't be scared when encountering such a beautiful evil spirit? Lao Qin, I have something else to do at the company. I'm leaving first. Remember to dress nicely. See you tomorrow. Worried that Lu Yen would come and cause trouble for him, Chao Lingyun made up an excuse and retreated immediately. Seeing Chao Lingyun running away so disloyally, I was about to curse him when the system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the language skill, foreign language proficiency. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the social skill. Never get drunk. Okay, you knew I had a dinner party tonight, so you deliberately unlocked social skills, right? The system is quite considerate. But can you give me some practical skills? I took out a cigarette from my pocket and just put it in my mouth. Lu Yen came over, took the cigarette away, and stuffed a lollipop into his mouth. Lu Yen said with a serious face, we are preparing for pregnancy. Have you forgotten? Who told you to smoke? I looked embarrassed. I don't order it. I just hold it in my mouth to smell it. Lu Yen, just eat a lollipop. Lollipops have flavor, lychee flavor. I felt a little helpless and played with the lollipop with my tongue. Lu Yen helped me organize my clothes like a mother, and while doing so she said, I have already asked for leave from my boss. If I can leave work early later, we can go to have dinner with my parents. I know you don't like that kind of occasion, but just bear with it for my sake. Stay for a while and then we'll go home. I'll make it up to you when we get home. Okay? As soon as Lu Yen said this, the netizens in the live broadcast room suddenly became uneasy. Oh my God. Hearing the word compensation come out of Willow God's mouth is really unbearable. I'm already starting to have wild thoughts. Me? Compensate me? You clearly just want to suck me dry. I'm finally going to meet my parents-in-law? I'm so excited. Guys, what do you think I should wear when I meet my parents-in-law for the first time? You're all starting to fantasize, right? It's your first time meeting your parents-in-law. My suggestion is that you just kowtow 3 times in front of the screen when the time comes. Everyone has lost their minds in front of Lu Shun's extremely high beauty, but I still want to say that she is my wife, so don't let your wishful thinking get in the way. In order to prevent me from losing face, Lu Yen offered to help me choose a set of clothes after we returned home. When the wardrobe was opened, netizens were shocked again. This is not a man's wardrobe at all. It is filled with all kinds of suits and shirts. Even accessories like ties and watches are stored in special dustproof boxes to avoid getting dirty. Netizens were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. After being single for 30 years, this is the first time I know what a man's wardrobe looks like. Thanks to the host. Am I the only one whose clothes are in the box? It's so funny. I only have a few sets of clothes all year round. I wear them in rotation. I don't even need a wardrobe. Why do men need so many clothes? Isn't a short-sleeved shirt enough? Bad review. Not masculine at all. Brothers, I am so envious. I am so jealous. I also want to find a beautiful rich woman to marry into my family. Chapter 38, Mother-in-law, starting from zero frame. Shirt, jacket, trousers, tie, watch. Before Lu Yen started matching suits, everyone thought there was nothing to choose from in terms of suits because they all looked the same. But after Lu Yen finished matching, my whole image changed drastically. If I was a worker who could squat on the ground with a lunchbox and eat at any time, then at this moment, just by standing there, the boss phobia of a worker had already begun to set in. To be honest, Chingo looks exactly like the boss of our financial company when he's dressed like this. No wonder the old saying goes that clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. With the combination of God Willow, Chingo, a son-in-law, can actually look like a decent man. You don't really think designers are just there to eat and do nothing, do you? A skilled designer can use limited materials to dress you up. Remember one thing. Any profession that is expensive has value. This only shows that I, God Lu, have good taste. Why don't you let Chin go try one on himself? It's either the sheep color or the full suit. A good wife. This is a real good wife. Isn't this what my ideal wife looks like? Amid the envy of netizens, I finally put together an outfit to wear to the dinner party. Although I have always hated such formal occasions, who would really dislike being handsome? I stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and took out my phone to take a few selfies. Lu Yen changed into a black dress and walked out of the bedroom. Seeing me taking pictures, she looked suspicious. "What are you doing?" I said guiltily. "Taking a selfie." Lu Yen came closer to me. "Something's wrong. You never took selfies before. When did you become so narcissistic? Tell me, are you hiding something from me?" I broke out in a cold sweat, and the netizens in the live broadcast room could feel the pressure from Lu Yen through the screen. As expected of a criminal policeman, he has a really sharp sense. I said with embarrassment, "Wife, what are you talking about? I am your husband. How can I hide something from you? Wow, your dress looks so good today. How come I've never seen you wear it before? Did you buy it new?" Worried that Lu Yen would continue asking questions, I immediately changed the subject. Unlike other women who need to wear low-cut dresses to attract attention, Lu Yen's stunning beauty will make her the focus of the audience no matter what she wears. Therefore, Lu Yen never wears sexy dresses, but instead chooses relatively traditional and conservative dresses. In Lu Yan's words, her willingness to attend the dinner was already a courtesy to me, and you still want me to show you my figure. Are you worthy of it? I brought the topic to the dress, but Lu Yen retorted with just one sentence. "I bought this dress 3 years ago. I wore it in front of you 5 times. You didn't comment on it the first few times. Why did you suddenly notice it this time?" Gurgle. I swallowed, my toes tapping the ground with nervousness. Netizens held their breath and dared not even make a sound. Oh my God. This feeling of oppression is too strong. I feel like I'm suffocating. Where is the buddy who said he was envious before? Answer me now. Are you still envious? Lu Xun is good in every way, but it's a pity that he's a policeman. I suddenly feel sorry for Chin Go. How did he get by in the past few years? With a wife like this, wouldn't he have no secrets at all? I think your values are very incorrect. Husbands and wives should be honest with each other. Why do we have to have secrets? What nonsense are you talking about? You elementary school student upstairs. You have no secrets at all? Men have to delete all their browser history before they die. How can you live without any secrets? Okay. There are no secrets, right? Then take out your phone first. I want to see the chat history between you and your bestie. Everyone needs privacy. How can we live without it? As Lu Yen looked at him with increasing suspicion, I felt like I was about to be finished. Just when he was about to give up, his mother-in-law Han Shan called. "My dear daughter, have you gone out yet? Our party is about to start." Lu Yen said impatiently, "Just start. You guys eat first. No need to wait for us." Han Shan was not angry at all. Instead, she said gently, "What are you talking about? You are the protagonist of this banquet. Can the banquet start without you? Be good. Send me a message when you leave so that I can ask the host to arrange the show and control the scene." "Got it." Lu Yen said perfunctorily and then hung up the phone. Han Shan and Lu Jiming are a couple. One is a businessman and the other is an official. Both of them worked very hard when they were young, which led to insufficient care for Lu Yen. Since childhood, Lu Yen has never received enough parental love. Because of this, Lu Yan's relationship with them has always been very dull, and it can even be said to be not very good. If I hadn't acted as a middleman between them, they would have broken up long ago. However, Han Shan's call diverted Lu Yan's attention. She did not continue to ask me, but went out early and took the initiative to drive to the underground garage. As soon as Lu Yen left the house, I received a text message from my mother-in-law Han Shan. Han Shan. Xiao Qin, how is Xiao Yen feeling? Seeing Han Shan asking Lu Yen about her mood so carefully, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Me, don't worry, Mom. Lu Yen is in a good mood. She even specially matched a suit for me just now. She still attaches great importance to this banquet. Han Shan sent a smiley face. Han Shan, that's good. I was worried that she would be upset and angry with me later. Then send me a message when you leave so that I can pick you up at the door in advance. Me, we are leaving now and will arrive in 15 minutes. You don't have to pick us up. We can just come in by ourselves. Ding dong. Transfer of 50,000 from Han Shan. I was stunned for a moment, and netizens were even more dumbfounded. What's going on? It starts at 0 frames, right? What are you talking about? Just transfer 50,000 directly? Han Shan, I've been busy with business recently, so I haven't been paying attention to your recent situation. Take this 50,000 yuan for now, and tell me if it's not enough. Netizens became famous at the speed of light. Nobody. You only talked to me for less than 5 sentences, and you got 50,000 yuan in pocket money? I am so jealous that my eyes are bleeding. I am a bastard. I cannot forgive the hatred of having my wife stolen from me. Is my mother-in-law so powerful? Brother Qin, can you help me ask my mother-in-law's girlfriends if there are any single ones? Brother Qin, I'll give you a rocket. I'll kneel down and beg you. Okay? I work hard and earn 3,000 yuan a month, but Qin Go makes 50,000 yuan just by chatting with his mother-in-law. It's so funny. It's frustrating to compare yourself with others. Although I don't know what business my mother-in-law is in, I can tell that she is very successful. She gave me 50,000 yuan as casually as I give my son 5 yuan pocket money. Chapter 39 President of Hongyan Group. Netizens all envy me at this moment, but I don't think so. For others, this 50,000 yuan is welfare. But for me, what's the difference between this and alms? If I just accept it like that, then what's the difference between me and those useless people who just eat and wait to die? Just when I was about to type a rejection, Han Shan sent me another message. Han Shan, this 50,000 yuan is my pocket money for you. Don't refuse it or I'll ask the finance department to keep transferring money to you. You don't want your bank account to have tens of millions more, right? Netizen? Nobody, that's too much. What kind of family is this? They lose tens of millions just because of a disagreement. You are the village chief of Tazai village, right? This was the first time that netizens had come into contact with a powerful lady like Han Shan, so they were unable to react for a while, or even could be said to have not recovered yet. But I know my mother-in-law's character. She knew that since Han Shan said so, she would most likely do so. Thinking of this, I sighed and replied a message helplessly. Me? Okay. Thank you, Mom. Han Shan. What are you thanking me for? We are all family. Then you can go out and help me comfort Xiaoyan. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoqin. I took the 50,000 yuan and rummaged through my pocket, but instead of taking out cigarettes, I took out several lollipops. I don't know when Lu Yen put them in his pocket. Empty and lonely. He is an ambitious young man with aspirations, so why does he have to be involved with money? Life is so hard. After calming down, I went to the underground garage and got in a car with Lu Yen to attend the dinner. Along the way, Lu Yen was observing my micro-expressions through the rearview mirror. When she noticed that I was looking out the window with my chin supported by one hand, Lu Yen said cautiously, "Honey, if you really don't want to attend this kind of banquet, then we won't go. How about I accompany you to eat crayfish?" I said calmly, "Wearing a suit and a dress to eat crawfish?" Lu Yen said confidently, "So what? If the clothes are dirty, just take them to dry cleaning. If it doesn't work, just buy new ones. My husband's happiness is the most important thing." Netizen. Listen, is this human language? Either dry clean it or just buy a new one. Is this how rich people live? I heard that the top chaebol in Han never wear their panties a second time because they think they've already gotten dirty the first time they wore them, and wearing them a second time would be an insult to themselves. Dude, read less Hangua novels. The chaebol is just rich, not sick. Doesn't it bother him to wear new clothes every time? I was once told that marrying a good wife can change your life. I didn't understand what this meant at the time, but now I understand it, but it's a pity that I realized it too late. Ah, what a painful realization. In fact, if you look closely at the business tycoons in our country today, how many of them started from scratch? If you study their history of success, you will find that they always emphasize that they rely on themselves in their autobiographies, but in fact they all married a rich daughter, which gave them the startup capital for their business. Then the question is, where can I find a rich girl? Can I find her by squatting outside Lan Kwai Fong? You can't hook up with rich girls in Lan Kwai Fong, but you can hook up with nightclub girls. If you don't mind, you can try hooking up with them. Just don't get arrested for breaking the law. Lu Yen was still waiting for my reply. It was not difficult to tell from her sincere eyes that as long as I agreed to her proposal, she would definitely drive to the roadside stall without hesitation and eat crayfish with me. But I just sighed and said, "Wife, you are good at everything except money. Our clothes cost tens of thousands of dollars at least, and you buy new ones just for a meal of crayfish? Do you know how many children in our country can't afford to eat? Can you be a little more frugal?" Lu Yen was like a child who had done something wrong. She couldn't fight back when I scolded her, and could only remain silent and aggrieved. I continued, "Okay, I'm not upset about going to the dinner. I'm just thinking about my part-time job. Just stay out of the way with your parents tonight." When Lu Yen, who had been aggrieved just now, heard that I was still thinking about taking a part-time job, her expression suddenly became stern. When I was with her family, Lu Yen was worried that I would be wronged, so she would humble herself and even try to please him. But in other aspects, Lu Yen is definitely the Sichuan Chongqing Tyrannosaurus and has the final say. Lu Yen said angrily, "Didn't I tell you not to look for a part-time job? It's not like your family doesn't have money for you to use. Don't you know that those part-time jobs you find are very unsafe? Now it's my turn to shut up. The offensive and defensive situations are different." The two of them drove to the hotel entrance arguing loudly, neither of them willing to give in. As soon as the two got off the car, Han Shan, who had been waiting for a long time, came to greet them immediately. "Oh, my dear daughter, you are so beautiful tonight." Netizens had imagined many different looks of Han Shan before, but they were still amazed when they actually saw her. Han Shan is simply a mature version of Lu Yen. She doesn't look like a middle-aged woman at all. Instead, she has the charm of a mature woman. She and Lu Yen standing together looked just like two sisters, and people around them couldn't take their eyes off them. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room instantly filled the screen. "My mother-in-law is so beautiful. My father-in-law is so lucky. Sure enough, the descendants of a goddess are also goddesses. This is the inheritance of genes. Such a beautiful woman is the Iron Lady of the business world? I can't understand it. Is there really such a perfect person in this world?" I was wondering why Lucian looked so familiar every time I saw her. It turns out her mother is the president of Hongyan Group. This is amazing. Hongyan Group produces cosmetics and various women's products, with a market value of billions. Okay. I thought Go was just marrying into a wealthy family. Now that you've revealed these billions, I know that he is marrying into a noble family, not a wealthy family at all. How did he get a goddess like this? If Go can't do it, why don't he just give a live class? Isn't it okay for me to pay to learn knowledge? This can also be considered as his personal business. Me. This is a road I have never imagined. You are really a talented person. Han Shan took Lu Yan's hand and said with a smile, "Xiao Yan, all the people who came to the banquet today are my good friends. They also brought their sons and daughters. You two should get closer and communicate more later." Lu Yan nodded to show her agreement, but she took the initiative to stretch out her other hand and held my hand as I stood aside and tried to reduce my presence. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Yen took my hand, the guests in the hotel started whispering, "Chapter 40, please close it for me. Thank you." Who is that person? Why is he so close to Miss Lu? You don't even know him? I'm the son-in-law of the Lu family. This kid is really a blessing from his ancestors. Miss Lu had so many suitors, but she chose this guy. From what you said, it seems that he is not doing well? A live-in son-in-law who doesn't even have a formal job? Do you think he can do it? No wonder I always thought he was weird. It turns out he's not the same kind of person as us. These people didn't speak loudly, and I couldn't hear clearly what they were saying. But it's not hard to tell from their expressions that what they said was definitely not something nice. Lu Yen got angry when she saw this scene and stepped forward to stand up for me. Han Shan quickly reached out and held her back. My dear daughter, today's dinner party was organized by your father, so please don't mess around. Lu Yen has a bad temper. It's fine if those people say something about her, but why do they say anything about me? Lu Yen was ready to keep going forward regardless, but I held her hand. I smiled and said, if a dog bites you, would you bite it back? You are a person of status. Why would you bother with them? Lu Yen was still angry. Are you going to just let them say whatever they want about you? I shrugged nonchalantly and said, they are just jealous of me. I have taken all the benefits, so what's wrong with letting them say a few words? Come here and let your husband kiss you. In front of everyone, I put my arms around Lu Yan's slender waist and gave her a deep kiss. My bold move stunned everyone around me. Those people who just gossiped about him all had dark faces, and they wished they could bite me to death. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room instantly exploded. Nobody, you're taking it too far. You're attacking indiscriminately, right? Please turn off the friendly injury, thank you. Wow, my mentality exploded. I have no problem with you taking revenge on the people who cricket you. But why did you kiss my goddess? Did you disinfect your mouth before you kissed? You bastard. It's not in vain, it's not in vain. I'll report it to you firsthand. Who among you can understand? I feel like my goddess has officially announced that she is going to be in the adult entertainment industry. My boyish heart is broken. Turns out that no matter what a woman is angry about, all you have to do is kiss her. At this moment, Lu Yen was confused by my bold and romantic behavior. Her pretty face flushed, and her eyes looked at me with tears in her eyes. She didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Are you not angry now? I asked. Lu Yen hummed obediently, like a newly married young wife, lowering her head and rubbing her toes on the ground. What a beast. Look what my goddess has become. Seeing that I had persuaded Lu Yen with just a little trick, Han Shan felt both angry and amused. My own daughter has been rebellious since she was young. She refused to join the army and refused to obey anyone after she came back. She has raised Lu Yen for more than 10 years, but now her words are not as effective as those of me, her son-in-law. It's like a daughter who is married off is like water spilled, and her elbows are turned outward. No matter what, as long as Lu Yen can be persuaded not to cause trouble, it will be fine. Han Shan took the two of them into the hotel. As soon as they entered the lobby, netizens were shocked by the luxury of the lobby. Is it my illusion? Why do I feel that the decoration of this hotel seems to be quite luxurious? Everyone's living conditions are better now. To be honest, I think the decoration of any high-end hotel is similar. There is no difference, right? I work in the hotel business, and I'll tell you the truth. There are differences between hotels. Let's not talk about the hotel's design. If you want to judge whether a hotel is high-end or not, you only need to look at its environmental hygiene, which is the most basic criterion. That's true. High-end hotels are more sophisticated in decoration, and their service staff are better managed and trained. But small hotels may look good at first glance. But if you look closely, you'll find that many things are old and dusty. Oh my God. Do you see the crystal chandelier in the lobby? This hotel is so brave. This kind of chandelier is super hard to clean. As big entrepreneurs in Jianghai City, the dinner organized by Han Shan and his wife would naturally not be shabby. After I declared my sovereignty over Lu Yen in front of everyone, the guests tactfully stopped gossiping. After all, they are here for a banquet, and harmony brings wealth. There is no need to gossip like a gossipress and talk about other people's faults all the time. Isn't that crazy? It can be seen that Han Shan is very good at this kind of occasion. Just when she was standing there with a glass of wine, people kept coming up to her and saying hello, hoping to chat with her and show their faces in front of her. I originally wanted to sit in the corner and wait quietly for the banquet to end, but Lu Yen came running over with a piece of cake in her hand, like a child offering a treasure. Hubby, this cake is delicious, try it. I wanted to reach out and take it, but Lu Yen just picked up a small piece and fed it into his mouth. I noticed the looks from people around me and felt a little embarrassed. I can do it myself. Lu Yen said coquettishly, no, I'll feed you. And this juice, freshly squeezed. I asked the waiter to squeeze it. Why don't you try it and see how it tastes? And these oysters are super big and good for your health. Eat more. Looking at Lu Yan's sincere eyes, I felt a little suspicious. Am I overthinking it? He always felt that Lu Yen seemed to be hinting at something. Wife, that's enough. I can't eat so much. I felt both happy and painful when Lu Yen fed me. Originally, Lu Yen was the focus of this banquet, but now that Lu Yen came to serve me, I suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention. This is not what I want at all. Fortunately, Han Shan saw my embarrassment and came over immediately. My dear daughter, the uncles and aunts over there haven't seen you for a long time. They want to get closer to you. Come over and say hello to them. Seeing me nod, Lu Yen reluctantly stood up and followed Han Shan away. As soon as Lu Yen left, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Do you have triggered a temporary task? Please check it carefully. Your next part-time job is Errand Boy. Part-time task. Please complete 2 platform errands. Mission countdown, 3 hours. When I saw the tasks given by the system, I was dumbfounded. No, brother system. I'm at a dinner party. You want me to run errands now? I was sweating profusely. If he leaves at this time, won't his father-in-law Lu Jiming kill him? Chapter 41. A good dog doesn't block the road. Brother system, can we discuss this? Can we change the task? Or can you give me more time and not limit it to 3 hours? The system remained silent and just kept counting down. Damn, not understanding, huh? I had no choice but to log into the part-time job platform to take orders while walking towards Han Shan. Mom, I have something urgent to do here. Can I go first? I originally thought that since I was not the protagonist and everyone looked down on him as a son-in-law, it should be okay for me to leave first. Who knew? Han Shan said to him gently. What's the matter? Is it important? Your father was going to introduce you to everyone at the dinner today. Your father will be here soon. Do you want to wait a little longer? When I heard Han Shan say this, I felt flattered. You have to know that the richer the family is, the less they treat their son-in-law as a human being. Because they feel from the bottom of their hearts that the son-in-law is inferior and not a man. If a man is really ambitious, would he agree to marry into the family? Therefore, it is not human to be a son-in-law. Those families who are looking for a son-in-law are all psychologically twisted. They have high demands and feel that the son-in-law is not worthy of their daughters. But Han Shan and his wife don't think so. Strictly speaking, I am not actually a son-in-law because it was Lu Yen who took the initiative to pursue me, and she even proposed to me. It's just that there's such a big gap between our families that it feels like he's marrying into our family. The fact that Han Shan and Lu Jiming were willing to organize such a dinner to introduce him to everyone shows that the couple must be very confident in me. I looked embarrassed. Mom, I do have something urgent to do. Why don't I go first? Although the couple approves of me, it doesn't mean that others think so too. I knew that the couple was really good to him, but I didn't want them to become a laughingstock, so I thought about leaving first. Seeing that I insisted, Han Shan could only nod. Okay then, you go ahead and I'll talk to Lao Lu. Bring something to eat and be careful on the road. Seeing how considerate Han Shan was, the netizens in the live broadcast room were so envious. You told me this is the treatment for a son-in-law who marries into the wife's family? My own son-in-law doesn't get this treatment either. My father-in-law and mother-in-law always look at me with displeasure. My friend upstairs, I can understand that your father-in-law doesn't like you. After all, you kidnapped his daughter. But if your mother-in-law doesn't like you, then you should reflect on yourself. It has always been the case that the mother-in-law likes her son-in-law more and more. You really should reflect on yourself. Do you know why it's like this? Because they are all women, and my mother-in-law is a mature woman, so she knows better than anyone how capable her daughter is. So in their eyes, it's good to have a man willing to marry their daughter. How can they not like that? A father-in-law looks at his daughter, a sweet and caring little girl. A mother-in-law looks at her daughter, a love rival from the previous life. It's true. Every time my sister comes home, my mom keeps complaining about her, saying she can't do this or that, and she doesn't know how she'll get married in the future. After talking to Lu Yen, I just walked out of the banquet hall and met Lu Jiming at the door. I looked embarrassed. Dad. Lu Jiming glanced at me. Why are you going outside? I explained. I have something urgent to deal with. Lu Jiming became even more confused. My son-in-law doesn't even have a formal job. What urgent matter could he have? Before Lu Jiming could ask, a middle-aged man standing next to him asked with a smile. Old Lu, this is the son-in-law you always talk about, right? He is indeed a good-looking man, very handsome. As soon as the middle-aged man opened his mouth, I knew he was not a good person. It's fine to compliment a woman on her beauty, but what about complimenting him on his handsomeness? Are you implying that he is a useless person? Lu Jiming introduced, I am Dong Xianmin, the president of Changxiang Group. You can just call him Uncle Dong. The one behind is his son Dong Lu and daughter Dong Qian. You two should get to know each other. I nodded politely as a greeting. After all, being able to ride in the same car with Lu Jiming showed that the relationship between the two parties was still very good, and I didn't want to make things too awkward. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but Dong Lu obviously didn't think so. He knew Lu Yen when he was very young. He had liked her since childhood and had always wanted to marry her. Who would have known that I had only been studying abroad for 2 years, and Lu Yen would actually be married to a vagrant like me? How could Dong Lu not be angry? Dong Lu sneered. So you are me. You are indeed very handsome, similar to the male models I have seen before. Mr. Qin, which club do you usually work in? As soon as Dong Lu said this, the noise around him suddenly disappeared. All the guests looked over here in disbelief. They couldn't believe that someone dared to humiliate me in front of Lu Jiming. The most subtle thing was that Lu Jiming stood aside with no expression on his face, as if he didn't hear Dong Lu humiliating me. The guests were talking about it. Who is that person? He speaks so arrogantly. Isn't he afraid of offending Mr. Lu? Dong Lu, the young master of the Dong family of Changxiang Group, the status of the Dong family is no lower than that of the Lu family. Not to mention that this time it seems that Lu Jiming wants to attract investment for the city, and he has to rely on the relationship of the Dong family to promote the development of this project. No wonder he speaks so arrogantly. It turns out that he is the Dong family, who can stand on equal footing with the Lu family. Now we are going to have a good show. Everyone in the circle knows that Dong Lu has liked Lu Yen since he was a child. Dong Xinmin's wife has said more than once that she wants Lu Yen to be her daughter-in-law. But I got the upper hand. How can I not be angry? It's like this for a son-in-law. If Lu Jiming is unwilling to protect him, he has nothing to rely on. Even if he is humiliated, what can he do? Can he humiliate back? Everyone was waiting to laugh at me. After all, they had the same idea as Dong Lu. They all thought that I got to the top because of my good looks. Lu Yen was furious and wanted to go over to seek justice for me. But who knew that I started laughing at this moment? What's your name? Dong Lu raised his eyebrows and was about to answer, but I interrupted him with a wave of my hand. Forget it, it doesn't matter what your name is. After all, I'm not interested in knowing the name of a stray dog on the side of the road. As for me, I am now a glorious freelance worker. I can do whatever job I want and when I want to go to work. It all depends on my mood. But I have never been a male model in a club. I don't even know there are male models in the club. But judging from the tone of your voice, you've been there quite a lot. So you like this? As soon as I said this, Dong Li's face turned pale. What did you say? I picked my ears nonchalantly. I'm speaking Chinese. Why don't you understand? I looked at Dong Xianmin and said, Uncle Dong, is he really your son? He doesn't seem to be of the bloodline of our dragon country. How about you take him to the hospital for a checkup when you are free? Okay. I have something else to do, so I have to leave first. Please make way. A good dog doesn't block the road. Chapter 42, are you sure you want to buy this one? Everyone was shocked by my response. The live broadcast room's barrage of comments instantly filled the screen. It turns out that Chingo's mouth is so poisonous. Ha 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 ha. It makes me feel good. If you ask me, that guy deserves it. This is a dinner party organized by his father-in-law. You came to such a dinner party and scolded his son-in-law in public, and you don't allow others to fight back. I don't understand why these people are so rich but still have no manners. Logically, they should have received good family education since childhood. Brother, being rich and having good family education are two different things. Let me put it this way, how many rich second generations have you seen who can go to college on their own? It's not that they don't want to take the exam. It's that they can't pass it. No matter how rich you are, it can only meet your material needs, but it can't teach you to be a good person. I agree with this. When I was in junior high school, I met a rich girl. She was a complete princess and thought the whole world revolved around her. Since then, I am not surprised at what rich people can do. Looking at my leaving back, Dong Lu was so angry that he was about to take action, but was stopped by Dong Xianmin, who was standing next to him. How dare you? Your Uncle Lu is treating you to dinner today. What do you want to do? Dong Lu said angrily. Dad, didn't you hear what that kid said just now? He scolded us. Dong Xianmin did not answer, but remained silent. He is my elder and his status is higher than mine, so he just needs to wait for Lu Jiming to give him an explanation. Who knew that Lu Jiming glanced at his watch and then said, I'm sorry, Mr. Dong. I originally invited you here to introduce my son-in-law to you, but now he's gone, so I won't stay any longer. I still have some official business with the city government. I have to go back and deal with it. When Lu Jiming said this, Dong Xianmin was completely dumbfounded. What does this mean? You specially invited us here, but you're leaving as soon as we get to the door? They are all seasoned veterans of the business world, so they know that Lu Jiming is venting his anger for his son-in-law. Dong Xianmin said in a deep voice, Mr. Lu, we came here with sincerity this time. You are in a high position, so I don't think you will act on impulse, right? Dong Xianmin is talking about attracting investment and is trying to take control of Lu Jiming. Who knew that Lu Jiming answered very happily, Our Jianghai City is a treasure land. I believe that anyone who wants to develop in Jianghai City comes with sincerity. I'm going back now because an old friend of mine is waiting for my reply at the city hall. Old boss, I won't accompany you. Please do as you please. After saying this, Lu Jiming no longer listened to what Dong Xianmin said and turned around and left. When Lu Jiming left, Dong Xianmin and the other two became extremely embarrassed. They stood at the door, not knowing what to do. Dad, are we still going in? Dong Lu is now thinking about Lu Yen, and he wants to go in and say a few words to her. Dong Xianmin was furious. What the hell are you going to do? Look at what you have done. You are more likely to cause trouble than to help. Go home. Seeing that Dong Xianmin had left, even though Dong Lu was reluctant, he had no choice but to follow him obediently. Instead, Dong Qian glanced in the direction I left, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she was thinking about something. Linjiang Road, Shuri Convenience Store. I looked at the order sent to me on my phone and my face suddenly turned dark. What the hell, sending yourself an order to run errands as a smurf so late at night? This is too outrageous. Can't you just buy this kind of thing online? Why do you have to buy it outside? How embarrassing. I took a deep breath and walked into the convenience store after preparing myself mentally. The cashier girl was skewering sausages. When she saw me come in, she casually said, Welcome. I didn't dare to raise my head. After I went in, I looked around here and there, touching my mouth with my hands all the time, and looked very nervous. His behavior immediately made the cashier girl alert. Hello, sir. What do you want to buy? I coughed, then walked to the cashier and picked up a piece of gum. Just this one piece of gum? I didn't answer, but just picked up another box of Smurfs and put it on the counter. Seeing how clumsy and shy I was, the cashier girl immediately covered her mouth and laughed. It's already the 21st century, and it's not easy to still find such an innocent and shy man. The cashier girl deliberately joked, Sir, are you sure you want this style? I was stunned for a moment. What's wrong with this style? The cashier girl smiled and said, This is the smallest delay size you have. Are you sure you need this? The smallest size and with a delay? The netizens in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. See, if a man is not good enough, even the cashier girl at the convenience store will laugh at you. It's ridiculous to ask someone to run errands to buy Smurfs. Are there really such customers? Trivia. The most popular errand order at night is to buy Smurfs. Don't ask me how I know that. That's normal. If you bring your own things when you go out on a date with a girl, she will think that you have ulterior motives for asking her out. But if you run errands, that's different. Your lack of preparation will make it seem like you just wanted to ask her out for dinner. Fuck. There is such a trick? I learned it. Chin Go doesn't have a wife. Why is he pretending to be like an innocent little boy? Is there a possibility that he really has never used it? Shut up. I don't want to hear any more of you. Both of you shut up. Originally they wanted to complain about me, but the more they talked, the more outrageous it became, and the more heartbreaking it became. After buying the things, I went to the hotel as soon as possible, and he knocked on the door according to the address shown on the order. Squeak. The door of the hotel room opened and a man wearing only a bath towel poked his head out. Who are you? Errand boy. I bought the things you asked me to buy. The man immediately smiled and quickly reached out to take it. Thank you for your hard work, bro. Just give me the stuff. As soon as the man stretched out his hand, my pupils shrank. This man actually has a tattoo of a poisonous spider on his hand. I immediately clenched the bag tightly, and the man pulled it but failed to budge. The man looked at me with confusion. Brother, what do you mean? Let go. I'm waiting to use it. I said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry, you haven't told me the pickup code yet. Company regulations require verification before the item can be given to you. The man frowned. Why is it so troublesome? It's just a few $dozen. Why do you need a pickup code? I still insist. We have no choice but to accept the company's rules. A few dozen yuan is enough for me to run errands for half a day. Seeing that I was not convinced, the man cursed and said, What kind of stupid rule is so troublesome? Fine, wait for me. I'll go in and get my phone. Chapter 43. The Cruel Wolf Spider. While the man turned around to get his phone, I quickly sent a message to Lu Yen. Then I opened the door and walked in quietly. The man was bending over and rummaging through his handbag on the chair. On the bed in the hotel, a young and beautiful woman was lying unconscious. I was just about to move closer to see what was going on when the man who had found the phone turned around and saw me acting sneaky. "What are you doing? Who let you in? Get out now." When the man saw me coming in without his consent, he suddenly panicked and pushed me to get out. I glanced at the woman lying on the bed and said, "Sir, is this your girlfriend? She looks like she's unconscious. Should she be okay?" The man cursed and said, "It's none of your business. She's just drunk. If you don't get out of here, I'll call the police." "Do you believe it? Are you drunk?" I sneered and said, "Sir, since she is already drunk, I think you should not have sex with her, because she has no self-consciousness in this unconscious state. If you force her to have sex with you, it is against her will, which is a crime." The man was stunned by what he said. "She is my girlfriend. Today is our 1-year anniversary. She was happy, so she drank a few more glasses and got drunk. Is it a crime for me to sleep with my girlfriend?" I continue to popularize the law. "I can tell at a glance that you don't usually read legal books, so you appear so ignorant. Don't say you're just boyfriend and girlfriend. Even if you're married, if she's not sober and you have sex with her, that's a crime." Man. Netizen. Before the man panicked, the netizens in the live broadcast room panicked first. "Is there any brother who can tell me whether what Chingo said is true or false? I studied law, and I can tell you clearly that what Chingo said is true. As long as you violate a woman's will, you will be arrested. Hasn't there been a new type of honey trap recently? They date you for a month, then ask you out for dinner and a movie, kiss you and take you to a hotel. After you have a substantive relationship, they sue you, unless you are willing to pay tens of thousands of dollars to settle it privately. Fuck. This is outrageous. Who would dare to fall in love with this? Wouldn't it be a mistake to get yourself into trouble if you're not careful?" After learning from me, both men and netizens felt a strong sense of crisis. The man was silent for a moment and then said, "Okay, I know everything you said. Don't worry, I won't do anything to her. Are you going to give me the things and leave now? Please go out for a while. I need to rest." The man had tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Who knew I still insisted? "I don't believe it. If you don't want to do anything to her, you won't buy this smuff. How about this, you call her family, and I'll leave when her family arrives." As soon as I finished speaking, I heard the sound of the door being locked behind me. I turned around and saw a big bald man who had locked the door of the room and was looking at him coldly with 2 other men. These 3 guys didn't look like good people, especially the way they looked at me, as if they were looking at a stray dog on the side of the road, full of murderous intent. The man clicked his tongue and showed a very unhappy expression on his face. "I told you to get out a long time ago. Why didn't you listen? Now my brothers are back, and you can't leave even if you want to." Realizing that the atmosphere was not right, I said awkwardly, "No, brother, I was just joking with you. Here you go. I'm leaving now. I'm not a fool." He is barely safe facing a man alone. There are 4 men in this room now. If a real fight breaks out, I have no confidence that I can defeat them. The man glanced at the handbag on the table and chuckled. "You didn't leave just now, but now you remember to leave. Isn't it too late?" "Brother, I felt something was strange from the beginning. You have been wasting time here by talking nonsense with me. Did you recognize me? Have we known each other before?" The man changed his previous wretched appearance and sat there lighting a cigarette for himself, looking like a villain in a TV series. The man's aura is so strong that you can tell at first glance that he is someone who would kill without blinking an eye. I waved my hands and said, "No, I really don't know you. We have never met." The man nodded as well. "That's right. If we had met, I would have remembered you. Since you don't know me, then you know this." The man pointed to the tattoo on his hand and his tone became cold. "I went out with a few of my friends to do some work, but we were busted by the police right after we left our home base. Today I wanted to kidnap a random woman to relieve my sexual desire, but I ran into you, an errand boy, talking nonsense with me. Brother, are you a policeman? Damn, it's time to show your cards." The bald man and the other 2 took out daggers and stood behind me, one on the left and one on the right. If I say one wrong word, he could die on the spot. The netizens in the live broadcast room also became nervous. I originally thought that even if I couldn't beat this man, I could just run away. But who knew that this man was the leader of the poison spiders, and he brought 3 brothers back with him. You're screwed now. I asked you to educate others about the law for no reason. Now they're mad. It seems that this is the anchor's last live broadcast. Brothers, please watch and cherish it. You are too impulsive. Since you have already called the police, why don't you just wait for them to arrive? Why do you have to go in and act like a lone hero? I can only say that Chingo is too kind. If he hadn't gone in just now, the woman might have been violated by the time the police arrived. So why didn't they use guns? They were leaders after all, so why did they go out with daggers? Dude, you're such a jerk. It's okay for you to carry a gun in the wilderness, but you dare to carry a gun into the city? You're afraid that others don't know you're a criminal, right? It's so funny. You can't even pass subway security with a gun into the city. Don't even mention the subway security check. You can't even pass the security check at a big shopping mall. You'll be punished in a matter of minutes. Seeing that I didn't say a word, the man lost his patience. Forget it. You wouldn't tell me even if you were a policeman. So let me introduce myself. My name is Wolf Spider. When you go down to see the King of Hell, don't forget to tell him who killed you. The wolf spider waved his hands, and the bald head approached me and was about to slit his throat. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The bald man stopped and everyone held their breath, not daring to breathe. Chapter 44. I still have one last order to deliver. Who? Wolf Spider asked cautiously, and a woman's voice came from outside. Hotel front desk. The guest in the room next to yours complained that your room is very noisy. I came to see what's going on. Please open the door. Hearing that there was a woman outside the door, Wolf Spider winked at the bald man, indicating that he should open the door. Before opening the door, Wolf Spider smiled and said to me, If you don't want to kill one more person, I advise you to shut up and stand aside obediently. Don't say anything. Women pose no threat to wolf spiders. It would be fine if I don't do anything wrong later, but if he dares to do anything wrong, Wolf Spider doesn't mind having one more waitress and then running away. The bald man asked me to stand aside and then open the door. A woman in hotel uniform came in from outside and naturally opened the toilet door to check. Just now a customer complained that your place is very noisy. What are you men doing here? Wolf Spider picked up the poker cards on the table and said, What can a few of us men do? Of course we play cards. And we are not talking very loudly. It's just that the soundproofing of your hotel room is not good. As soon as Wolf Spider finished speaking, the waitress suddenly kicked him. Although Wolf Spider was prepared, he still didn't expect that a woman would dare to suddenly attack him. Just as Baldy and his men were about to take action, Lu Yen rushed in from outside with several special police officers. Police, don't move. The Baldies are desperados. Why would they care whether you are a policeman or not? The knives in their hands stabbed directly forward. Lu Yen first took a step back to avoid the dagger, and then shot the bald man in the thigh without hesitation. The bald man knelt on the ground, holding his legs in pain, and Lu Yen subdued him with a grappling move. The other 2 brothers were about to go over to help, but they were also subdued instantly by other special police. One of the brothers drew his knife too quickly and was shot directly in the chest, and blood splattered on my face. Seeing that something was not right, the wolf spider jumped out of the window with its bare legs. After handing the bald head to his teammates, Lu Yen quickly walked to the window and took a look. She found that there was a truck full of foam boxes under the window. The wolf spider could use these foam boxes as a buffer when jumping out of the window and limped away. Notify Sun Jia to hunt down the suspect immediately. Don't let him get away. Take these people back. Let the doctor check them first, and then start interrogation immediately. After explaining everything, Lu Yen came to me, took out paper and helped him wipe the blood off his face. This is the urgent matter you mentioned? Lu Yen was so angry. I originally thought that I had something urgent to do, so I left the party temporarily. But it turned out that I was mixed up with these people with poisonous spiders again. How dangerous. You don't know these people, do you? Seeing Lu Yen looking at me suspiciously, I quickly waved my hands to explain. Honey, what are you talking about? I sent you a message asking you to come over, and they just pointed a knife at me. If you hadn't arrived in time, I might have been a corpse. I showed a frightened expression and took the initiative to open my arms to hug Lu Yen. Lu Yen reached out and pushed his face away expressionlessly. You also know the danger? If you knew the danger, why did you come to this hotel? Don't tell me you came here for a walk. I took out my mobile order and explained, I'm just running errands part-time. I didn't expect to encounter something like this on my first order. I really have nothing to do with them. Lu Yen just looked at me quietly. Obviously she was used to his words. The police in Jianghai City all have their own intelligence network. The members of Poison Spider are spread all over the country. The most important thing is that they act very cautiously and secretly. They are all ruthless, and it is impossible for undercover agents to sneak in. Therefore, the people of Poison Spider are the most difficult to find. Even their intelligence network needs to spend a lot of time sorting out clues before they can get a little clue. As a result, I found the locations of the members of Poison Spider again and again. Is this a coincidence, or do I really have some secret connection with these people? Seeing Lu Yen looking at me with a scrutinizing look, I felt creepy. Wife, why are you looking at me like that? You don't really suspect that there's something going on between me and those people from the Poison Spider. I've said it many times. It's really a coincidence. I'm really innocent. I'm your husband. I'm not short of money or anything else. There's no need for me to get involved with them. Seeing me trying hard to defend myself, all the netizens in the live broadcast room laughed out loud. Once or twice is a coincidence, but you are there every time. It's hard for us to believe it's a coincidence. I have to say that Lu Xin is indeed a good detective. After all, an excellent and qualified detective must learn to doubt everyone around her, including her husband. Poison Spider. I am also very confused. Why is this guy still haunting us? Is he really one of ours? The innate arresting saint body is like this. If someone like Qin Go were a constable in the past, catching a thief would be as easy as catching a chicken. Why did it happen in the past? Isn't it possible now? People nowadays have guns. Didn't you see how badly those people who used knives were beaten? In the past, if you encountered a gangster, you at least had a chance to run away. Now they put a gun to your head. Why don't you try to run away? 7 steps away, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the gun is both accurate and fast. Lu Yen said calmly, "Okay, I believe you. But according to the procedure, you have to go back to the bureau with me to make a statement and tell me in detail why you are here and what happened just now." Seeing that Lu Yen wanted to take me away, I became anxious. He quickly pointed to the order on his phone and said, "Wife, I have one last order. It's only 2 kilometers from here, not far. Can I deliver this order and then go back with you guys? Otherwise, I will deduct money from you. It's $100. Lu Yen almost laughed out of anger at me. $100? If I had eaten a few more bites at the banquet just now, the $100 would have gone into my stomach. So I left everyone behind and came out to run errands just to earn this $100? Lu Yen really didn't know what to say to me. The last one, right? Okay. We'll go with you and take you straight back to the police station after the run. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems that Lu Yen will take me back to the police station for coffee today no matter what. Although I felt very helpless, I had no choice but to follow Lu Yen and get into the police car. Chapter 45. There is no way there is a tale following. This is my first time running errands in a police car. As soon as I got into the police car, the woman who pretended to be a waitress also got in. "Hello, handsome guy. Nice to meet you. My name is Su Mei, and I'm a criminal police officer at Qinghe Police Station." I was stunned when I saw Su Mei take the initiative to greet him. Qinghe Police Station? I feel a little strange. Logically, I asked Lu Yen to bring people here. She should have brought people from Dongshan Police Station. How come people from Qinghe Police Station are here as well? And Su Mei is so beautiful. If Lu Yen is an iceberg beauty with a cold temperament, then Su Mei is a passionate desert rose. It's simply the double flowers of Jianghai. When she heard me ask this, Su Mei covered her mouth and chuckled. "It was you who sent a text message to Xiaoyan at the last minute. The hotel you mentioned happened to be under our jurisdiction, so Xiaoyan naturally notified me, and I led the team to support you. Why, the mascot of Dongshan Police Station wouldn't be so stingy, right? Are you worried that I'll take away the credit for your work?" I smiled awkwardly. How could that be? As long as it helps fight criminals, it's good. What's yours and mine, right, honey? Lu Yen snorted and said nothing. Su Mei continued to joke along with what I said. "Xiao Yan, it seems that your husband is more conscious than you. You should learn more and stop thinking about competing with me all day long. Your husband is right. What's yours and what's mine? As long as it can fight criminals, it belongs to everyone." Lu Yen rolled her eyes at her and was too lazy to speak. Every unit has performance appraisals, and even the traffic police will conduct stricter inspections during the period leading up to the Chinese New Year, and may even issue more tickets than before. Lu Yen still remembers that they accidentally caught a suspect who seemed to be high during a drunk driving check. Sume called her in a hurry and insisted on taking the suspect away, saying that it was a drunk driving case in her jurisdiction and it was their responsibility. The two of them were in a cold war for a while because of this matter. I also noticed that Lu Yen and Sume seemed to be at odds with each other. So I asked quietly, "Wife, how is your relationship with her?" Before Lu Yen could speak, Sume answered first, "Handsome boy, do you even need to ask? Look at us. We are both so beautiful. We must be close friends." Lu Yen looked at Sume expressionlessly. "What close best friend? I don't have a best friend as bad as you. You took my seat in college, and now you're competing with me for performance after graduation. You're clearly an enemy." Instead of getting angry at Lu Yen's comment, Sume started to chuckle. "Xiao Yen, you are still so stingy. This is called healthy competition. Don't you understand? It is good for both of us. Don't always keep these little things in mind. It's so meaningless. Besides, you didn't send me an invitation when you got married. Did I bring this up?" Sume suddenly stopped talking in the middle of her words. "That's not right. Why didn't you invite me to your wedding? Are you afraid that I'll steal your husband?" Sume just said it casually, but Lu Yan's expression suddenly became unnatural. Sume keenly realized that what she said casually was very likely correct. Sume's eyes widened. "Okay, you really think so? Lu Yan, I misjudged you. Who do you think I am? Am I the kind of person who would steal someone's love? Don't worry. This is your man. I will never have anything to do with him. We will definitely not meet again after this operation." When netizens in the live broadcast room saw the two beauties bickering, they immediately became envious. It can be seen that this policewoman Sue really cares about her relationship with God Lu, but it can also be seen that God Lu is really wary of her. Ha 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 ha. It's so true. My best friend and I are like this. Although we have a good relationship, we always fight over everything. We always think that the other person's things are better. I don't know why. Isn't this normal? Men are the same. They are afraid that their brothers will suffer, and they are also afraid that their brothers will drive Land Rover. It would be best if everyone is happy in poverty. Only such friendship can last the longest. Haven't you heard the saying? Beware of fire, theft, and best friends. If you treat someone as your best friend, you never know when they might rob your house. There are too many such things. Chin Go is so lucky that he can sit between two beauties like this. I'm so envious. While netizens were discussing this, the car had already arrived at its destination. In order not to alert the enemy, Lu Yen only brought people in plain clothes to accompany me to ensure that nothing unexpected would happen to him. My order included a pack of cigarettes and 3 bottles of beer. He glanced at the delivery address and thought that there shouldn't be any problem this time, right? Cotton Mill Living Area. Yu Lao Lu sat on the chair, scratching his neck with his hands. The fitter looked at him, frowned and said, "Are you addicted? You should be playing cards properly. But why are you scratching around with your hands?" It would have been better if the fitter hadn't said anything. After hearing this, Yu Lao Lu felt his neck itchy even more. "Yeah, I'm craving cigarettes. I asked a runner to buy cigarettes for me, but it's been more than 10 minutes and he still hasn't delivered them. I'm sure I'll give him a bad review later." The eldest brother Ma Zi glanced at him. "Why give a bad review? Don't you know how sensitive we are here? I'm already showing you a favor by asking you to run errands. If you dare to cause trouble, I'll be the first to fire you." Yu Lao Lu curled his lips, but didn't say much in the end. After all, they have a special identity and this factory is also special. Just like the eldest brother Matzi said, if they really get into trouble, they will all die. Just as the three were about to continue playing cards, there was a knock on the door. The three of them became alert instantly, and Yu Lao Lu even pulled out his pistol. Ma Zi glared at him. "You're going to die. Put the gun away. If they use guns in the city, just one shot will expose their identities." Ma Zi threw 2 wooden sticks behind the door to the 2 men, motioning them to stand on the left and right so that they could take action if anything happened. After making sure that both of them were ready, Ma Zi opened the door a little. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a wolf spider wrapped in a bath towel. "Why are you here?" Ma Zi frowned, having a bad feeling. Wolf spider panted and said, "Open the door first and let me in." Ma Zi quickly opened the door to let Wolf Spider in, only to find that his bare feet were covered in blood. Wolf Spider started cursing as soon as he entered the door. "Damn. The police set up a fire in my place. Luckily, I jumped out the window and escaped." Ma Zi and the other 2 suddenly became nervous. "Is there a tail?" Wolf Spider waved his hand. "There can't be a tail. Are you still not confident in my work? The back is very clean." As Wolf Spider finished his words, There was a knock on the door and my voice came from outside. Hello, errand boy. Your cigarettes have arrived. Chapter 46. Errand runner? Run errands? When Wolf Spider heard the sound, his scalp suddenly felt tingling. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Yu Lao Lu had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. He smiled and said, Don't be nervous. I ordered an errand. My cigarettes have arrived. Yu Lao Lu was just about to open the door when he was stopped by Wolf Spider. Don't move yet. This voice sounds familiar to me, and it seems to be wrong. Ma Zi looked at him with confusion. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this errand boy? Wolf Spider shook his head hesitantly. I'm not sure either. The voice sounds familiar, a bit like the guy in the hotel before. But it shouldn't be like that. How did he know I was here? There was clearly no one following me just now. Wolf Spider is very confident in its anti-tracking ability. He was able to become a small leader in the Poison Spider organization because of his cautiousness. But he is equally confident in his hearing. The voice was indeed familiar. There was no way he had heard it wrong. My impatient voice came from outside again. Is there anyone here? Please come out and sign for it. Your purchase has arrived. Ma Zi looked at Wolf Spider and said, Is this guy a policeman? If he is not a policeman, it may be troublesome if we don't open the door for a long time. Yu Lao Lu was craving for a cigarette and said, Brother Wolf Spider, I think you must have made a mistake. You ran all the way here nonstop and you said there was no one following you. If he was really a policeman, he would have just rushed in. Why was he knocking on the door? The fitter also nodded. Indeed, the police can't be so polite. Wolf Spider was not sure whether the person outside was me. After hesitating for a moment, he said, I can't say for sure. You decide whether to open the door. I'll go in and change my shoes first. After saying this, Wolf Spider walked straight into the factory, quickly put on his clothes and pants, and at the same time found a pair of running shoes to put on. Outside the door, I was carrying a lot of things and was getting a little impatient. The mission countdown is almost over, but the other party refuses to open the door. What's going on? I took out my cell phone and prepared to call Yu Lao Lu. Just then, Su Mei suddenly discovered something was wrong. Xiao Yen, is this blood on the ground? Lu Yen looked down and found a lot of bloody footprints on the ground, but the light was too dim at night, so they didn't notice it at first. Lu Yen took out his pistol and made a gesture. After seeing her actions, other special police officers got out of the car one after another. Several of them went around the wall to see if there was a back door of the factory. I was stunned when I saw that everyone looked ready to fight. Lu Yen stood next to me and winked at him, indicating that he should continue knocking on the door. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's going on? I'm just delivering an errand order. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Just as I was about to knock on the door again, the small iron door creaked open. Yu Lao Lu was cursing. Hurry, 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 hurry. Before Yu Lao Lu could finish his words, the iron gate was kicked open by Lu Yen with a bang. The iron door hit Yu Lao Lu's face hard, causing him to cry and snot in pain. Gone and I brew. Before Yu Lao Lu could finish his words, Lu Yen pushed me away and rushed in with the special police. Don't move, police. The fitter was pinned to the ground by two special police officers. Just as Ma Zi was about to get angry, Lu Yen kicked him in the crotch. The pain made him kneel on the ground, covering his crotch, and he instantly lost his ability to fight. Wolf Spider had already sensed something was wrong, so the moment Lu Yen kicked open the iron gate, he ran away. This time he ran even faster after wearing shoes, and the group of special police officers simply couldn't catch up with him. Netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but complain when they saw this scene. I told you to stop moving, but you didn't listen. Now you've been kicked and you've behaved yourself, right? Hiss, this move is quite fierce. I'm afraid it will hurt to be kicked in this area. It doesn't hurt, but it feels a bit like dying. Ah, I love the heroic Willow God so much. Mommy kicks me. Where did this pervert upstairs come from? The property manager should kick him out. That Wolf Spider is something. It has excellent escape skills and is as hard to catch as a loach. Lu Yen led the team members to search the factory, and after making sure that there was no one else, they returned to the door to interrogate Ma Zi and the other two. Tell me, where are the people? Ma Zi is still pretending to be stupid. What kind of people are you? We are law-abiding citizens. We have no idea what you are talking about. Lu Yen sneered. Don't cry until you see the coffin. Roll up their sleeves. The special police stepped forward and rolled up the sleeves of the three men, and the poisonous spider tattoo suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The live broadcast room was instantly filled with barrages of comments. Tattoos? Black and white. It's really hard to understand these people. They know they're going to lose their heads for what they did, so why do they still have to get a tattoo on themselves? Are they afraid that the police won't know their identities? You don't understand this. This is called a sense of belonging. This is just like the Tiandihui before. If you don't get some tattoos on your body, how can I know if you are one of us? It's obvious that the leader of this poisonous spider is uneducated. We are all adults, but he still smokes, drinks, perms his hair, and gets tattoos. Understand, those who are educated would have found a proper job long ago. How many of those who are capable of doing such illegal business have ever received an education? The tattoo evidence was right in front of him, but Ma Zi refused to plead guilty. Ma Zi sneered and said, "What's wrong with tattoos, officer? Is there any law in our dragon country that says tattoos are illegal? I tattooed a spider on my hand today, and tomorrow I'm happy to tattoo Guangong on my back. What? Are you going to sentence me? If you don't give us an explanation today, we will file a complaint against you. All of you will be punished." Su Mei, who was standing nearby, came closer to Lu Yen. "Xiao Yan, why don't we take them back first? If things get out of hand, it will have a bad impact on us." They only rushed in to search because they saw bloody footprints at the door. Although they did see the wolf spider running away, they were not sure what the relationship between the wolf spider and Ma Zi was, or whether Ma Zi had engaged in any illegal or criminal activities. The most troublesome thing now is that they can't find any evidence, and if they arrest people rashly, they might be framed. Just when Su Mei was about to persuade Lu Yen to take everyone away first, Lu Yen suddenly looked at me standing at the door. Come in and see if there is anything suspicious here. I even suspected that I had heard it wrongly. Chapter 47, Part-Time Task. He pointed at himself. "Ah, me?" Just at this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the part-time task. You have acquired a new skill. A prophecy comes true. A prophecy comes true. What the host says has a certain probability of coming true. Nobody. Isn't it so exciting? If we interpret this skill literally, even if we say that the Earth will be destroyed tomorrow, there is a certain probability that it will actually be destroyed. This is too much. What are you still standing there for? Come here quickly. I walked up to Lu Yen with an embarrassed look on my face. Honey, are you kidding me? I'm not a police dog, and I haven't received any professional training. How can I know what's suspicious here? Su Mei also said, Yes, Xiaoyan, stop it. Do you really think of your husband as a mascot? Take him back first. It will be troublesome if the neighbors come over to see what's going on. They did not report this special police operation to their superiors, nor did they receive any reports from others. In other words, their actions this time were actually not in compliance with procedures. It would be fine if the matter didn't get out of hand. Once it got out of hand and they couldn't find any substantial evidence, they would indeed be punished. Lu Yen ignored what Su Mei said and looked at me and said, I know you haven't received professional training, so just tell me what's suspicious. Lu Yen actually had no idea, but I appeared at crime scenes one after another in the past 2 days and helped them solve so many cases. I don't know why Lu Yen also began to believe in metaphysics. Seeing that I was still hesitant, Lu Yan's face darkened and said, If you don't tell me, I'll make you suffer when I go back tonight. I was shocked when I heard it. Oh my God. This tigress has used all her bluffing tricks on herself, right? I feel some phantom pain in my kidneys. No, I have to find some time to see an old Chinese doctor. My wife has given my orders, so I have to obey. He walked around the factory, and for some reason Ma Zi and the other two felt a little nervous. Could this guy be the errand policeman that Wolf Spider mentioned? He looks quite young, but he doesn't seem to be very capable. I felt around and looked around, and finally said with a wry smile, Wife, I really can't see what's wrong here. I was halfway through my words when I suddenly met Lu Yan's cold eyes. I was so scared that I pointed at the card table. Maybe there's something wrong with this table? Lu Yan was too lazy to talk nonsense and made a gesture. Special police immediately came forward to search the table. The card table is a solid wood round table commonly seen in southern regions. It is relatively thick and large. The special police took out a tactical flashlight, squatted down and checked, but found nothing unusual. But when the special police reached down and felt around, they suddenly felt a buckle. Click. With a crisp sound, a secret compartment under the solid wooden round table opened, and the special police took out 2 pistols from it. Sume. Netizen. Pak. Nobody. Is there something wrong with this table? This is a case of a blind cat catching a dead mouse. How could it be possible to find the gun just by pointing at it casually? Brother upstairs, are you blind enough? Why don't you go and bump into a dead rat and show me? Okay, that's my idea. I also thought there was something wrong with this big solid wood table. Who would put such a heavy table in the factory? The auto repairmen here all use folding tables. Ha ha ha. Look at those 3 people. Their faces are green. Ma Zi. Just turn it off, it's boring. Some people know whether they are on or not. Sume was equally shocked as the netizens. She was just joking when she said I was a mascot, but she didn't expect that I was so amazing that I could find 2 pistols just by pointing. Lu Yen sneered and said, "Possessing firearms privately is a serious crime. Are you going to complain to us now?" Ma Zi gritted his teeth and said nothing. Possession of firearms is indeed a felony, but it is not a capital crime. At worst, I can go in for further studies and be a brave man again in a dozen years. Why, you look like you're still not convinced. Honey, can you tell me what's wrong? I feel a little guilty. He knew that the reason why he was able to guess correctly just now was purely because of the activation of the skill prophecy. But this skill isn't 100% guaranteed to be triggered. Can I really just say it casually? Wife, why don't we just forget about it and leave them a chance to live? Lu Yen glared at me and threatened, "Change clothes, massage, 3 times. Netizen? God Lu, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Changing clothes, 3 massages? How can such words come out of your mouth? Okay, young couples are playing so fancy, right? I'm really excited if you say that. Is this a punishment? This is clearly a reward. The guy upstairs is still young. You'll know once you get married. 3 times? 1 time will kill you." Many people don't understand what Brother Chong said, but it's actually true after getting married. No matter how pretty your wife is, you'll get tired of her after looking at her for a long time. That's the truth. Wild flowers are not as fragrant as domestic flowers. Chin Go's face turned pale with fear, which is enough to show how intimidating this kind of thing is to him. Ma Zi burst into laughter. That's hilarious. Do you police officers rely on guessing to solve cases? To tell you the truth, these 2 guns are the only contraband items in this factory. Everything else is fine. You want to rely on a pretty boy to convict us. Is this how the Shanghai police handle cases? Seeing Lu Yen getting angrier and angrier, I immediately backed off. He casually pointed to a pile of tires nearby. These tires. Maybe there's something wrong? As soon as I said this, the smile on Ma Zi's face froze. Sume took out a tactical dagger and stepped forward. "Get out of the way, I'll do it." Swish. Sume thrust the dagger into the tire, slicing it slowly. As the tire was deflated, Sume took out a bag of white powder from the inner tube. The 3 men with pockmarks looked ashen. Sume was very excited. "Xiao Yen, there's actually something inside this tire." Several other special police officers also took out their knives and slashed the other tires, and sure enough, they found several bags of white powder inside. "Wow, this is a big fish." Lu Yen was also a little confused. Could it be that they have destroyed the cargo transfer station of the poisonous spider? If all these goods are real, then Ma Zi and the other 3 would need to be shot dozens of times. Sume kissed me excitedly. "My, you are amazing. You really deserve to be the mascot of Dongshan Police Station. You are so smart." I covered my face, feeling dazed at first, and then I began to tremble. "Oh shit. Sister, you want me to die?" Sure enough, Lu Yan's eyes were filled with rage, as if she wanted to tear the 2 of them to pieces. Chapter 48. The Lingering Sume. Seeing Lu Yan walking towards him, I quickly waved my hands and said, "Honey, calm down. You must calm down. Hitting me in public will have a big impact on you, so don't do it." Lu Yan punched me on the chest angrily. "What the hell? She kissed you and you didn't know how to hide." When Lu Yan delivered this punch, everyone could hear the muffled sound, just like hitting a drum. All the netizens in the live broadcast room felt their scalps tingling. My goodness, this punch was real. She was really ruthless to her husband. It reminds me of my school days when I pulled open the suspenders of the girl in front of me, and she beat me in the same way. Actually, being punched doesn't hurt that much. If you're hit, that's when it really hurts. Sume is such a bad woman. She kissed Chin Go, but in the end it was Chin Go who got beaten. This is too miserable. After being hit for no apparent reason, I finally understood why Lu Yen didn't like Sume. What a loss. Is this how you express gratitude? Isn't this asking for your own life? Fortunately, this discovery was quite significant, and Lu Yen didn't have much time to settle accounts with me. She just asked him to go home and take a shower and wait, while she took Ma Zi and the others back to the police station. If it was just the possession of firearms, it would be fine, not a capital crime. But now that so many drugs have been found in the tires, the nature of this matter is different. How were these things transported in, how were they stuffed into the tires, and who will they be sold to next? These are the areas that need to be focused on for breakthroughs in the future. The next day, noon. When the live broadcast started again, Lu Yen had already changed into her police uniform and went to work. I lay on the bed in a big letter shape, with empty eyes and no desire to live. Looking at the various clothes and props scattered around the bed, netizens can fully imagine how fierce the battle was last night. Is the anchor still alive? Do we need to call the police? Why call the police? Have you forgotten that our Lu Shen is the police? That's too tragic. Is this the price you pay for being kissed by your bestie? Does it have to be so brutal? Don't underestimate the competitive spirit between women. If I were God Lu, I would lose if Chin Go didn't hold on to the wall when he went to the toilet today. I'm an elementary school student. I don't understand, so I'm asking. Isn't Sister Lu a police officer? Why are there nurse and stewardess uniforms by the bed? Children, don't ask about adult matters. Go and do your homework. What is the meaning of life? Who am I? Where do I come from and where am I going? Lying in bed, I began to think about life. Just when I was about to achieve enlightenment, his cell phone rang. Lao Chin, you haven't forgotten what I told you, right? Don't be late for the class reunion today. I said hoarsely, I'm not feeling well today. Can we do it another day? Chao Lingyun started cursing on the phone. Not feeling well at all. We already agreed on this before. Don't even think of making excuses for not coming. You are at home now, right? Wait, I'll come pick you up right away. Without giving me a chance to reply, Chao Lingyun unilaterally hung up the phone. Knowing that I couldn't escape this disaster, I got up, washed, and changed my clothes. The bedroom is such a mess. I can't really let Chao Lingyun in to take a look and let him know the inhumane torture I went through last night, right? I don't know much about dressing and matching. I think clothes just need to be clean and loose. As for whether they look good or not, doesn't it mainly depend on the face? Fortunately, Lu Yen helped him match an outfit when he went to the dinner party yesterday, so I only needed to wear yesterday's clothes. I had just put on my clothes and was about to go out when I received a text message from Lu Yen. Honey, you did a good job last night, but there are a lot of things to do in the institute these 2 days. I should stay here to work overtime. Otherwise, why don't you stay in our dormitory for 2 days? I shuddered subconsciously. Horrible. So terrible. Are women in love so clingy? I replied quickly. Wife, work is important. You should work hard in the next 2 days and don't think about anything else. I was seriously injured last night. I feel it will take a long time for me to recover. Don't worry. Lu Yen directly sent me a bloody kitchen knife and told him to die. Then Lu Yen sent another text message. Don't add Su Mei's contact information. If I find out you added her, you're dead. I chuckled. What a joke. Lu Yen was staring at me closely yesterday. So how could I have the time to add Su Mei's contact information? Lu Yen was just worrying too much. As soon as I finished this thought, his green bubble suddenly received a friend request. I clicked on the application and was shocked. Nickname: Su Guagua. The green bubble avatar is a photo of a curvy woman holding a pistol, wearing noise-canceling headphones, and shooting with her back to the camera. To be honest, with such a devilish figure, it doesn't matter whether the face is good-looking or not. I first clicked on the avatar to admire the figure, and then a terrible thought popped into my mind. Damn, could this woman be Su Mei? Just when I was thinking this, the other party requested to be my friend again and attached a message. Su Guagua, handsome mascot, please accept my friend request. I am Xiao Su who had physical contact with you last night. Damn it, skin-to-skin contact. I was so scared that I almost dropped my phone. This woman wants to die. I quickly deleted the application record and blocked her. Seeing how nervous I was, netizens burst into laughter. Is the anchor so cowardly? Why isn't he more active when there's a beauty calling him? Why is he acting like he's seen a ghost? Having a beautiful woman is certainly a good thing, but what if this beautiful woman is your wife's best friend? What if your wife happens to be a champion in grappling and gun shooting? Now I know why Willow God hates Miss Su so much. This Miss Su's words are indeed a bit out of control. Please pay attention to your wording. This is not a best friend. This is an enemy friend. If you men can't understand, then let me give you an example. It's like you bought a limited edition Gundam and prepared to assemble it at home, but when you went to the bathroom, your good friend had already opened the package and started playing with it. Fuck, now I understand. Even though he is my brother, he must die. After completing the deletion and blocking process, I patted my chest with lingering fear. At this time, Chao Lingyun drove his car and stopped at the door of my apartment building. Old Chin, what are you looking at that scares you so much? Are you watching a horror movie in broad daylight? Hurry up and get in the car. The party is almost over and everyone is waiting. I rolled my eyes at Chao Lingyun, opened the car door and got in. Chapter 49. Meeting an old friend. It seems like yesterday. In the car, melodious music came from the player. Will you remember the diary you wrote yesterday tomorrow? Will you still miss me tomorrow? The one who used to cry the most. Chao Lingyun, who was driving, hummed along with the music and unknowingly his eyes were wet. I was sitting in the passenger seat and turned off the music player expressionlessly, and Chao Lingyun immediately became anxious. Hey, why did you turn it off? I was singing so happily. I said calmly, can you not do this? You do this every year at the class reunion. It's fine if you just attend the class reunion, but after the reunion you always post a circle of friends. Aren't you being pretentious? Chao Lingyun said confidently. What's wrong with me being hypocritical? Youth is the best time of life. I met the best person in the best time of life. Can't you let me reminisce a little? When I was in high school, my family conditions were not that good. The pocket money for the rest of the week is 200 or 300 yuan, and my daily food money is only 10 yuan. Although 10 yuan would not cause starvation, it would only buy one dish and one soup in the cafeteria, so any more money would not be enough. Because my family was poor, I only wore one set of school uniform all year round. I washed it every 3 days, hung it up to dry at night, and wore it in the morning. But even so, he was still laughed at by other classmates because his clothes were dirty and he smelled. For a child like me from a poor family, the better my grades are, the more likely I am to be excluded. No one wanted to play basketball or football with him, and I was also self-aware and read books and practiced exercises every day. Is it that he doesn't like to participate in those activities? No, he knew he was not eligible to participate. If high school was colorful for Chao Lingyun, then it was gray and boring for me. In this gray period, Wang Chuchu was my only light and also his only heartache after graduating from high school. Lao Chin, are you crying? Chao Lingyun, who was driving, looked at me with surprise. Damn it, when did I become so pretentious? Chao Lingyun burst into laughter. You still say I'm hypocritical, then what do you call that? If I were you, I'd say you're a coward. At least no matter what happens later, I dare to attend the annual class reunion. What about you? Every time I mention Wang Chuchu, you get scared like a grandson. Are you still a man? Do you know that the more you act like this, the more it shows that you haven't let go, and that she is still in your heart? Are you being worthy of my sister-in-law? The veins on my temples twitched and I had the urge to strangle Chao Lingyun to death. Will you suffocate if you don't say a few words? Chao Lingyun said in a mean way. It won't kill you, but it will drive you crazy. I'm looking forward to it now. If those old classmates knew that you married Willow God, I wonder what their expressions would be. It must be very exciting. Ha ha ha. Lu Yen and I went to the same high school, and she was the goddess and school belle of their high school. If Wang Chuchu is a beauty you can approach, then Lu Yen was the recognized cold goddess by all the boys in the school at that time. You could only admire her from afar, and you would be frozen into an ice sculpture if you got too close. She has good grades, a good family background, is pretty, and got full marks in sports. She is not pretentious and does not have princess syndrome. At that time, the most frequently discussed topic among boys in the school was what kind of man a girl like Lu Yen would marry in the future. Because Lu Yen didn't have a very good relationship with her high school classmates, they didn't invite old classmates to their wedding, but only invited close friends and relatives. During the years when I didn't attend class reunions, Chao Lingyun kept his mouth shut and never mentioned anything about me to other old classmates. So much so that everyone else thought I had disappeared because I was not doing well. That's how it is, classmates. Some people get together every year, while some people may never attend a class reunion and simply disappear, as if they have never appeared in your life. 10 minutes later, Chao Lingyun parked the car in front of a farmhouse. Chao Lingyun, who was talking so eloquently just now looked a little nervous while sitting in the car. I watched him with interest. Why weren't you very talkative just now? Why are you silent now? Are you naturally taciturn? Chao Lingyun took a few pieces of gum, chewed them, and then blew on me. Lao Qin, please ask me if I still have bad breath. I just pinched his face with my hands. Fuck you. Get out of here, I'm not gay. Chao Lingyun was almost crying with anxiety. Who the hell wants to be gay with you? I'm gonna meet Shin Meng soon. It will be so bad if you say something bad to her later. I was angry. Get lost. It's not good to stink her, but it's okay to stink me, right? Get out of the car now and stop making waves in it. I pushed open the car door and got out. Just then I met a group of old classmates who were walking in from outside, carrying hot pot dishes and talking and laughing. When they saw me tidying up my clothes, everyone was stunned. Me? That person is me, right? Oh my God. He's here for the class reunion. Didn't he say he couldn't find a job after graduation and went to Myanmar? Why is he dressed like this? Could he be a big boss? So handsome. How come he still looks the same as he did in high school? He hasn't changed at all. My high school female classmates looked at me with surprise, and they were all very excited, with the fire of gossip already burning. The smiles of those male classmates who bullied me all froze and their expressions became a little embarrassed. They never thought that the poor boy who they could flatten and twist at will would be able to wear such a high-end suit to attend the class reunion today. Isn't this a slap in their faces? In the crowd, a tall, quiet, and elegant girl just looked at me quietly. Their eyes met, and that feeling transcended time and space. They say that a day without seeing you feels like 3 years. But when the two met again, it felt like they had just graduated and separated yesterday. Long time no see, classmate Chin. Wang Chu spoke first, her smile still as gentle and quiet as ever. She gathered her hair in front of her forehead and looked down, too embarrassed to continue looking at me. I scratched my neck and said awkwardly, well, it's been a long time indeed. I originally wanted to just say hello and get away with it, but Wang Chu suddenly looked up and summoned up the courage to ask, I heard from Chao Lingyun that you have been in Shanghai, so why didn't you come to the class reunion before? As soon as Wang Chu said this, netizens in the live broadcast room became excited. Good guy. You just hit the ball straight away? This girl looks quite quiet, but I didn't expect her to speak so boldly. This isn't a question about why you didn't come to the class reunion. This is clearly a question about why you didn't come to see her. There's a story behind this. Okay. I didn't expect Go to have romantic debts outside. Now we're going to have something interesting to watch. What are you standing there for? Call Goddess Lu. There's another woman trying to steal her husband. Tell her to come over here with a gun. So excited, guys. I love watching this kind of Shura scene. It's awesome. Chapter 50. Killing a pig to warn others. Faced with Wang Chu's questioning, I remained silent. Just as the two were about to make eye contact again, a male classmate who was also wearing a high-end suit came out, put his arm around Wang Chu's waist and said, Chu, my classmate has always been a maverick, so it's normal for him not to come to our class reunion. Have you forgotten the dish of bitter melon fried eggs in the high school cafeteria? All the students in the school didn't like it, but I was the only one who enjoyed it. When the male classmate said this, he looked at me with a slightly sarcastic look. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were coming, so I didn't order this dish. After all, this dish is too bitter and not suitable for us. But since you are here as the boss, I must treat you well. Xiao Lu, go inform the kitchen and ask them to add another dish of bitter melon fried eggs. Make sure the portion is big. Our classmate Chin likes it. The boy who was speaking was called Qian Tong. He had been a rich second generation since childhood, and his family ran hotel and farm-stay businesses. At a time when everyone was still using PHS, this guy was already using the latest Nokia model and even listened to music on an Apple MP4. While other kids were still eating in the cafeteria, this kid was already eating fried chicken and French fries for every meal. Although looking back now these seem like nothing, at the time he only had to wave his finger and there would be a group of fans willing to follow him around and dote on him. It's a pity that although Qian Tong's family is rich, his grades are terrible. As a dragon, he couldn't even pass the Chinese language test, let alone take the college entrance examination. So his father spent money to send him abroad to gain experience, and judging by his current situation, he should be doing quite well. Seeing Qian Tong hugging Wang Chu, Chao Lingyun was a little surprised. You two? Are you together? Wang Chu wanted to keep a distance from Qian Tong, but Qian Tong took her hand and kissed her. Old Chao, your observation skills are still so meticulous. Haha. That's right. I invited everyone here today not only for a class reunion, but also to announce something to everyone. Wang Chu and I are already engaged, and the hotel and wedding time have been booked. When the time comes, I will send out invitations to everyone, and everyone must come. When Qian Tong said this, everyone else was extremely surprised. You have to know that when Wang Chuchu was in high school, she hated people like Qian Tong the most. Relying on his little money, he is arrogant, has no ambition, and has no ability or good moral character. Why did Wang Chuchu choose to marry someone like Qian Tong after entering society? When netizens in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh. Oh, it makes me sad to see that the good cabbages are eaten by pigs. I don't understand why women like this. Qian Tongren is not handsome and speaks rudely and has no manners. What does she want? Of course it's for money, what else could it be? Do you know why the love during school days is the most unforgettable? Because we are all still students, there is no pressure in life and the feelings are very pure. If they like you, then they really like you as a person, not something else. But it's different when you go out and work. As a man, you know how to find a pretty one. So there's nothing wrong with a woman finding a rich one, right? It can only be said that everyone has matured after entering society and knows what is a necessity and what is a luxury. It reminds me of a very pretty girl who transferred to our class in the second year of high school. Her skin was so white that it glowed in the sun. But the sports student tricked her into staying overnight with him by offering her a spicy hot pot meal. I guess Chin Go feels the same way as I do now. Wang Chuchu, the study committee member of the high school, ranks third in the class in academic performance. Her dream was to become an excellent journalist, working on the front lines of news scenes and revealing the truth to the general public. However, at this moment, she changed from a dream-chasing girl to Qian Tong's gentle wife. The classmates around were all smart people. After hearing what Qian Tong said, they all came forward to congratulate him and said all kinds of auspicious words. What about having a baby soon and growing old together? Qian Tong's face almost broke with laughter, while Wang Chuchu secretly glanced at me with the same look as Jiao Chan in Dong Zhuo's arms looking at Lu Bu. Chao Lingyun also patted my shoulder, sighed and said, Lao Qin, I'm sorry, I don't know either. My expression suddenly became serious, which scared Chao Lingyun. Lao Qin, don't be impulsive. You have a good life now, and there is no need to do irrational things by Yue Guang. Qian Tong also keenly noticed that something was wrong with me. He smiled and said, What's wrong, classmate? You don't look very happy. Aren't you going to bless us? Wang Chuchu pulled Qian Tong and tried to pull his hand out. But Qian Tong just held on tightly and wouldn't let go. He just wanted Wang Chuchu and I to break up. Qian Tong hoped that I could fight with him. After all, he had learned Taekwondo for many years. He had already deduced in his mind what might happen next. I pushed him in anger, but ended up getting kicked to the ground by myself. So if I kick myself to the ground, should I help him up? Only in this way can I demonstrate my breadth of mind and vision, and make Wang Chuchu more clearly aware of how big the gap is between her and me. The more Qian Tong thought about it, the more satisfied he felt, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. He even moved his right foot back a step, ready to kick at any time. Who knew that at this moment, I suddenly walked to the stone platform next to me and picked up a butcher knife on the chopping board. Qian Tong. Seeing me walking towards him with a butcher knife, the other students were so scared that they quickly stepped back. Qian Tong's face turned even paler, and he pointed at me and trembled. Hey, what are you doing? Calm down. It's not worth it for a woman. If you're unhappy, why don't you just not get married? Chao Lingyun was also stunned and gave me a thumbs up. As expected of my buddy, he has a bad temper. Unlike the others who were afraid, Wang Chuchu's eyes lit up the moment she saw me holding the knife. He still has me in his heart. I am indeed his white moonlight. Just when everyone thought Qian Tong might be killed, I suddenly said, You said you were the boss here? Qian Tong was stunned for a moment. Yeah, what's wrong? I pointed to a big fat pig next to me. Then I want to help kill a pig. Is that okay? I killed pigs when I was a kid, so I'm quite familiar with the job. Qian Tong. Qian Tong even suspected that he had heard it wrong. Are you sure you're killing the pig, not me? I rolled my eyes at him. What's the point of killing you? I just want to kill the pig. Can you please just give me a straight answer and stop dithering? Seeing me waving the butcher knife, Qian Tong quickly gave in. Okay, of course, go ahead and kill me. I agree. Chapter 51 Identities are given by myself. Qian Tong gave some instructions to several employees who were slaughtering pigs. Those employees who were about to slaughter the pigs looked at me impatiently and handed me a black rubber apron. These pigs are all raised by themselves, and in order to ensure the freshness of the ingredients, they are slaughtered immediately when guests come. There are many activities that guests can experience in the farmhouse, such as catching chickens and ducks, fishing, picking fruits, and so on. But this was the first time they had encountered a customer wanting to kill a pig. When they saw me really walking towards that direction with a butcher knife in my hand, everyone was stunned. Chow Ling-yoon, am I sane? He wears such a high-end suit to kill pigs. What if he gets it dirty? Another classmate said speechlessly, Are you stupid? Is it a question of whether the suit will get dirty? It's a question of whether this kid is mentally ill. That's like killing a pig. Do you dare to kill a pig? Me? I don't even dare to kill a chicken. How can I dare to kill a pig? But I always feel that he actually wants to vent his anger. Qian Xiao, I think he is coming for you. Everyone knows that Chu Chu treated him the best when they were in high school. Now that Chu Chu is married, how can he not feel sad? Hearing her classmates say this, Wang Chu Chu covered her mouth with her hands and tears fell from her eyes. Sure enough, he has me in his heart. Qian Tong's face turned pale, and for some reason he felt sympathy for the pig that was about to be slaughtered. Is that guy gonna kill a pig for me? At this moment, I was standing in front of the pig pen with a butcher knife in my hand and took a deep breath. Hi, it stinks so much. System, can't you assign me some normal tasks? Why did I suddenly want to kill the pig? Was it because I was really angry with him? Actually, not. I have always remembered the kindness Wang Chu Chu had shown me. But that's all. What white moonlight or not. Even if he really liked her before, he only liked the former Wang Chu Chu. What does it have to do with the current Wang Chu Chu? The reason I did this was because the system had just given him a new task. Do you have triggered a temporary task? Please check it carefully. Your next part-time job is Pig Butcher. Part-time task. Please use the butcher knife to successfully kill a pig. Task time limit. 1 hour. Failure penalty. Personal account funds cleared. Okay. There were no failure penalties in previous missions, but this time there is a direct penalty, right? It seems that the novice protection period has passed. It's just that these part-time tasks are more bizarre than each other. Running errands and delivering couriers is bad enough, but now he is forced to become a butcher. Little pig, I'm sorry. I saved some money with great difficulty. I really can't lose it. The uncle who killed the pig glanced at me. What are you talking about? Move aside, we need to get the pig out. As soon as the uncle approached the pig pen, the pigs inside started to run around as if they had sensed something. Seeing the pig hitting the surroundings with such great force, Chow Ling-yoon couldn't help but ask, Old Chin, are you sure you have killed a pig before? I think this pig is pretty fierce. Can you do it? If not, forget it. Everyone already knows that you are very powerful. Chow Ling-yoon thought that I just wanted to intimidate Qian Tong by killing the pig, so he was a little skeptical about his ability. After seeing the pig hit the iron fence, netizens were still frightened. My goodness, are pigs so strong? I even feel like this iron fence can't hold up. As the old saying goes, there are 3 pigs, 3 bears, and 3 tigers. You don't think all pigs are Peppa Pig, do you? It's a little-known fact that the domestic pigs we usually slaughter are all piglets, not yet fully grown. If you wait until these pigs grow up, you will know how fierce they are. If you look for breeding pigs, you will understand why they are ranked ahead of bears and tigers. It's hard to say about pigs. My grandmother used to raise pigs, and she told me that they are very evil. Don't go to the pig pen when you have nothing to do, because they will eat people. That's nonsense. A human is that big, and there are bones and all. How can a pig eat it? Can't eat it? It's a true story that happened in our place. An old man killed his daughter-in-law and threw her into a pigsty. The forensic doctor went to the pigsty to investigate and only found a few hairs. The rest of the body had been eaten clean. Tell me if you can eat it or not. No wonder the old people in the village say that if you see a pig in the pig pen with its eyes rolling up and staring at you, it must be killed. If a pig looks at you like this, it means it has already taken you into its diet and may attack you at any time the next time you enter the pen. The more netizens talked about it, the more they felt that this pig was a bit scary. It was at this time that the uncle opened the iron fence. The pig inside rushed out as if it didn't care about its life. The other people wanted to catch the pig immediately, but the pig was so powerful that they couldn't control it at all. Quick, pull it back and close the door again. The uncle panicked. If he fails to hold the pig and lets it run away, he will have to pay compensation. Just as the pig was about to escape, I, who was standing nearby, suddenly grabbed the pig's neck, then shouted and tripped. The pig, weighing more than 400 pounds, fell to the ground. I sat on the pig and held its head tightly with my left hand. Seeing this, Several other people rushed forward to help hold it down, and the uncle told me to get off the pig quickly. I didn't listen at all. I just found the pig's neck and killed it with one knife. Blood flowed from the pig's neck, staining my hands red. A group of old classmates were stunned, and Qian Tong subconsciously let go of Wang Chuchu's hand and tugged at his tie. Netizens were delighted. "You're sweating, little bro. I heard you wanted to practice with me just now?" I didn't quite understand what killing a chicken to scare the monkeys meant before, but now after watching Qin go killing a pig to scare people, I understand. With Qin Go's clean and sharp knife skills, who would believe that he has not killed many people? Investigate thoroughly, we must investigate thoroughly. I said that Qin Go would appear at the crime scene by coincidence every time, and he is indeed a perverted murderer. After draining the pig's blood, I got off the pig and prepared to turn on the faucet to wash my hands. Who knew that when I twisted it, I found that there was no water at all. The uncle said, "It's probably the water pipe that's broken again. Handsome guy, do you see that little waterfall over there? Go there and wash yourself with the stream water. It's all mountain spring water, very clean." I won the uncle's respect with my strength, and he smiled at me. I nodded and walked past Qian Tong with the butcher knife in hand. Qian Tong's legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Just at this moment, a system prompt sounded in my mind. By, congratulations to the host for completing the part-time task. You have acquired a new skill, identity proof, identity verification. When you are out, you give yourself an identity. The host can randomly specify an identity, which is valid for 1 hour. The system will help the host verify it, but there is a certain probability that it will be exposed. Chapter 52. Killing is fine, but you also want to eat? What a good saying. When you go out, your identity is given by yourself. The skills given by the system are getting more and more weird. Excuse me, are the skills you provide related to part-time jobs? System. So what? Damn it. Okay, you're awesome. Without arguing too much with the system, I walked to the waterfall that the uncle mentioned and washed the blood off my clothes. Netizens in the live broadcast room saw this scene and started playing again. I have to say this, although Qin Go is handsome, do you think he has the potential to be a perverted murderer? Yes, I think so too. Isn't that how it's played out in the movies? People who are well-dressed in suits are most likely to be scoundrels, and the more handsome they are, the more perverted they are. In the wilderness, under a waterfall, a man in a suit squatted by a stream and cleaned the blood from his sleeves. You can imagine for yourself. I won't say much about Qin Go's identity. So Qin Go married Lu Xun just to get into the police force, right? He used Lu Xun to get access to the police's internal information and cover up his own murderous intentions. Shit, now that you put it that way, it seems to be true. Otherwise, why would he always appear at the crime scene? This doesn't make sense. Originally, netizens were just joking about the meme, but who knew that the more they talked, the more outrageous it became, and their thoughts became more and more divergent. In the police station, Sun Jia and several other female police officers were holding lunchboxes in their hands, eating while watching my live broadcast. When they saw the speculations in the live broadcast room, they were also dumbfounded. Why do I feel like what these netizens say seems to make sense? Could my brother-in-law really be a perverted murderer? Sun Jia rolled her eyes at Lu Qian and said seriously, "What a joke! How can he be a perverted murderer with our sister Xiao Yan holding him back?" I would say that Sister Xiao Yan is the real perverted murderer, with at least hundreds of millions of lives on her hands. Think carefully about what Sister Xiao Yan said to my brother-in-law before. From now on, you must empty my brother-in-law's magazine before leaving. It's too horrible, too cruel. Everyone likes to gossip, and Sun Jia especially likes gossip. Whenever she has nothing to do, she likes to watch my live broadcast. She is even the honorary leader of my fan club. After all, I am the mascot of their police station, and Lu Yan is her immediate superior and her career idol. Watching my live broadcast is equivalent to following the daily life of two people at the same time. Isn't it more interesting than any TV series? Not to mention that I have been working hard recently, and almost all the major cases in the bureau are related to me. If I can get 1 or 2 more cases while watching the live broadcast, won't I be promoted again? Lu Qian reminded her, "Xiao Jia, it's not a good idea to frame Sister Xiao Yan like this. After all, it's the couple's business. It's their private life." Sun Jia said nonchalantly, "I'm talking about what happened in my brother-in-law's live broadcast room. It doesn't involve their privacy. But my brother-in-law is still pretty amazing. He is a congenital live broadcast saint. It has only been a few days since he started broadcasting, and his fans have exceeded 100,000. Song Wei asked curiously, I've always had a question. How did my brother-in-law start a live broadcast? Why does it seem like no one around him knows he's doing it? Sun Jia chuckled. Didn't our bureau just get a new batch of live broadcast equipment? There are cosmetic cameras, pinhole cameras, watch cameras, and leather shoe cameras. All of these devices are products of Sister Xiaoyan's family. You also know about the drones that are very popular in the market recently, right? They are also products of Sister Xiaoyan. Follow-up shooting and high-altitude shooting are just a piece of cake. They also have bionic drones and camouflage drones. Anyway, in order to achieve the best live broadcast effect, my brother-in-law bought a bunch of high-tech equipment, all of which were black technology. Sun Jia licked her lips when she said this. It's a pity that my brother-in-law can turn these devices on and off at any time, and the live broadcast settings can automatically block scenes that are not suitable for children. Otherwise, I would know how Sister Xiaoyan made my brother-in-law surrender that day. There was a perverted gleam in Sun Jia's eyes, but she soon sensed something was wrong. Why did the other female police officers suddenly keep their distance from her and remain silent? Why are you standing so far away? Aren't you watching the live broadcast? As soon as Sun Jia finished speaking, Lu Yen sat next to her with a sullen face. Is the live broadcast good? Gurgle. Sun Jia swallowed and became very nervous. Sister Yen, when did you come? Lu Yen said expressionlessly. Since you said I have killed someone. Sun Jia quickly waved her hands to explain. No, Sister Xiaoyan, that's not what I meant. Seeing Lu Yen looking at him coldly, Sun Jia knew that if he couldn't give her a satisfactory answer today, he would definitely be ruined. Suddenly, Sun Jia had an idea and pointed at the live broadcast room and said, Sister Xiaoyan, my brother-in-law went to attend the class reunion today. He is also having an affair with a girl named Wang Chuchu. I am helping you monitor him. Wang Chuchu? Class reunion? Lu Yen looked at the phone screen and discovered that I was wearing the suit she helped me put together yesterday. The murderous intent in Lu Yen's eyes became more and more pure, and the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. I see. No wonder he suddenly wanted to take a selfie yesterday. Good, very good. Click. Everyone only heard a crisp sound, and the mouse on the table was actually crushed by Lu Yen. My goodness. What a super strong policewoman. This is too scary. Seeing that Lu Yen was completely furious, Sun Jia repented in his heart with guilt. I'm sorry, brother-in-law. In that situation, it was either you or me. I had no choice but to betray you. Rest in peace. I was cleaning up the blood by the stream when I suddenly shuddered and got goosebumps all over my body. Is the stream so cold? I don't know why, but I felt a chill on my back and my neck felt itchy. Just as I was wondering, more blood flowed down from above and passed in front of me. I turned around and looked along the bloodstains, only to find that not far upstream, a man was also cleaning the bloodstains on his body like him. The man also noticed my gaze. He was stunned at first, and then his eyes became fierce. The man picked up the knife in his hand and walked towards me step by step. I didn't sense any danger at all. Instead, I greeted him with a smile. Brother, have you finished killing the pig? The man paused and frowned as if he was thinking about something. Are you also a pig killer? I scooped up some water to wash my face and said with a smile. I used to do this, but I stopped doing it after I got married. Today, I suddenly felt like doing it, so I went back to try it out. You also know that the country is strictly controlled. You can't mess around with this kind of thing. It will cause problems. Chapter 53. Is killing pigs so complicated? I am telling the truth. Longwa does have strict controls on killing pigs. Generally, they are required to be slaughtered uniformly. You cannot just kill and eat the pigs you raise yourself, and you cannot just kill them and give the meat to other people. After all, these porks have not been inspected. So who will be held responsible if something goes wrong after eating them? However, no one cares about remote areas, and the people above will turn a blind eye as long as they are not discovered. But the man misunderstood my meaning. He thought I was in the same industry as him. The man looked me up and down and couldn't help asking, You're killing pigs in a suit? Isn't that too high profile? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? I was stunned for a moment. It's just killing a pig. Why are you afraid of being discovered? Oh, could he be talking about being caught and reported? I wiped my hands and said, I told you. I just got excited and decided to do it today. You are also a butcher, you should understand what I am talking about, right? It is mainly because the emotions are right and I just kill it. Man. The man was so shocked that his pupils trembled. He asked uncertainly, "You mean, no one gave you money, and you just picked up a piglet from the roadside and killed it whenever you wanted?" I became even more confused. "Why do you just find one randomly? You know you'll be in trouble if you're discovered, so you must be looking for a more remote place like this. Killing pigs is mainly for pleasure, to enjoy the process of killing pigs. Whether you get paid or not doesn't matter. Besides, we can still eat it after we kill it, so we can just eat more." The man looked at me in horror. "You're going to eat it after you kill it?" I was confused too. "Yes, you kill it and don't eat it? A freshly slaughtered pig is delicious. The meat is tender and plump. Not only can the meat be eaten, but the blood can also be kept to make blood stew, which is also a specialty." The man was silent. It seems that this colleague is even more perverted than me. Just as I was about to leave, the man suddenly asked humbly, "Brother, you seem to be quite good at killing pigs. I want to ask how to deal with the blood after killing the pigs. I'm not very skilled and I just splashed it all over the room." I rolled my eyes at him. "Are you sick? How can you kill a pig in the house? You must drag it outside to a wide area to kill it. It's best to find a few people to help you, so that the killing will go smoothly. Otherwise, if the pig struggles, you won't be able to hold it down by yourself." The man nodded repeatedly. "I have helpers. 2 of my cousins were helping me just now, but I didn't think of dragging us outside and killing us. It was the first time I did this, so I'm not professional. By the way, brother, I have 2 pigs at home. Why don't you come back with me and help me with them? Don't worry. I'll give you a share of my reward and I won't let you suffer any loss." I was amused by this man. Don't take on a job if you don't have the skills. You said you can't butcher a pig, so why did you take on this job? I looked at the suit I was wearing and hesitated. "I really want to help you, but it won't be good if my clothes get dirty. They're quite expensive." The man quickly said, "Brother, I have clothes at home. You can just change into one of my clothes. I think our body shapes are similar, so you should be able to wear it. And if you help me kill a pig, I'll give you 30,000 yuan. How about that? 2 pigs would be 60,000 yuan. My eyes lit up when I heard that. Oh shit. Why is pig so precious that it costs 30,000 yuan to kill one? I'm rich, I'm rich. I was so happy that all I could say was just one word. Let's go. 10 minutes later, on the other side of the mountain, the man took me to a house at the foot of a mountain. The house was a standard 2-story farmhouse with a large yard outside the door and a pool of blood in the yard. Seeing the man coming back with a stranger, the 2 young men who were sitting at the door smoking immediately stood up with nervous expressions. The man waved at them. "It's okay, fellow. This is the brother I met when I was washing my knife just now. He's a professional pig butcher. Brother Chin, these 2 are my cousins, Feng Kwa and Feng Hui, and my name is Gong Bin." I greeted my 2 cousins politely. Gong Bin walked into the house and soon took out a set of his clothes and handed it over. "Brother Chin, these are my clothes. Please change into them. Don't get your high-end suit dirty." I didn't waste any words. I took the clothes and changed them. While changing, I asked, "Where are the 2 pigs you mentioned?" "Let one out first. I will do it directly. The sooner I kill it, the sooner I can leave. I have something else to do." Gongbin smiled and said, "No hurry. We still have to wait for the big boss's call. We can only start when the big boss says so." Curled my lips. "You are taking so long to kill a pig. Is your boss capable? He doesn't seem like he runs a big business." Gongbin handed me a cigarette. "Hey, the 3 of us brothers have just entered the industry not long ago. We are mainly here to make a living. We are not as cool as you, brother. You can tell at a glance that you have landed, right? Brother, tell us how you got into this industry and how you made it out of it." "I am happy. It doesn't matter whether you join the industry or not. We just select the bravest and most capable people from the village. If the situation is good, we will kill several pigs every year. If the situation is bad, we will just kill 1 or 2 just for the sake of courtesy. But my father used to be a butcher. He was quite famous. He had great skills and could kill with 1 blow. At that time, many bosses in the city paid him to do it. But I thought there was no future in butchering pigs, so I didn't do this business. In the final analysis, killing pigs is not as good as studying. Studying is the only way out. Killing pigs is a dead end." The 3 of them were stunned by what I said. Everyone in a village kills pigs, and do they kill a fixed number of pigs every year? My father is also a butcher, and I think this line of work has no future, so I went to study in the middle of my studies. Is this industry so complicated that there is even a concept of inheritance? Gongbin was silent for a moment and then asked, "Brother, is your village, Really in the country? You guys kill pigs like this, and no one gets caught? I sneered and said, we are just killing a pig to eat. Who dares to catch it? Gongbin thought about it carefully and agreed. Killing pigs is not scary. What is scary is that they still eat them. Ordinary police officers really don't dare to deal with this kind of super pervert. Just when Gongbin wanted to ask more questions and learn more advanced experiences, the big boss sent a text message asking them to take action. Gongbin made a gesture. Go, get those 2 pigs out. The 2 cousins responded, and soon dragged the tied man and woman out of the room and threw them directly into the yard. Chapter 54. The correct use of new skills. Brother, let's do it. Gongbin, with a cigarette in his mouth, handed a knife to me. Now it was my turn to be silent. Netizens in the live broadcast room didn't even dare to breathe. When Chingo greeted him just now, I felt that there was something wrong with this man. It turned out to be just as I guessed. It's over. Can anyone tell me how to solve this game? If we can't crack it, we're dead. Even if we call the police now, it's too late. Where are your teammates? Save them. Seeing that I was hesitant to take action, Gongbin looked confused. What's wrong, brother? Why don't you do anything? My hand holding the knife began to tremble slightly. I am not in a good mood and need to adjust myself.
Gongbin frowned.
How do I adjust it? Me, just a cigarette. I reached into my pocket, didn't find any cigarettes, and took out a lollipop. Gongbin looked at him suspiciously. Brother, is this the cigarette you were talking about? I calmly peeled off the candy wrapper of the lollipop and put the candy in my mouth. When we eat sugar, blood sugar rises and triggers an insulin response. In addition to allowing blood sugar to enter peripheral cells, aromatic amino acids are more likely to enter the brain to facilitate the synthesis of serotonin, making us feel happy and blessed. So what's wrong with me relaxing with a lollipop now? Gongbin didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, they had never been to school and had little culture. They didn't understand anything I said about insulin or something like that. Click, click. A few people just watched me eat the lollipop quietly. It would be fine if this kid just ate the lollipop, but he actually smacked his lips. It would have been fine if he just smacked his lips, but he actually took out a lollipop and licked it slowly. Are you practicing here? Oh, I can't stand it anymore. Feng Hui raised the knife and pointed it at me. Are you going to do it or not? If you don't, then I will. Feng Hui also asked suspiciously, Cousin, this person is probably not from the same industry. Have you ever seen a colleague wearing a suit and doing the same thing as us? Are you mistaken? After hearing what Feng Hui said, combined with my abnormal behavior just now, Gongbin also became suspicious. He walked up to me, patted my shoulder, pointed at the 2 people on the ground and said, Brother, we have been holding these 2 piglets for a while. The sooner we get rid of them, the sooner we can leave. As the saying goes, the longer the night, the more dreams you have. We have prepared the money for you. I will give you 5 minutes. Either they die or you die. It's your choice. Gongbin took out his cell phone and started a 5-minute countdown. The reason why Gongbin brought me to the yard was mainly because I saw him washing a knife by the stream and had seen his face. If they are in the same industry, then there is nothing to say. Everyone has dirty hands and no one will report anyone else. But if I wasn't in the same team, he would have died here with these 2 people today. Under the gaze of the 3 men, I slowly approached the man and woman slumped on the ground with a knife. The 2 were terrified, their eyes filled with horror, and they struggled desperately on the ground. After all, one of their companions had been killed by Gongbin before, and he was killed in front of them. I was hesitant to do it because he wasn't a real murderer, he had only killed pigs. It was at this moment that the man struggled to push the cloth off his mouth. He gasped and said, Brother, don't kill me. I have money. I have a lot of money. Who asked you to kill me? How about I give him double his offer? 10 times. I'll give him 10 times. Please don't kill me. I have a wife and children at home. I have never done anything against the law. Before the man could finish his words, the hot-tempered Feng Hui rushed forward and stabbed with a knife. Can be seen that Feng Hui is very unprofessional. He stabbed people based entirely on his feelings and had no idea which parts were the vital parts. This resulted in the man not dying after the first few stabbings. He struggled and wailed on the ground, leaving a shocking trail of blood. This wailing lasted for more than a minute before the man slowly stopped and became quiet. Feng Hui's body was covered in blood and the knife was stuck in his ribs and couldn't be pulled out. Blood splattered on my face, and a life disappeared in front of him. Gongbin put his hand on my shoulder, but at this time he had already become suspicious of my identity. Gongbin sneered and said, "Brother, that's not what you told me before. You said you were very good at killing pigs, killing one with one blow, and you sounded very professional. How come you are like a quail holding a knife? What? You can't do it? If you can't do it, don't blame me for being unrighteous. I can only send you to death first, and then send this woman to death. Gongbin's knife is already on my neck. If I don't take action before the 5 minutes are up, he will become Gongbin's dead soul." The woman, slumped on the ground, shook her head at me in horror, begging him not to kill her. Her skirt was wet with intense fear. She still wanted to live and she didn't want to die. Feng Hui pulled out the knife with great effort, wiped the blood off his face and said, "Cousin, why are you wasting time talking to him? It's obvious that this guy is not from the underworld. Just kill him together." Feng Hui also nodded. "Cousin, let's do it. It will be disadvantageous for us if we delay any further." Gongbin frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Brother, I'm asking you for the last time, are you in our line of work? Who are you?" Facing Gongbin's questioning, I pretended to be mysterious and said, "Of course I am in this line of work, but I usually don't take business in China. I am an international professional killer." As soon as I finished speaking, a system prompt sounded in my mind. By skill, identity proof has been activated. The system is helping the host to prove the identity. When I heard the system prompt sound, I was stunned for a moment. Yes, I still have the skill to use. But how do you use this skill? When they heard me say that he was an international killer, the Feng Hui brothers burst into laughter. How did an international killer come to our place? And he's an international killer, but he can't even hold a knife. What are you and I doing pretending to be great by sticking a green onion in our pig noses? Cousin, I'll take care of him. Just as Feng Hui was about to attack me, the voice of the news anchor came from the TV in the room. Now for an urgent breaking news. The Ministry of Public Security and the Ministry of State Security have verified that the international professional killer, the butcher, sneaked into our city early this morning and his whereabouts are unknown. We are now soliciting information about the butcher from the general public and offering a cash reward of 3 million. This professional killer is bloodthirsty and has committed hundreds of crimes. He is an extremely dangerous person. Citizens are requested to report any trace of the suspect immediately and keep a safe distance from him. The suspect's physical characteristics are as follows. Chapter 55. Yes, I am an international killer. Brown high-end striped suit, white shirt, alligator shoes. He is 1.8 meters tall, very handsome, with 3 scars on his neck, and he carries a butcher knife with him. We reiterate that this suspect is extremely dangerous. He is not only a professional killer, but also an international psychopathic killer. Please report it immediately if you find him and keep a safe distance from him. The emergency broadcast is over. 3 brothers. Brown striped suit, crocodile leather shoes, scars on the neck, butcher knife. They all match up. Feng Hui, who had just threatened to stab me to death, was so frightened that the knife almost slipped out of his hand. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Sure enough, I knew it. Qin Go is indeed a perverted murderer. Not only did he marry a policewoman, but he also live-streamed his crimes, deceiving us netizens. Qin Go, you are really good at it. I was wondering how someone could live stream for more than 10 hours a day. Turns out we are part of his crime play. This is perverted. So perverted. God Lu never expected that the person next to him would be the ultimate villain. What a shocking reversal. Gongbin felt his throat tighten a little. As soon as he opened his mouth, his tone became sharper. Brother, this news is talking about you? I was also shocked at first, but after hearing what Gongbin said, I immediately came to my senses. Isn't this the best chance for me to get out of this situation? My shoulders shrugged, and the 3 brothers were frightened and took a step back in unison. I supported my right hand with my left hand, put my right hand on my face, leaving only one eye exposed, and my smile gradually became distorted. Amatras, I didn't expect that I hid so well, but you still found me. Yes, I admit that I killed those people. But I never kill innocent people. They deserve to die. They deserve to die. By skill, Master of Speech has been activated. When the skill was activated, I seemed to enter some kind of strange state, as if he was really a perverted murderer at this moment. I said frantically, I come from the countryside, my family is poor, and people around me look down on me and laugh at me for being a peasant. There was a senior student who used to beat me up because I looked at him twice when he cut in line to buy something. Later I killed him and threw him to the back of the school to feed the stray dogs without anyone noticing. That was my first time killing someone, and my first time tasting blood. It was delicious. 3 brothers. I was originally immersed in my memories, but suddenly I looked at Feng Hui. What are you looking at? Feng Hui was so frightened that he trembled and quickly covered his face with his hands and looked down at the ground. Brother, I didn't look at you. I looked at Feng Kuo again. Feng Kuo looked up directly at the sun. Worried that I would look at him, Gongbin asked tremblingly, what happened next? Sure enough, I fell into memories again. Then I met a girl who was very beautiful, gentle, and kind. She never despised me and took the initiative to bring me meals every day. She made me feel what love is for the first time. The 3 brothers were so moved that they almost cried. Great, we are saved. It's a warm memory. However, before the 3 brothers could be happy for too long, I changed the subject. Then I found an opportunity to kill her. The 3 brothers, me. I tied a rock to her and threw her into the well. Gongbin was about to cry. Why, brother? Doesn't she dislike you? I said expressionlessly. Because she treats me well, she belongs to me alone. I don't want her to get married in the future, nor do I want her to have contact with other men. Why is it so hard to understand? The 3 brothers shook their heads. It's not hard to understand, brother. You did the right thing. A gust of wind blew, and the fallen leaves in the yard fluttered. I smelled the faint smell of blood in the air and a smile appeared on my face. Very handsome and sunny. Very crazy and perverted. I picked up the butcher knife on the ground and said calmly, it's almost time. It's time to end it. Click, 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 click. The 3 brothers' upper and lower teeth were chattering, and they were shaking like sieves. Seeing me walking towards him with a knife in his hand, Feng Hui was so scared that he wet his pants. Brother, don't be impulsive. We are in the same industry. We are in the same group. Don't do anything rash. I smiled brightly and showed Feng Hui my butcher knife. Don't be afraid. I just want to show you the correct way to hold a knife. The way you hold the knife is reverse grip, which has limited lethality and is easy to drop. But my straight grip is different. No matter how hard I stab the knife, it won't slip out of my hand. It's also not easy to get stuck in the bones, and it's very lethal. Thump. Feng Hui knelt down in front of me. Brother, is it not enough for me to believe that you are a perverted murderer? So scary. At this time, you are still teaching me how to hold a knife. Are you perverted? Seeing that his cousin was about to be killed by me, Gongbin quickly said, Brother, don't be impulsive. We were blind and offended our brother before. As long as you are willing to give us a way out, we will do whatever you say. I gave Gongbin a cold look. You guys do everything I say? Gongbin nodded repeatedly. Absolutely do as you are told. No questions asked. I pointed to the next room. Then you 3 go in and close the door. I don't like people watching me when I kill someone. The 3 brothers did not hesitate at all. They crawled into the room and closed the door. After entering the house, the 3 of them collapsed on the ground and gasped for breath. They never expected that I had such a powerful background and was actually an international killer. Feng Hui couldn't help but ask, Cousin, where did you find this evil spirit? We almost got ourselves into trouble. Gongbin also felt very regretful. Do you think I'm the one who wants to find him? He saw me when I was washing the knife. I have to go and confirm who he is, right? Feng Kuo pricked up his ears and listened for a while. Something's wrong. A professional killer kills people without making any noise? Normally, those perverts shouldn't kill people so quietly. Feng Hui plucked up the courage to look out through the crack in the door. When he saw this, he was dumbfounded. Cousin, the person is gone. Gongbin didn't react. Who's missing? That pervert and that bitch are gone. They ran away. Gongbin was stunned for a moment, but then he quickly figured it out. Damn, we've been fooled. That guy is trying to bluff us. Grab your weapons and chase. Realizing they had been cheated, the 3 men picked up their weapons and chased after him. Who knew that at this moment, a man in a brown striped suit happened to pass by. It's another guy in a suit. Kill him. Feng Hui swung his knife and chopped. The man in the suit did not dodge or evade, but just watched the knife fall calmly. Chapter 56. So you are from Rongqing? In the mountains and in the woods. The woman holding my hand waved her hands repeatedly. No, I really can't run anymore. Let's take a break. The woman usually works in an office and has never exercised, so her physical fitness is very poor. She was already very eager to survive to be able to run such a long distance with me. I looked around and found that their location was not bad. They were in a high position and the bushes helped them hide their bodies, so they could see at a glance whether there was anyone chasing them. After confirming that they were temporarily safe, I immediately took out my cell phone and called Lu Yen. "Wife, help me. There are 3 killers chasing me now. Please come and save me, or your dear husband will be gone." Lu Yan's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "We are on our way. You are hiding in a good place now. Stay still and don't move. We will be there soon." I was very anxious. How long is soon? My life is hanging by a thread. It only takes a split second for my life to end. If it weren't for your husband, who is smart, brave, handsome, honest and kind, I would be a corpse now. Lu Yen. Bah, you shameless bastard, are you reciting the core values here? Stop talking nonsense, save your energy, and hang up, without giving me the chance to continue talking nonsense. Lu Yen unilaterally hung up the phone. "Hey, this bitch, how dare you hang up on me?" I called Lu Yen again, but she hung up again. I was silent. He sat slumped in the bushes with his hands shaking. When people are extremely nervous, they will want to talk, and this is the case with me now. If it weren't for his wit just now, he really wouldn't have been sure he could escape from the hands of the 3 brothers, let alone take a woman with him. "Thank you," the woman sitting next to her said softly. I looked up and found that the woman was looking at him with gratitude. The woman said very seriously, "My name is Su Ningbing, and I am the female president of the Frost Group. You saved my life and I will definitely thank you. Money is not a problem. I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward after I get home safely." I rolled my eyes at her. Is it great to be a female president? I am also the son-in-law of the female president. I hate you rich ladies the most. All you ask for is money as a thank you. You always mention you as the president of a certain group. Do I need your money? Su Ningbing? Netizen? Su Ningbing was stunned, and netizens were shocked. No, buddy. You're still feeling wronged after saving a rich woman, right? You don't like rich women, right? Come on. Push it to me. Scan the QR code and add me as your friend. Hurry up. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Chin Go's luck is incredible. Any woman he saves is a wealthy woman. Why can't I encounter such a good thing? My friend upstairs, what you said is a little funny. It's impossible for ordinary people to encounter a killer casually. Besides, if this woman has no identity or background, why did the 3 brothers kidnap her? It's just a game. Okay, I like Chin Go's noble character of treating money like dirt, but I just like dirt. If there are any rich ladies in the live broadcast room, please consider me. I am 1.75 meters tall, handsome, with 8-pack abs, and can work full-time for 30 days. Seeing me looking at her with disdain, Su Ningbing didn't know what to do for a moment. After all, she has never lacked suitors since she was a child, especially those men who were even more attentive to her after knowing her identity. Suddenly meeting someone who didn't care about her, Su Ningbing became interested in him instead. She blinked and asked curiously, "Are you really an international killer?" I rolled my eyes at her. "Didn't you see that my hands are shaking like Parkinson's? Besides, a killer is a killer. There's no such thing as an international killer. What's the matter? Aren't there enough killers in China for you to kill? How come you were caught by those 3 brothers?" Su Ningbing twirled her fingers in circles and said with a look of grievance, "I was going out by car to attend a banquet, but was hit by their car halfway. Uncle Wang was just about to go down to see what was going on when these 3 men came up with knives and tied us all up. Uncle Wang he, woo-woo. After all, she was just a woman. Seeing someone she was familiar with being killed like a pig in front of her, she was still very devastated. I know with my own hips that this is definitely a dirty business competition tactic. The business world is a very treacherous place. Many businessmen are willing to do even more shameless things, not to mention murder and arson, just to make money." Su Ningbing cried more and more sadly, and her tears could not stop flowing. I felt bad after seeing this, so I took out a piece of paper from my pocket and handed it over. Who knew that Su Ningbing didn't take the paper? Instead, she let out a cry, opened her arms and leaned towards me, asking for a hug. I was horrified and dodged, appearing behind Su Ningbing in an instant. Su Ningbing fell to the ground, her head buzzing, and she didn't react for a long time. Netizen. What was that thing that suddenly flashed by just now? Flash step. Good fellow? A beautiful woman throws herself into the arms of others, which is what they want. But Go avoids her like a snake or scorpion. Me. Do you know what emergency avoidance means? Sunder a face. So pitiful, covering mouth and crying. Look, everyone, look, what has Willow God made my brother Chin look like? He deserves to be a gigolo. He's handsome, well-educated, talented, and principled. Even if I were a rich woman, I'd still be attracted to him. Su Mei, hello? Can you release me from the blacklist? After spitting out the grass in her mouth, Su Ningbing sat back down, and then she realized what had just happened. She stared at me blankly, with deep doubts about her own charm. She even subconsciously supported her breasts with her hands. Still they're not small and elastic. So the question is, why is he hiding from me? Is it possible that I have no attraction to him at all? Su Ningbing stared at me for a while and then asked very seriously, "You don't like women?" I sneered. "I'm married, what do you think? Married to a man?" The veins on my temples jumped, and I suppressed my anger and replied, "Of course with a woman. I love my wife very much." Su Ningbing frowned and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she asked again, "Are you from Sichuan and Chongqing?" I'm a little impatient. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Su Ningbing suddenly understood, and her previous coquettishness disappeared immediately. She stood up, patted my shoulder and said, "My dear sister, I was abrupt just now. Don't worry. From now on you will be my best friend, the closest one." Chapter 57. No time, no gay. The prejudice in people's minds is the city of Chengdu. Once upon a time, the label for Sichuan and Chongqing men was simply that they were afraid of their wives and were henpecked. But Chengdu, relying on its own strength, has made the people of the entire Dragon Country feel that the Sichuan and Chongqing regions are all calcium. Netizens laughed out loud. Sisters? That's not wrong. I think it makes sense. Me. If you call me that, I'll be a killer. Come on, local friends in Chengdu. Tell me loudly what is abundant in Chengdu. Lots of calcium, lots of calcium. Chengdu has the most calcium. A buzz cut, a round face and a beard, Lin Xinru on Chuanxi Road. A muscle vest and a saxophone, Lu Shishir on Tianfu Avenue. You're full of jingles. Are you going to take the postgraduate entrance exam? Friends from other places, please don't misunderstand me. Although I am from Chengdu, I am straight. Because in Chengdu, only I and Tianfu Avenue are straight. Seeing Su Ningbing's eyes change from charming at the beginning to looking at me without a single distracting thought, as if she really regarded me as a good sister, I became so excited that I clenched my fists. If it wasn't for the sake of upholding male ethics, he would have to let this ignorant woman know what it meant to have sex 7 times a night. Fortunately, this awkward atmosphere did not last long. Sun Jia's voice was like the sound of nature, coming from the bottom of the hill. "Brother-in-law, are you okay?" I looked down and found that Sun Jia was rushing towards him with several armed special police officers. I took Su Ningbing down the mountain and asked in confusion, "Where's my wife?" Sun Jia panted and said, "Sister Xiaoyan went to the yard at the foot of the mountain. She said that we can't let the 3 kidnappers get away." I sighed. My wife is good in every way except that she is too career-oriented. Did she bring enough people with her? Those 3 guys have killed people, and they are extremely vicious. Sun Jia nodded. "Don't worry, brother-in-law. The headquarters has dispatched a special police brigade. There are more than 300 people. All of them are armed." Huh. I was stunned for a moment, feeling something was wrong. Why are so many people dispatched? Sun Jia said with a guilty conscience. "It's because the city leaders watched your live broadcast and felt that the 3 people were extremely cruel and had a very bad social impact. So they issued a death order to arrest them as quickly as possible to set the record straight. Also, your live broadcast room has been included in our public security department's Sword of Dawn operation. The city government has specially approved your live broadcast room as a frontline documentary live broadcast room, which will increase the live broadcast authority and strictly review the identities of netizens watching the live broadcast, so that the general public can deeply understand the case handling process of our frontline police officers. The city government leaders also instructed that your live broadcast room should be used as a police display window and a criminal weather vane, so that you can become the Dawn Sentinel and crime nemesis of our Jianghai city." Sun Jia's words became more and more exciting, and she even got excited herself. After thinking for a moment, I asked, "Did you secretly watch my live broadcast while at work?" Sun Jia felt even more guilty. I just, Watched secretly for a while and Director Luo saw me. I slapped my forehead and felt a terrible headache. He knew it was like this. My original intention of starting live streaming was to earn some pocket money and record my wonderful life. As a result, after awakening the system, the things he encountered became more and more outrageous, and it became a record of his criminal life. Originally, I thought that if the platform banned me one day, I would just let it go and broadcast one day at a time. Now, I have become the Dawn Sentinel. This live broadcast room cannot be banned at all, and the platform's super management will probably have to be the internet police. Without time to think about it, I sighed and said, "Okay, take me to find my wife. I miss her." Sun Jia said, "Oh," and took me down the mountain. Before leaving, Su Ningbing did not forget to shout, "Good sister, I'll ask my housekeeper to contact you later, and we can hang out together later." Fuck you. I'm a straight man straighter than steel. At the foot of the mountain, there is a small courtyard. As soon as I arrived at the gate of the yard, I immediately felt something was wrong. The entire yard was surrounded by hundreds of special police and a cordon was set up. A group of forensic doctors in white coats were busy taking pictures with cameras in the yard. Just as I was about to go in, I was stopped by Zhou Quan, who was standing at the door on guard. "Brother-in-law, there's a crime scene inside, you can't go in." I said, "Oh, I know it's the crime scene. Someone was stabbed to death. I was there at the time. It's okay. I won't go in. Is Lu Yen in there?" Zhou Quan looked at me with a strange expression and said, "Not only one person died inside, but the 3 kidnappers also died, and they died miserably." I was stunned. The 3 of them died too? How did they die? Who killed them? Zhou Quan shook his head and said nothing. Just then, a man's voice came from the yard. The deceased, Feng Hui, had a broken right forearm and a comminuted fracture of the chest. His eyes were gouged out and he was stabbed 12 times. His leg bones were also taken out. The deceased, Feng Kua, had all his fingers cut off and his face was probably hit hard. His front teeth, nose bridge, and face were fractured in many places. His spine was also pulled out. The worst case was that of the deceased Gong Bin, whose tendons in his hands and feet were torn, his skull was opened, and his brain tissue was smeared on the wall. According to our initial assessment, the person who killed them should be the international perverted killer, the butcher. These killing methods are his usual methods, and he also left marks for us at the scene. I looked up and saw that the man who was speaking was in his early 30s, wearing plain clothes and looked very confident. Luo Jun, Lu Yen, and the others also followed the man out, their expressions looking very ugly. Murder cases are nothing, police officers have seen a lot of them. But this was the first time they had seen such a brutal murder. Even Lu Yan's face turned pale, and it was obvious that the scene had caused her quite a psychological shock. The man smiled and extended his hand to me. "I, the Dawn Sentinel? I've heard about your legendary deeds from Director Luo. Seeing is believing. You are indeed amazing. You know, the butcher is also a top-ranked perverted killer in the world. We originally thought that he would go to big cities like the Magic City or the Imperial City to commit crimes, but we didn't expect him to come to Zhanghai City." I didn't shake hands with the man, but frowned and said, "What do you mean?" I didn't ask the butcher to come. Seeing that I was unwilling to shake hands with him, the man did not mind and continued. "We still don't know why the butcher came to Zhanghai City, but all the major cases in recent times are related to you, which makes me very interested in you. Mr. Qin, if you have time, can we arrange a private meeting to have a deeper discussion?" I deadpanned, "I don't have time. I'm not gay." The smile on the man's face froze and he suddenly became unconfident. His private invitation was so impressive, but when I rejected it, it seemed like he had other ideas. This person is poisonous. Chapter 58, Have you studied criminal psychology? Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Zhou Quan stepped forward and said, "Brother-in-law, he is Xiao Gaoshou, a criminal investigation expert from the Nanshan branch. He was specially sent by the General Administration to assist us. Don't underestimate expert Xiao because he is young. He also holds the identity of Interpol of our dragon country. This time when the butcher escaped to our country, we still have to rely on expert Xiao to communicate with other Interpol officers." After hearing Zhou Quan introduce himself, Xiao Gaoshou's confident smile returned to his face again, and he said modestly, "Hey, these are just empty names, not worth mentioning." Luo Jun smiled and said, "Expert Xiao is too modest. I heard that you are known as the top detective in the Nanshan branch. You have solved more than 200 criminal cases, big and small, right? Nanshan used to be a place with many criminal cases. Since you, Expert Xiao, were transferred there, the public security level in Nanshan has been significantly improved. It has reached the point where people can leave their doors unlocked at night and no one steals anything on the road. Seeing that Luo Jun also mentioned his glorious deeds, Xiao Gaoshou's face almost broke with laughter. He looked at Lu Yen involuntarily and said, "Whether we solve more criminal cases or not, we are serving the people. And personally, I would rather there were no thieves in the world. It would be best if I could have no place to display my skills and everyone could live and work in peace." Besides, when I was at the Nanshan branch, I heard that there was a policewoman with equally outstanding professional abilities at the East branch. After meeting her today, I found that she is indeed as good as her reputation. Ms. Lu, do you have time to discuss the case and have a meal together later? Lu Yen glanced at Xiao Gaoshou expressionlessly. I don't have time. I have a husband. Puff. Sun Jia, who was drinking water, couldn't hold it in and sprayed it all over Xiao Gaoshou's face. Sun Jia quickly picked up the towel and wiped him. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it, Expert Xiao. Xiao Gaoshou forced a smile, but it was too bitter and netizens burst into laughter. So this is what it means to force a smile. Ha 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 ha. I've learned something new. Xiao Gaoshou would sit up and scratch his hair in the middle of the night when he was sleeping. No, they are a poisonous couple. Little guy, can't our willow god see through your treacherous mind? Do you know what it means to abide by the code of conduct for women? Before, I was worried that Lu Xin would be confused by this criminal investigation expert. Now it seems that I was worrying too much. In Lu Xin's mind, apart from criminal cases, there is only Qin Go. He is too reliable. So what exactly did Qin Go use to make willow gods so devoted to him? It's possible that it's not just with your hands. What are you talking about, buddy upstairs? You drive when you don't agree with something, right? After 2 consecutive setbacks, Xiao Gaoshou learned his lesson. Instead of showing off your social skills, it is better to show off your criminal investigation skills directly. Xiao Gaoshou looked at Luo Jun and said seriously, Leader, judging from the situation at the scene, the killer must not have gone far. I suggest that we seal off a section of the mountain and apply to the general administration to transfer 2 special police teams to search the mountain. Luo Jun frowned and didn't reply immediately, but looked at me standing beside him. Xiao Qin, what do you think? I was massaging Lu Yan's shoulders when I was stunned. Oh, me. Luo Jun smiled and said, Yes, you are the designated Dawn Sentinel and Crime Slayer. I want to hear your opinion. Damn Dawn Sentinel. I have not received any professional criminal investigation training. I'm just a part-time worker. I looked at Lu Yan, who said impatiently, Why are you looking at me? Just say what I told you to say. Lu Yun. Okay, when your boss asks for your opinion, you have to ask your wife's consent first, right? How did you adjust it? This is such an instinctive reaction. After getting Lu Yan's consent, I cleared my throat and said, In that case, I'll tell you. I think closing the mountain is not advisable. As soon as I came up, I directly overturned Xiao Gaoshou's opinion. Xiao Gaoshou sneered twice, crossed his arms, and prepared to see what I had to say. I continued, If I were a butcher, I would definitely run away immediately after killing someone. If I didn't run away, would I wait for the police to catch me? I'm a butcher, not a fool. Xiao Gaoshou said sarcastically, Mr. Qin, do you know what a perverted killer is? You should have seen from the situation at the scene that the butcher's method of committing crimes is quite cruel, and he enjoys killing people. Do you think a man like this would be afraid of the police? I explained, It's not so much that he's afraid of the police. It's more that he's afraid that he won't have the chance to commit crimes again in the future. Like you said, he enjoys killing people. If we follow your logic, then he is not afraid of death. So why did he run away? It's a simple logic. He hasn't had enough fun yet. If he gets caught, won't the game be over? So if I were him, not only would I run away immediately, but I would also run to a place where none of you can catch me. A safe place, and do something special. Xiao Gaoshou looked disdainful. Mr. Qin, these are just your personal thoughts, and they are also groundless speculations. Leader, I suggest that we close the mountain first. Time waits for no one. Luo Jun gestured to Xiao Gaoshou to calm down. He looked at me and asked, If it were you, what special thing would you do? I smiled and said, You guys also said that he kills for fun, and the crime scene is his work. He created such a good work. Doesn't he want to see other people's reactions? So if I were him, I would definitely run to a place that is safe enough but can still see the side and observe our reactions. For example, the higher hillside over there, I pointed casually, and I actually saw a figure standing on the hillside with a telescope in his hand. Sun Jia exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, there really is someone on the mountain over there." Luo Jun immediately picked up the telescope and looked over there. He is indeed a killer butcher. The butcher was also stunned. He was originally observing the policeman's reactions with great interest. Why did the policeman suddenly look over here? And there was another kid dressed the same as him, which made the butcher very unhappy. What's the level of wearing the same suit as me? Are you also a professional killer? Luo Jun took out the walkie-talkie and gave the order immediately. Team 1, Team 3, Team 5, head southeast immediately to capture the butcher. 3 special police teams set off immediately. Xiao Gaoshou looked at me in confusion, as if he had seen a ghost. You have studied criminal psychology? I spread my hands. No, I just guessed. Xiao Gaoshou remained silent. How can you guess so accurately? Could this guy also be a perverted murderer? Ignoring Xiao Gaoshou, I looked at Lu Yen. Wife, aren't you going to chase her? Lu Yen said calmly, I have made a lot of contributions recently, so I won't pursue you anymore and give other colleagues a chance. Besides, aren't you attending a class reunion? Perfect. I'll go with you. Chapter 59. Can a eunuch also be a husband? Oh no, it's over. When I heard that Lu Yen was going to the class reunion with me, my scalp went tingling, I saw stars, and I could hardly stand. Wife, there's actually nothing good about that class reunion. If Lao Chao hadn't threatened me, I wouldn't have gone at all. You know Lao Chao, he's a coward and a troublemaker. He's been in love with Xin Meng for many years, but he never had the courage to confess, so he asked me to go over and help as a wingman. But now I understand that happiness must be fought for by oneself. Lao Chao should also learn to be independent. Honey, let's go. I'll take you home. Lu Yen sneered, grabbed my ear and left. When Sun Jia saw this scene, he clasped his hands together guiltily and prayed. Brother-in-law, don't blame me. I was just trying to protect myself. Don't watch the live broadcast replay, and don't come to settle the score with me. I'm just a little follower, and I was forced to do it. Farmhouse in the yard. More than 40 students were having a barbecue in the yard, and then they sat together in groups of 3 or 4, drinking, singing, and chatting. Qian Tong was the most successful among the group, so he stole the show at the party and enjoyed all kinds of flattery from others. Chao Lingyun and another old classmate sat in the corner, drinking half a can of beer. Old classmate Zhang, he nudged him with his elbow. Lao Chao, I heard that Xin Meng is still single. Why don't you go and try to win her over? Chao Lingyun glanced at Xin Meng, who was sitting not far away, and took another big gulp of wine. Xin Meng, the goddess of youth in his student days. In fact, Xin Mengren is not particularly beautiful, but she has a big heart. Do you know how destructive it was to the boys in your school days when there was a girl in your class who walked shakily? Especially since Xin Meng liked to wear low-necked clothes at that time. She would sweat when exercising. The image of beads of sweat hanging on the skin would automatically appear in Chao Lingyun's mind whenever he closed his eyes, and he even felt that the memories had the yellowish tint of an old record. What we desired but could not obtain in our youth eventually turned into obsession and became insatiable desires in adulthood. This is why Chao Lingyun changes his girlfriend every month now that he has money, and he has only one criterion for finding a girlfriend: she must have a global vision. Chao Lingyun is not like me. My feelings towards Wang Chuchu are more of gratitude and nostalgia. After all, during his most difficult time, Wang Chuchu was like a kind angel. But Chao Lingyun just wanted to get Xin Meng. It's like the toys you didn't get to play with when you were a kid. When you grow up and have money, you'll have to spend them as revenge, right? Chao Lingyun finally mustered up the courage to stand up and walk towards Xin Meng. But at this moment Qian Tong said rudely, Lao Chao, what on earth have I been doing? It shouldn't take so long to wash my hands. Give him a call and see what he's doing. A flatterer nearby immediately sneered. What else can he do? He would have run back home a long time ago. Chu Chu was his goddess, but now she's your fiancé. You're successful in your career now, but he rented a suit from somewhere to look good. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stay here any longer. It would be so embarrassing. I was like this when I was in school. People with poor financial situation had low aspirations. You still remember that I lost my mobile phone, right? I was the only one who didn't go to eat at noon and was studying in the classroom. I suspected that he stole it. If you ask me, Lao Chao, you have nothing to do. Why did you bring someone like me to the party? Isn't this just making everyone upset? Hearing these people ridiculing me like this, Chao Lingyun got angry. What the hell are you talking about? I'm my brother? Who are you to judge me? And I'm telling you, I'm doing better than all of you. Compared to me, your money is nothing. And you're a second-generation rich kid. It's hilarious. The little money you Chen Tong makes in a month might not even be as much as my pocket money. Everyone thought Chao Lingyun was just bragging. Just at this moment, a police car drove up from a distance and stopped at the gate of the yard. I opened the door and got out of the police car. I looked so cautious, just like a criminal suspect who was brought to the scene for identification after being arrested. Wife, slow down. Be careful of the stones on the ground. After I got off the car, I stood at the door, bent over and offered my hand to support him. Wife, Qian Tong and others were confused. I am married. However, the next second, everyone's pupils trembled. I saw Lu Yen, who was changed into casual clothes, holding my hand and getting out of the police car, and said something without turning her head. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaochen. You can go back now. Okay, Sister Xiaoyan, I'll be leaving first. The driver, Xiaochen, drove away in the police car. Lu Yen, like the Empress Dowager, held my hand and walked into the courtyard step by step. Cold. So fucking cool. The aura is compelling. All the boys present seemed to be under a spell of freezing, staring at Lu Yen blankly, unable to move their eyes away. So many years have passed. Lu Yen is not only more beautiful than before, but also more charming and mature. But even so, Lu Yen at this moment is still the ice goddess that is out of their reach. The girls present instinctively felt a kind of oppression from their superiors. Lu Yen glanced at the entire audience, and they subconsciously avoided her gaze, not daring to meet her gaze at all. Some pretended to drink water, some pretended to play with their phones, and some covered their faces with their hands and secretly put on makeup. The psychological pressure that Lu Yen put on them was really too great. Only Wang Chuchu held the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands, raised her chin as much as possible, and insisted on looking Lu Yen in the eye. When she was in high school, she was always suppressed by Lu Yen. Now that everyone has graduated and started working, she doesn't want to be suppressed by Lu Yen anymore. Who knew that Lu Yen just glanced at her and then showed a confident smile? The woman in front of her posed no threat to her. Or to put it another way, Su Mei is a bigger threat than her. Lu Yen even laughed at herself in her heart. What white moonlight, it's nothing but this, you're just scaring yourself. She is very confident in her aesthetic taste for me, and Wang Chuchu is not to her liking. Honey, where do I sit? When Lu Yen said this, everyone was petrified again. Husband? Who is she talking about? Are you talking about me who is standing next to you? Are you sure it's your husband and not your father-in-law? Can a eunuch turn his life around and become a husband? I'm already sweating profusely. The atmosphere in the courtyard had already reached freezing point as soon as Lu Yen walked into it. If she sat there for a while, the party might not be able to continue. I whispered, Honey, let's forget it. It's nothing fun. As soon as I finished speaking, the conspicuous Chao Lingyun jumped up immediately. Sister-in-law, come on, sit here with me. Hey, we were just wondering why Lao Qin didn't come back for so long after washing his knives. Turns out he went to pick you up. Old Qin, why are you still standing there? Help your sister-in-law to come over and take a seat. Lao Chao, you bastard, you want me to die, right? Chapter 60 Blonde Lady Mary. Seeing that Chao Lingyun hadn't figured out the situation, I quickly said, Let's not sit down. We have something else to deal with at home. Chao Lingyun didn't understand my hint at all, and said carelessly, Nonsense, you are idle at home all day long. What could be going on at home? Come over and sit down. We haven't seen Principal Lu for a long time. Sitting down and chatting for a while won't delay anything. Damn it, I can't explain it to you clearly, right? I asked Lu Yen to wait patiently for me for a while, and then I walked straight towards Chao Lingyun, hooked my arms around his neck and walked to the corner. Lao Chao, you are deliberately messing with me, right? Do you want me to die? What good will my death do you? When I hugged him like this, Chao Lingyun suddenly felt suffocated. Old Qin, you can talk, but please give me some air. Seeing Chao Lingyun's face flushed and his neck thickened, I realized that I seemed to have strangled him too tightly, so I quickly let go to give him some air. After recovering from the shock, Chao Lingyun finally came to his senses and realized that he had gotten into trouble. I'm sorry, Lao Qin. I was just excited to see my sister-in-law coming, so I wanted to take advantage of Xin Meng to show off. I bared my teeth and said, You almost put me in there. Okay, I'm gonna take my wife back first. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear down your ancestral hall. Chao Lingyun shuddered and quickly clasped his hands together to show that he would not talk nonsense anymore. After getting Chao Lingyun's assurance, I let him go and returned to Lu Yen. I looked at the other students with a smile on my face and said, "Everyone, I really have something to do at home, so I can't accompany you. All the expenses tonight will be paid by Mr. Chen." "Chen Tong? Damn it, you don't have to tell me. I'm the one paying for it. You said this so generously that if someone didn't know, they would think you were treating us." If it had been before, Chen Tong would have definitely started scolding me. But now I'm holding Lu Yan's arm, what dares he say? Lu Yan's family background is much more powerful than his. If they offend this little fairy, their whole family will be finished. I wanted to pull Lu Yan away, but Lu Yan just stared at him with a smile. "Hubby, what's the emergency at home? How come I don't know about it?" As soon as he saw Lu Yan's eyes, he knew that he would definitely have to pay a price. I gritted my teeth, took out my cell phone, and showed Lu Yan a wave of weapons. Spider-Man suit, Superman suit, Batman suit. Lu Yan's pretty face turned red. Her eyes were filled with spring water, and she pinched me with her slender hand. "Bad guy, you are so bad." Me, "Honey, is this an emergency?" Lu Yan looked embarrassed and became more and more shy the more she thought about it. "Hey, you are the head of the family, we all listen to you. If you say it is urgent, then it is urgent. Wait, I will ask Uncle Zhong to drive over to pick us up." Lu Yan leaned her head on my shoulder with a happy look on her face and walked out with him. I was like a warrior ready to die, with my lips pursed and my eyes determined. Chao Lingyun couldn't help crying when he saw this scene, and covered his mouth and cried out loud. "Soft rice. How can it be so delicious? If you eat the soft thing, you have to give back something hard, right?" After the two left, Chen Tong took the initiative to come to Chao Lingyun, wiped the sweat off his face and asked flatteringly, "Brother Chao, is Brother Qin really Miss Lu's husband?" Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Chao Lingyun, who was originally filled with grief and anger, instantly straightened his back with a cold expression. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Another classmate asked, "I heard that Lu Yan's family is very rich. Is that true?" Chao Lingyun scratched his ears and said calmly, "I don't know how much money my sister-in-law's family has. I only know that my kid's monthly pocket money starts at 100,000 yuan, and there is no upper limit." As soon as Chao Lingyun said this, the expressions of the male students present suddenly became colorful. 100,000 yuan a month. There's no upper limit. Does this kid have some special skill that allows him to stretch without leaking? Wang Chuchu's face turned pale, as if she had missed the entire galaxy. Chen Tong was shivering even more. He was drinking iced foreign liquor, but for some reason he felt hot all over. The male classmates around him all showed their goodwill to Chao Lingyun. "Brother Chao, do you know any rich women like Lu Yan? It doesn't matter if she's ugly, as long as she's rich. Brother Chao, I don't want to work hard anymore. Please consider me your brother. I have six-pack abs. Brother Chao, you know my talent. You saw it when we went to the toilet together before. If you help me, I will give you half of my money when I become rich." Chao Lingyun was extremely angry. "That's enough. You all have hands and feet. Don't you know how to work hard? You just think about taking shortcuts all day long. But are shortcuts that easy to take? You guys still want to find a rich woman. I still want to find one. Do you think rich women are like big turtles in the pond and they're all over the place? Fuck." Chao Lingyun turned away. Shen Meng in the crowd lowered his head and thought for a moment, then immediately chased after him. The next day, early morning. The bedroom is still messy, but the decoration is still luxurious. The only difference is that my lips are slightly pale and I have dark circles under my eyes. "Mr. Qin, are you up? Breakfast is ready for you." Suddenly, a familiar woman's voice came from outside, and I was confused. "Mary!" The bedroom door opened and a blonde woman walked in. I was so scared that I quickly pulled up the quilt to cover the key parts of my body. But even so, my sculpted muscle lines still made Mary's eyes light up. Those broad shoulders, inverted triangle figure, and exaggerated thigh curves. I look like a replica of the god of war in ancient Greek sculptures. My body is perfect. When I saw that the person who came in was really Mary, I had a headache. "Mary, why did you come in without knocking?" Mary is in her early 20s. 3 generations of her ancestors have served Lu Yan's family. She is a mixed race. Because the house I live in is so big, Mary comes to clean it once a week, but she tries to come in broad daylight rather than so early in the morning. I have suggested more than once that Lu Yan find a new nanny to do the cleaning. After all, Mary is young and beautiful, a mixed-race beauty. Aren't you afraid that something unexpected might happen if you keep a woman like this at home? Who knew that Lu Yan's answer would be so simple and crude? Mary's family has served us for decades. What could possibly go wrong? Besides, if something goes wrong, at least Mary won't hide it from me, and I can find out about your cheating right away. Damn, that makes so much sense, he couldn't even refute it. After all, if I can resist a blonde beauty like Mary, then at least I can eliminate most of the temptations out there. Mary blinked and took the initiative to bend down and pick up the various suits on the ground. I just heard you talking, sir, so I thought you were already dressed. Sir, it turns out you like this style of clothes. Mary held the Batman suit, her pretty face flushed. You're blushing like a bubble teapot. Chapter 61, I can cure your disease. I was just about to sit up when my waist suddenly cracked and I felt an excruciating pain. Oh, what the hell? I shouted subconsciously, and Mary, who was wearing white over-the-knee lace stockings, hurried over. Sir, what's wrong with you? My waist is sprained. Mary's mouth opened slightly. Do you need me to help you get up and move around first? Mary, go get me a pair of pants first, thank you. Oh. Mary opened the closet and handed me a pair of boxer briefs. Could you please step aside for a moment? Mary covered her eyes with one hand, then quietly left a gap between her fingers. Damn it, that's too much. I gave the order again helplessly. Mary, go out, close the door, wipe your saliva, and don't come in again without my permission. Mary said, oh, and did as I said unhappily. After Mary went out and closed the door, I finally got up with difficulty and put on my clothes. Who knew that at this moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the novice trial, part-time level +1. There are top talents in every profession, and we should do our best as part-time workers. After the rookie trial is over, the system will issue more difficult tasks to the host, and the rewards will be more generous. Host, please complete the part-time tasks in a timely manner according to the system prompts. Keep up the good work and become the part-time king. Okay. I have completed so many tasks, and you tell me that I have just passed the novice trial period, right? Your part-time task has been updated. Your next part-time job is temporary actor. Task requirements. 1. Participate in the filming of a movie with an investment of no less than 50 million yuan and obtain the director's approval. 2. By live streaming the process of executing the task, 20,000 new fans were added. Task time limit, 3 days. Failure penalty. Acute lumbar disc herniation lasts for 1 month. Note: let the host suffer a little first to give him the motivation to complete the task. Me 6. Originally I thought it was nothing, it was just a formal mission. How was it different from the previous novice trial? But after reading this mission introduction, I laughed. Not only does the difficulty of part-time work increase sharply, but there are also penalties for failed tasks. The most important thing is, they support early experience of punishment. I've been wondering about this before. Not to mention that I exercise every day and have also received the system's physical fitness enhancement effect before. How come my waist was sprained after tossing and turning all night? Okay, I admit that I was a little crazy last night, but I'm not that weak. After getting dressed, I stood up and did some simple exercises. He found that his entire back was as stiff as if it was filled with cement. If he tried to bend over or twist his hips forcefully, he would feel a piercing pain in his spine, the pain making him break out in cold sweats and not dare to move at all. Mary, help me push a wheelchair over here. As soon as I finished speaking, the bedroom door opened and Mary, who had changed her clothes, walked in from outside pushing a wheelchair. I was stunned for a moment. You knew I was going out? Mary nodded gravely. Yes, your waist hurts so much. Can't you go out for a checkup? Sister Xiaoyan just told me to take you to the best Chinese medicine clinic for acupuncture and massage. Get treatment as soon as possible and don't let it interfere with your daily life. Faced with Lu Yan's sudden concern, I burst into tears. She is worthy of being my wife. She is so thoughtful. Half an hour later, the Bentley stopped in front of a Chinese medicine clinic. With the help of the driver Zhong Chang, I got out of the car and sat in the wheelchair slowly and carefully. Mary said to Zhong Chang, Uncle Zhong, please go park the car first. I'll call you after I finish seeing the doctor. Zhong Chang nodded and drove away. Since the show had just started, the netizens in the live broadcast room were all extremely surprised when they saw me sitting in a wheelchair. Fuck. How come Qin Go is in a wheelchair after not seeing him for just one night? What's going on? When Chingo said yesterday that he wanted to play Batman, I knew there would be a fierce battle tonight, but I didn't expect the battle to be so horrific that even Chingo was injured. TSK, you guys were bragging about how powerful Chingo was before, but now it seems he's just SOSO. Something's wrong. Who is this blonde beauty behind Chingo? It's just that the show didn't air for one night, but why do I feel like I've missed a lot? Could it be that Willow God changed his hairstyle? That doesn't make sense. His face isn't even the same. So what on earth happened last night? Netizens' attention to my back injury only lasted for a few seconds, and then all their attention was on blonde Mary. When netizens saw me being pushed into a Chinese medicine clinic by Mary, they were delighted. I didn't expect that someone as strong as me would need to see an old Chinese doctor. They are much more mentally balanced. Excuse me, miss, do you have an appointment? There was a quiet young lady sitting at the door of the Chinese medicine clinic. When she saw me coming in a wheelchair, she quickly stood up and asked. Mary smiled and said, Yes, my lady should have made an appointment for Mr. Chin. My lady's name is Lu Yen. The young lady glanced at the appointment form, then took them directly to the door of a consultation room without having to queue. Wait a moment. It will be your turn next. Mary nodded in polite thanks, while the others sitting in the corridor looked at the two with curiosity. Who are they? Why are they in front of us? Yes, it's the hardest to get an appointment with Dr. Lee. I've been waiting for months to see him. How can they just jump the queue? Why ask? He must be someone of status. I heard that many big stars come to see Dr. Lee. He has privileges. Don't cause trouble. Just wait in line honestly. Just as others were discussing this, a familiar voice was heard in the consultation room. Dr. Lee, I don't mean to disrespect you, but could you please just tell me what's wrong with me instead of beating around the bush? Dr. Lee said calmly. Then I'll be frank. You have kidney deficiency. The man flew into a rage. Bullshit. My kidneys are fine. Dr. Lee picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, then said, I can cure it. Thump. The man immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed devoutly. Dr. Lee, I admit that I spoke a little too loudly just now. Please heal me. Dr. Lee. This familiar style of doing things suddenly came to my mind. Isn't this my college roommate? Chapter 62, The Supreme Invincible Golden Kidney. I pushed open the door to the consulting room and let Mary push herself inside. As soon as I entered, I saw a big butt sticking out. With this familiar curve and arc, I could guess who the owner of the butt was just by the feel with my eyes closed. Dong Peng. The man kneeling on the ground trembled, turned his head to look, and then quickly covered his face. It's not me, you got the wrong person. Without saying a word, I took out my phone and recorded a video and sent it to the group chat. Fuck. Guys, look. Li Dongpeng is seeing an old Chinese doctor. He has kidney deficiency. Li Dongpeng. What a loss. If you have a disagreement, you just record a video and send it to your brother's group, right? Li Dongpeng jumped up from the ground like a cat whose tail was stepped on and tried to snatch the phone. As soon as Li Dongpeng approached, Mary behind him suddenly grabbed his wrist and pushed him to the ground. Li Dongpeng. Netizen. No, is that right? The blonde is also a master of grappling. I should have thought of it a long time ago. How many of these professional beautiful housekeepers who have served rich people for 3 generations are normal? Li Dongpeng. How can I bear this injustice? I just learned grappling. Awesome. It seems that Qin Go holds a very high position in Willow God's heart. He even arranged a martial arts master to be by his side to protect his safety. If you don't cheat, you're a bodyguard. If you cheat, you're an executioner. Do you understand? According to this configuration, if Qin Go dares to cheat, there is no need for Willow God to do anything. This blonde Mary can break his third leg. I also didn't expect Li Dongpeng to rush over to me without any reason. So confused. What am I? The son-in-law of a wealthy family. Is that something that an ordinary person can get close to? I quickly said, Mary, he is my brother. Please let him go for the sake of your dignity. Mary said, Oh, let go of Li Dongpeng and stood behind me again, as if nothing had happened. Li Dongpeng slumped on the ground, holding his shoulder and kicking his feet a few times, trying to keep a safe distance from Mary as much as possible. Oh my God, there's a ghost. I'm the city's Sanda champion, and I was pinned to the ground by a little girl? He didn't even see clearly how Mary made the move. As soon as I saw Li Dongpeng's expression, I knew he was doubting his life. I quickly comforted him. Dongpeng, don't sit on the ground. It's so cold. Get up quickly. It will be bad if your kidneys get cold. They weren't working well to begin with, and now they've been ruined. Li Dongpeng. Seeing that I was still holding up my phone to record the video, Li Dongpeng dusted himself off and burst into laughter. Okay, I'll be honest. My kidneys are not good. So what? Once a man is over 25, he is equivalent to 60. Do you think your kidneys are in good condition? As soon as Li Dongpeng finished speaking, Dr. Li's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had found a treasure. Okay. I have been practicing medicine for so many years, and I have never encountered such a good kidney. A treasure of the highest quality. It is simply a treasure of the highest quality. Li Dongpeng. Li Dongpeng looked carefully and found that I had stretched out my left hand and placed it on the table, asking Dr. Li to take my pulse. Li Dongpeng smiled. People really laugh when they are speechless. Li Dongpeng. Dr. Li, please stop making fun of your own profession, okay? He and I were roommates for 4 years in college. How could I not know whether his kidneys are healthy or not? Dr. Li said seriously. The kidney governs the bones, and its beauty is in the hair. People with healthy kidneys will have black, shiny hair. Look at his hair. It's very black, shiny, and oily. Isn't this good kidneys? Look at his wrists. Are there obvious protrusions on both sides? This is what folk martial artists call double bone. It is a symbol of amazing bones, and it is the legendary martial arts genius. Bruce Lee only has one bone. His hair is thick and his bones are strong. This is a manifestation of his supreme kidney. Netizens were stunned by what Dr. Li said. I understand. Qin Go can beat Bruce Lee. No wonder Willow God is so obedient to Qin Go. I knew there must be a reason. Li Dongpeng. I suddenly laughed in relief, and the sound of my laughter circled halfway up the mountain. Remember, buddy, the gap between people is greater than that between people and dogs. Got it. I'm offering a high price for a kidney from Qin Go. Is there anyone willing to take the order? At this time, Li Dongpeng was already disheartened. Li Dongpeng has been in the business world for so many years, and his brothers driving luxury cars can no longer break his defenses. But I, a dog, drive a Bentley and my kidneys are better than his. It's Sandy, it's all Sandy. I patted Li Dongpeng on the shoulder and consoled him. Dongpeng, don't be too discouraged. If your kidneys are not in good condition, we should use them sparingly. It's better to have some than nothing. Besides, didn't Divine Dr. Li say that he has a way to treat you? Actively cooperate with the treatment and strive to recover soon. Li Dongpeng no longer wanted to talk to me and just kept asking Dr. Li to prescribe medicine for him. Half an hour later, I walked out of the massage room. After Dr. Li's massage, his waist has gotten much better and he can at least walk normally. Brothers are still brothers. Even if they dislike each other, the brotherhood is still there. As soon as I walked out of the Chinese medicine clinic, I saw Li Dongpeng leaning against the car door waiting for him, smoking a cigarette and looking melancholy at the high-speed train speeding by in the distance. As soon as I walked over, Li Dongpeng handed him a cigarette. I didn't take it. Instead, I took out a lychee-flavored lollipop from my pocket and put it in my mouth, swirling my tongue around the lollipop. Li Dongpeng was stunned for a moment. You don't smoke, but you eat candy? What does that mean? Is it for health? I said calmly. Prepare for pregnancy. Li Dongpeng sneered. Oh, I almost forgot. I heard from Lao Chao that you married into a wealthy family? Being a son-in-law is very hard. You have to listen to your wife when you want to have children. As a man, I despise you. Patted my waist. With my natural conditions, isn't it a pity that I'm not a son-in-law? What about you? Are you still single? Li Dongpeng said confidently. With my conditions and figure, how can I be single? I found a gentle and considerate girlfriend with a good figure. The only shortcoming is that she is clingy. But she is very obedient. I have the final say at home. She does whatever I tell her to do. She is nothing like you. Honestly, Lao Qin, among the 6 brothers in our dormitory, you are the only one who is handsome, smart, and good at studying. There is nothing you can't do. Why do you have to be a son-in-law? Men have to have the right to speak, you know? What kind of future can you have if you let an old woman order you around every day? Li Dongpeng's words drew many likes from netizens. Although Li Dongpeng has poor kidneys, what he said makes sense. A good man has great ambitions. How can he be depressed and inferior to others for long? Li Dongpeng originally wanted to instill more male chauvinism into me. But at this moment, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed his ear. The hot woman had a scowl on her face. I called you more than a dozen times, but you didn't answer. I thought you fell into the toilet and drowned. Yet you are here chatting with others enthusiastically. It's fine if you're chatting with a woman, but you're chatting so enthusiastically with a man. What's going on? Is he from Chengdu? Are you going to come out? Chapter 63 Brother. What is your job? They are not sisters, so why would you just give her a lecture? Why does it involve splash damage? Although I am indeed from Chengdu, you can't generalize to everyone. Li Dongpeng, who had spoken very toughly just now, was now scolded like a quail. He dared not say a single harsh word and quickly begged for mercy. Don't get excited, honey. This is my college classmate. I mentioned this to you before. He's already married and has a wife. How could I possibly come out if I love him so much? After hearing what Li Dongpeng said, the woman let go of her hand, turned around and immediately gave me a bright smile. Oh, it's me. Our old Li often mentions you. Did you two plan to go out and play together today? When Li Dongpeng heard this, he was so scared that his legs went weak and he kept waving at me behind the woman. With my rich experience as a son-in-law, I understood it immediately. No, I came to see a doctor for my back pain, but I didn't expect to meet Dongpeng. When she heard that my waist was not in good condition, the woman's expression suddenly became serious. A bad back is a serious problem that affects the couple's life, so it must be taken seriously. Fortunately, my husband Lee has no back problems. He likes to exercise regularly, and I am quite satisfied with him in this regard. The woman opened the trunk as she spoke and pointed to the two large bags beside her. She just bought these from the supermarket. All of them are various seafood tonics. By the way, my name is Jean Wei. I used to be a colleague of Lao Li from the same company. I live nearby now. How about you come over to our house and have a visit? I declined. I won't go today. My waist isn't healed yet. Let's go next time. I'll definitely go next time if I have the chance. I originally wanted to take emergency shelter, but Jean Wei was so enthusiastic about him. I see there's nothing wrong with your waist. I have a massage chair at home which I bought for 200,000 yuan. It's a good opportunity for you to go to my house and try it out. You and Lao Li haven't seen each other for such a long time. Let's get together. I'll make you some snacks later. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Jean Wei's enthusiasm was beyond my imagination. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. A strong woman like Jean Wei at home should hate her husband drinking and chatting with friends. Why was she so proactive in inviting me? Seeing that I was still hesitating, Jean Wei kicked Li Dongpeng directly on the calf. Why don't you say something too? Why are you pretending to be dumb? Li Dongpeng looked aggrieved. I just put my things away. Lao Qin, since your sister-in-law has spoken, why don't you come to my house and have a meal? It won't interfere with your work. I feel a little helpless. Okay then, sister-in-law, don't make a big feast for lunch. Just stir-fry 2 dishes. Jean Wei smiled and said, don't worry about that. Just eat and drink well. Come on, brother. Get in the car. Just as Jean Wei finished speaking, Zhong Chong drove a Bentley and stopped right in front of me. Mr. Qin, do you need a car? I shook my head. I'll take my brother's car. You go back first. I'll text you if there's anything. Okay. Zhong Chong responded and drove away. Jean Wei was a little confused. Brother, that was your driver? I nodded awkwardly. To be precise, he's my wife's driver. My back isn't feeling well today, so Uncle Zhong happened to be free to take me to see the doctor. Jean Wei glanced at Mary, who was standing nearby. Who is this beautiful lady? Before I could say anything, Mary took the initiative to introduce herself. I am Mary, Mr. Qin's personal butler, personal nanny, outdoor bodyguard, and exclusive chef. Please give me your guidance. The smile on Jean Wei's face froze. She had indeed heard Li Dongpeng mention before that I was a son-in-law and that my wife was quite rich. But she never expected he was so rich. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, I didn't say much and took the initiative to take Mary into the car. South District, Yulong Mansion. After Jean Wei brought the group home, she took the initiative to bring a basket of fruit. Lao Li, don't just sit there. Peel an apple for me. Li Dongpeng took out a fruit knife and picked an apple from the basket at random. Come, Lao Qin. I'll peel an apple for you. I'm flattered. No, I can do it myself. Seeing the two brothers being so friendly and respectful, Jean Wei nodded with satisfaction and said, then you guys watch TV for a while. I'll go to the kitchen to cook. I winked and Mary followed me into the kitchen to help. As soon as the two women left, Li Dongpeng attacked me. You even hired a private butler. Aren't you a son-in-law? You live a more comfortable life than I do. I fought back. not wanting to be outdone. Don't you have the final say at home? Who was scolded like a grandson just now? Lee Dongpeng. I am happy with it. Why do you care about me? Me, I'd love to too. You take care of me. Hearing some noise outside, Jean Wei stuck her head out to see. Turned out that the two were watching TV with apple in hand, quite calmly. Li Dongpeng looked at her with innocent eyes. Baby, what's wrong? Jean Wei looked confused. Nothing, just now. Was there any noise outside? Li Dongpeng smiled and said, No, there is no sound at all. You must have heard it wrong. Jean Wei nodded doubtfully. Maybe I heard it wrong. Jean Wei was about to go back to the kitchen, but seemed to have thought of something and gave an instruction. You two are not allowed to fight. Just wait for dinner. The two nodded repeatedly, indicating that they would definitely not fight. After Jean Wei returned to the kitchen, the two started fighting again. Netizens couldn't help but sigh. As expected, men are all children who never grow up. They are too immature. As a brother, I was heartbroken when I heard that you were going to be a son-in-law. As a brother, my heart hurt even more when I found out that you were living a better life than me. Maybe Lao Chao also knows Li Dongping's temper, so he just mentioned it briefly and didn't dare to elaborate. If he knew that Qin Go's monthly pocket money was tens of thousands, wouldn't he be so angry that he would have a cerebral hemorrhage? It's so funny. I advised Qin Go to find a job and do it well, but I found out that my salary is not even as much as Qin Go's pocket money. Me. Can working be compared to living off a gigolo? After struggling for a while, both of them were exhausted. I took a cigarette out of the box on the table and prepared to light it up. Li Dongpeng took the cigarette out of his mouth and put it back into the cigarette box, then handed him an apple. Aren't you planning to get pregnant? What the hell? I was stunned for a moment. Can I smoke now? Li Dongpeng sneered. You're looking for death by smoking at home. Didn't you notice that there's no ashtray at my house? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Is this what you mean by having the final say at home? Brother, you are having a worse life than me. At least I can do whatever I want at home. I was just about to complain when he suddenly saw dozens of photos of Li Dongpeng with various stars and directors hanging on the wall of the living room. I couldn't help but ask, Dongpeng, what do you do? Li Dongpeng took a bite of the apple and said calmly, A photographer, a filmmaker. I am happy. Isn't this a coincidence? Chapter 64 I have a dream. It's good to make movies. I have loved watching movies since I was a child. Dongpeng, I have always had a dream. Before I could finish my words, Li Dongpeng immediately took emergency shelter. Stop. I don't want to hear it. I was stunned for a moment. I haven't told you what my dream is yet. Li Dongpeng sneered and said, I've heard about your story from Lao Chao and the others. First it was live streaming and selling goods, and then it was outdoor adventures, right? I say, Lao Qin, there are only a few of us in the dormitory. Why can't you find someone else to cheat? Why do you have to take advantage of us? I'm not happy about it. Isn't it good enough that I helped Lao Yu sell his products? I helped him sell his products for a few hours and directly helped him sell more than 30 million. Li Dongpeng ate a grape and sneered. It was indeed sold for more than 30 million at the time, and the next day after you ended the broadcast, more than 20 million were returned. Do you think those people really want to buy things? They just want to interact with you. Plus, you were using the account of that little streamer at the time, and the platform tracked down the little streamer and blocked his account for a month. It was terrible. I heard that Lao Yu was taken to the police station that night during a crackdown on prostitution. I don't know who leaked the news, but now no one wants to go on blind dates with him. They all think there's something wrong with his lifestyle. No wonder I waited for so long, but how didn't give me any sales commission. Turns out he is so miserable. Then I have nothing to do with Lao Chao's outdoor adventure, right? I just went there to experience it. I didn't give orders blindly. Li Dongpeng sneered again. The gold medal leader of Lao Chao's team is called Du Jie, right? After returning from AI Lao Mountain, she resigned and said she wanted to go home and become a kindergarten teacher. Lao Chao was also complained by customers because of unsafe route planning. In just 2 days, he was interviewed 8 times by people from various units of the city government. Now search for Lao Chao's travel agency again. Do you think you can find it on your phone? I scratched my face in embarrassment. Is it that serious? Lao Chao attended the class reunion with me yesterday, and he seemed to be fine. Li Dongpeng sighed and said, As a man, you need to save face. You have to swallow your anger. No matter how much pain Lao Chao and the others are in, they won't show it in front of you. After all, we are all brothers. How could they embarrass you? I felt extremely guilty. He didn't expect that he was just asking his brothers for help, but ended up causing them so much pain. Li Dongpeng patted my shoulder and said earnestly, Lao Qin, although I don't know what your dream is, I just want to tell you, don't mess with me. Okay? I gritted my teeth and was about to agree to Li Dongpeng, who knew that at this moment a new message alert sounded in the brothers group. Chao Lingyun. Oh my god. Didn't Li Dongpeng often brag about his waist when he was in college? How come he is so poor now that he has to see an old Chinese doctor? Yu Hao, this kid must have indulged himself too much in college, which is why he has kidney deficiency now. What's the old saying? If you don't pee 3 feet into the wind, you will wet your shoes in the wind when you are old. Seeing the two brothers still commenting on the video I posted before as if nothing had happened, I felt even more guilty. I was just about to send a message to apologize, but who knew that Chao Lingyun would send me a video the next second? Yu Hao and Chao Lingyun were seen arm in arm in a nightclub, both holding beer in their hands. They were surrounded by a group of beautiful women, hugging each other and looking very happy. Chao Lingyun. Lao Qin, come out and have fun. Lao Yu and I are drinking at Nanshang's bar. You guys can come join us. Yu Hao, that's awesome, buddy. I drink so much every day at Nanshang. I don't want to leave. Li Dongpeng. I looked at Li Dongpeng expressionlessly. Is this what you mean by grudge? Li Dongpeng's forehead was sweating, and he explained in a panic. He was drinking to relieve his sorrow. He must be drinking to relieve his sorrow. I believe you, you idiot. Judging from the video, the two brothers were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. You tell me they were drinking to drown their sorrows? Just when I was about to give Li Dongpeng a loving education, Jean Wei and Mary came out of the kitchen with food. Chicken soup is here. The two women put all the food on the table. Jean Wei took off her apron and greeted me warmly. Brother, come and eat. If you have anything to say, talk while you eat. I gave Li Dongpeng a look, indicating that I would settle the score with him later. Serve rice, pick up dishes, and drink wine. We chatted and laughed for half an hour. Seeing that I was a little tipsy, Jean Wei asked casually, Brother, you and Lao Li were college classmates, right? I nodded. That's right. Then you should know how many girlfriends he had in college, right? As soon as Jean Wei said this, Li Dongpeng, who was sitting next to her, sobered up immediately. Cold sweat wet his back and he winked at me frantically. Jean Wei looked at Li Dongpeng. Lao Li, what's wrong with your eyes? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Li Dongpeng's smile is uglier than crying. No. Jean Wei picked up a peanut and handed it to Li Dongpeng's mouth. Come, I'll feed you peanuts. Li Dongpeng opened his mouth and ate peanuts, shivering. Although Jean Wei's family background cannot be compared with Lu Yan's, she is also the apple of the Jean family's eye and a pure little princess. In addition to her bad temper, her biggest flaw is that she is jealous. If I let her know that I have more than a dozen girlfriends in college, I'm afraid I won't see the sun tomorrow. After feeding Li Dongpeng the peanuts, Jean Wei looked at me again. Brother, tell me the truth. How many girlfriends did he have in college? I glanced at Li Dongpeng with a half smile. Hey, I can't quite remember what happened in college. I vaguely remember that. Seeing that I was about to say something disastrous, Li Dongpeng became anxious. Old Qin, Brother Qin, Father Qin, didn't you say before that you had a dream? Tell me your dream. Li Dongpeng's eyes were extremely sincere, and he was almost about to kneel down and kowtow to me. Jean Wei was a little unhappy. What dream? We are talking about your college girlfriend right now. I understood what Li Dongpeng meant and knew that he had compromised. Seeing that Jean Wei was about to get angry, I said with a straight face, Sister-in-law, you are being too suspicious, aren't you? Dongpeng was notorious for keeping people and animals away when he was in college. He only cared about studying. Jean Wei raised her eyebrows. Who is studying, male or female? No, sister. How can you ask this question? It seems that in your heart Li Dongpeng is already guilty. I explained patiently. He is not the only one who studies. Study hard every day, study math, physics, chemistry, and biology. Do you understand, sister-in-law? Jean Wei also realized that she was too sensitive and laughed to hide her embarrassment. Don't mind it, brother. I was just thinking about something else. Clang. A spatula fell to the ground and the living room fell silent. Jean Wei picked up the spatula and put it aside very naturally. I just cooked and I have a spatula with me. That makes sense, right? Chapter 65, I am your dream ambassador. The The meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. In the next 10 minutes or so, Jinwei kept asking various questions in a roundabout way. Many problems may seem ordinary, but they are actually full of traps and dangers at every step. For example, what does Li Dongpeng usually eat for breakfast? Who brings him food? Who helps him sign in? And who helps him reserve a seat? What's even more amazing is what Li Dongpeng's previous online name was and whether he had opened any campus network account. After finishing the meal, my back was soaked with cold sweat. Today's meal is indeed not simple. If he answered a question wrong, Li Dongpeng would probably be killed on the spot. Sister-in-law, I have something else to do this afternoon, so I really have to go back first. Jinwei tried to keep him. Don't you have a backache? My massage chair is over there. Lie down for a while before you leave. I waved my hands repeatedly. No, I'm in a hurry. Jinwei looked disappointed. Okay then, Lao Li, please help me send my brother off. Li Dongpeng quickly stood up and prepared to see me off. Before he left, Jinwei stopped him again and handed him a black plastic bag. Just dropped off the trash on the way. Li Dongpeng responded and closed the door with a smile. The moment the door was closed, Li Dongpeng breathed a sigh of relief. Let's take the stairs. Li Dongpeng did not take me to the elevator. Instead, he took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth and came to the stairwell. Click. Li Dongpeng lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. Tell me, what is your dream? The sunlight shone onto Li Dongpeng's face through the narrow window of the stairwell. The dust in the air was suspended in the air. At this moment, he looked like the melancholy protagonist in a movie. I said, aren't you working in a film crew? I want to make a movie too. Li Dongpeng closed his eyes and gave an expression that said, I knew it. Would you like to film a microfilm? With your looks, I can help you get the second male lead. I shook my head and continued, microfilms are not an option. I have to participate in big productions, and the investment in the film cannot be less than 50 million. Li Dongpeng wanted to have sex with his mother but stopped. No, brother. I'm just a photographer. Do you think I'm the director? I just let you satisfy your acting craving. But you chose me. Do you know what a $50 million production is? There must be first-line directors and first-line stars joining. How can I get a role for you? Filming in Manhwa is different from that in other places. The production cost of 50 million is just a basic production cost. The later investors will make additional investments based on the shooting progress and quality of the crew. Generally speaking, the additional investment is 5 to 10 times the basic production cost. That is to say, for a crew with a basic production cost of 50 million, the total production cost may exceed several hundred million by the time filming is finished. It is not easy for Li Dongpeng to participate in such a big-budget movie as a photographer, and he also has to arrange a role for me, which is difficult. I rubbed my temples with my hands, looking painful. Hiss, my head seems to hurt a little. And it seems that some strange college memories appear in my mind. My waist also hurts a little. No, I have to go to your house and lie down for a while. Li Dongpeng was so annoyed that he immediately gave in. Dad, you are my dad. Okay? No problem. I sponsor your dream. I support it. I am your dream ambassador. Okay? Are you okay with being a minor character? The kind with fewer lines, but with the chance to act opposite a top star. My headache stopped immediately. Good brother, I know you are reliable. Hurry up and arrange it for me. I don't have much time. I have to complete this dream within 3 days. Li Dongpeng was stunned for a moment. What's wrong? Do you have cancer? I was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. If I frowned, my headache would start again. Li Dongpeng rolled his eyes. Okay, I'll stop asking. Wait for my news. I can let you start working tonight. I'll let you perform to your heart's content. Okay? I patted Li Dongpeng on the shoulder and made a phone call gesture, indicating that I should wait for his good news. Li Dongpeng handed me the garbage bag. Please help me take out the trash. I'm going back. After putting out the cigarette, Li Dongpeng waved his hands to the air around him. After making sure that the smell on his body had dissipated a little, he put on a smile, rubbed his hands, opened the door and went home. Dear baby, I'm back. The door closed again, and I couldn't help but sigh. Who could have imagined that Li Dongpeng, who had been a playboy in college, would become a wife slave? I took the elevator downstairs and was about to throw away the trash, but when I moved a little, I heard a clinking sound in the trash bag. I opened the garbage bag and saw that it was full of broken spatulas. Netizen. There are so many broken spatulas. If they hit someone, wouldn't they leave bruises all over their body? Damn, This is such a contrast. When this guy looked down on Chin Go before, I thought he was a real man, but now he is like this. Although he is a son-in-law, at least Willow God only tortured him in bed. This buddy is different. He must have been beaten. This is considered domestic violence, right? Why don't you call the police? This is considered domestic violence. My wife and I often fight. Last time we had an argument, we almost tore down the living room. But we made up after the argument. Now we have 3 children. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, is that you? Beating is love. Scolding is affection. If you don't fight or quarrel, you won't feel happy. You outsiders don't understand. These are just the interests between husband and wife. You will understand when you grow up. Zhong Chang drove a Bentley over from a distance. As soon as I got in the car, he received a text message from Li Dongpeng. There's a role for a costume drama at Shudian number 1 shooting base at 5 p.m. I've already made arrangements with the assistant director. Just go over there and tell me my name. Don't mess around, brother. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. Extras, here I come. Vertical store, number 1 shooting base. As the largest filming base in Jianghai City, various first-line stars and directors come in and out here every day. However, the closer you get to the core shooting area, the stricter the identity verification will be. Fans and paparazzi can usually only squat at the outermost edge of the base. If they are lucky, they can take a picture of the stars taking a special car into the crew. If they are unlucky, they can only get a taste of the scene and sign in to prove that they have been there. With the electronic pass issued to me by Li Dongpeng, I was led directly to the backstage by the staff. The stagehand handed the role script to the makeup artist and said, "Hey, come and do some makeup for him. He's going to act opposite Tang Xini later, so make him look good." Upon hearing what the stage manager said, the makeup artist was a little surprised. Tang Xini is a popular female star, and he can actually play opposite Tang Xini. I was even more surprised. Why does this name sound so familiar? I had a bad feeling in my heart. Could it be Tang Xini from the performance department of the media college next door when we were in college? Damn it, Li Dongpeng, you cheated me. Chapter 66, Why don't you thank your brother-in-law quickly? Outside the shooting base on the street, 3 black vans were parked there quietly, motionless, like 3 black rocks. In the van, a group of special police officers were waiting for an opportunity to act. Sun Jia was holding a telescope and observing the outside through the one-way glass on the van with a serious expression. A newly recruited young male police officer, Wang Shang, could not help but ask, "Sister Xiaojia, we haven't received any alarm information. Why are we squatting here?" Sun Jia said calmly, "Because my brother-in-law is in here." Brother-in-law? Wang Shang was even more confused. You are talking about Sister Xiaoyan's husband, right? Is there any case against him? Sun Jia said seriously. Based on past experience, there will be no cases involving my brother-in-law, but there will be many cases around him. When Sun Jia said this, she reached out and patted Wang Shang on the shoulder. Do you know why I am the leader today? Wang Shang shook his head. Because everyone else went to the provincial department to receive the award. The provincial department even wanted to set up a special criminal investigation branch in Jianghai City to specifically solve major cases, important cases, and murder cases. Why do you think the provincial department did this? Wang Shang still shook his head. Sun Jia sighed. This new guy didn't seem very smart. Of course, it's because of my brother-in-law. Have you heard of Dawn Sentinel? You must have heard of Sin Buster, right? Wang Shang finally came to his senses. Sister Xiaojia, this sentinel or nemesis you mentioned, could it be your brother-in-law? Isn't this too superstitious? Is this okay for people in our line of work? Superstition. Sun Jia said coldly, and corrected him. This is not called superstition. This is called metaphysics. Have you ever heard of a victim who appeared in a dream to the police asking them to help catch the murderer? Actually, before I met my brother-in-law, I also thought these things were mysterious and illusory. But after meeting my brother-in-law, my thoughts completely changed. My brother-in-law is not only handsome, but also radiates golden light all over his body. Every time he looks at me, I feel like there are a few shining words in his eyes. Special merit, first-class merit, second-class merit. He. The future is limitless. The future is limitless. Seeing Sun Jia smiling like a pervert, Wang Shang on the side felt a little scared. He had just been transferred here not long ago, so he was not aware of my glorious deeds, and therefore could not understand why Sun Jia described me like that. He could understand if someone was handsome, but it was outrageous if they were sparkly. At this time, A female police officer in charge of monitoring the surveillance said, "Sister Xiaojia, my brother-in-law has left the set." Wang Shang also quickly picked up a telescope to observe, but there were too many staff members coming and going outside the set, and he couldn't figure out which one was me. Sun Jia pointed casually. "Don't look for him anymore. The one standing on the road smoking is my brother-in-law. What are you looking at? Are you blind?" Wang Shang was stunned. "Oh shit, this is outrageous." My back was facing them at the time, which meant that Sun Jia couldn't see my face at all. How did she recognize that the person smoking on the street was me? Sun Jia took out the walkie-talkie and gave the order directly. "Attention all teams, the Dawn Sentinel has appeared. Everyone, be alert, wait for my orders, and be ready to act at any time." "Yes, Captain." Wang Shang. On the street, next to a large truck. I had slicked back my hair, was wearing a white double-breasted jacket from the Republic of China era, and had a box gun slung across my body. In order to avoid being recognized by Tang Xini, I asked the makeup artist to darken my skin, but even so, I still felt unsure. Tang Xini, the beauty of the performance department of the communication college, lived just one street away from the university where I attended. I really don't know who came up with the idea of a university town. What a genius! Whenever I think of the three words, Tang Xini, I feel a little pain in my waist. It's true that this girl is the school beauty, but this person has big problems. If I have to describe her, it would be that she has a kind of restrained and implicit unrestrained heroism. Seems contradictory, right? But in fact, there is no contradiction at all. In front of the public, she is the dignified, quiet, beautiful and lovely Tang Xini. She is always gentle no matter who she talks to. No matter who offends her, she just laughs it off and never holds a grudge against others. But such a good girl, every time when she is alone with me in private, she is like a completely different person, always thinking about my waist. I can't count how many times I've been cheated by Tang Xini. There was even one time when Tang Xini said she had learned Thai massage and insisted on showing it to me, and she almost sent me straight to the intensive care unit. Later she found out that regular Thai massages have handrails on the ceiling for leverage, and that the upper back massage does not involve jumping directly on it, but stepping on it slowly. But no matter what, this backstepping experience left a deep impression on me. So much so that even now when I think of Tang Xini, I still feel phantom pain in my waist. What should I do now? I've already done my makeup and styled my hair. I can't just walk away, right? I am no longer a freshman college student, and I know that life is like this most of the time and is not satisfactory. It is difficult to find part-time jobs for extras, not to mention that the crew has to be a big production. This may be the only chance for me to complete the task. How about giving up the mission? We've already done so many missions before, so it doesn't matter if we give up once. As soon as this thought came to my mind, suddenly a piercing pain rushed up my spine to the back of my head. "Fuck!" I yelled. My whole body stiffened. I straightened my back and held on to the truck next to me with one hand. System, damn. This is too much. I feel like my waist is going to break. At this time, he even had difficulty standing and even wanted to lie on the ground to relax. The system remained silent and just kept punishing me, letting me experience the consequences of giving up the mission. "I give in, brother system, I give in. Please retract your magical powers. Isn't it enough for me to complete the mission?" As soon as I finished speaking, the pain in my waist disappeared instantly. I quickly stretched my waist and breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, people will only cherish their health after experiencing the pain of illness. Just at this moment, the door of a black van opened, and 7 special police officers led by Sun Jia rushed out of the car. Sun Jia protected me behind him, and other special police opened the truck door and pulled the truck driver and a woman out of the car. "Swat, don't move." The truck driver looked confused, while the woman quickly covered her face and squatted on the ground skillfully. "I am stupid." "Xiaojia, what are you doing?" Sun Jia did not answer immediately. After checking the woman's phone, Wang Shang said in surprise, "Sister Xiaojia, she is really a fallen woman. You are so amazing." Sun Jia smiled slightly. "It's not me who is awesome. It's my brother-in-law who is awesome. Why don't you thank him right away?" Chapter 67. Why can't I control this hand? Before, Wang Shang didn't have any feelings for me and thought he was just an ordinary person. But when Wang Shang looked at me again, for some reason, he seemed to feel that I was really glowing, and there was even a Buddha halo behind my head. Wang Shang couldn't help but want to put his hands together and bow, but Sun Jia quickly stopped him. "Are you stupid? Your brother-in-law is live streaming. Do you not want to work anymore?" Wang Sheng said, "Oh," before he reacted. "It's okay for you to believe in these metaphysical theories privately, but if you do these things while performing a mission, what's the difference between that and destroying your own future?" "Okay, Wang Sheng. Take them back to the bureau first." Wang Sheng was stunned for a moment. "What about you, Xiaojia?" Sun Jia pretended to be calm and said, "Don't worry about me. The weather is nice today. I'll stay in the sun for a while longer." Wang Sheng. Okay, you are outside with 3 cars of special police to bask in the sun, right? Sun Jia is not stupid. There is not much merit to be gained from such a minor case as the truck drivers. But she firmly believed that as long as she stayed with me, she would definitely encounter a big case. Wang Sheng waved his hand, and 2 policemen came up to take over and took the driver and the woman into the police car. The driver confessed as he walked. "Officer, this is my first time. It really is my first time. You don't have to send out the SWAT to arrest me. Is the crime I committed serious? Will I be shot? Will the punishment be reduced if I report other people? Please, officer. This is my first time and I don't want to die." Only after the 2 men were taken away in the police car did Sun Jia make a gesture, and the other special police officers returned to the black van and waited for orders. Sun Jia was about to leave when I stopped him. As soon as she saw my gloomy face, Sun Jia felt embarrassed. "Brother-in-law, do you have anything else to do?" I asked in a cold voice. "I should be the one asking you this. Why are you following me for no reason?" Sun Jelly replied confidently. "Who followed you? I was patrolling nearby and I just happened to find that there was something wrong with the truck driver." "What's wrong? This is reasonable, isn't it?" I took out my phone and opened my live broadcast account, sneering. "Really? Then can you explain to me who this Detective Jia with a fan card level 15 is?" "Sun Jia," I continued, "you've been in my live studio for as long as I've been broadcasting. It's fine if you just watch my live broadcast, but you also give me gifts. It's fine if you give me gifts, but you also become my number 3 guy on the list. It's fine that you've become my number 1 idol, but why are you also the leader of my fan group? I was wondering why you guys showed up so quickly at the last class reunion. Did you go undercover in my live studio?" I sneered and turned on the anchor's permissions. Now, with just a click of his finger, Sun Jia would be included in the blacklist of his live broadcast room. At that time, all the fan cards and permissions of the fan group leader would disappear. Sun Jia wanted to cry but had no tears. "Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I swear I only betrayed you once. Please give me another chance." "Me? Wrong? You're just scared. Tell me, why are you here with others? Tell the truth." Netizens were amused. "On the contrary, Tiangang, you even interrogated the police." Sun Jia said aggrievedly, "I really came here to patrol, and by the way, I want to ensure your safety and see if I can find any bargains." "What a great bargain. You really think of me as a police dog, don't you?" I felt so angry that my head hurt. "That truck driver just now. How did you know there was a problem?" Sun Jia muttered. "At first we didn't know there was anything wrong with the truck driver. But when you held the door, I felt something was wrong. Then I saw an electric car parked next to the truck, so I decided to bring someone over to take a look." I was stunned by what Sun Jia said. "What's wrong with there being an electric car next to the truck? Is there any problem?" Sun Jia smiled and said nothing. "Brother-in-law, if you don't know these things, forget it. There's no need to delve into them. I can only say that those who know will understand." I was about to ask more questions when the stage manager stood at the door holding the script and shouted at him. "Hey you, it's your turn soon. Why are you running around? Come in quickly, you don't want to do this anymore, right?" I quickly smiled and agreed. "Here I come. Wait a moment, bro. I'll be right there." Before I left, I gave Sun Jia a warning look, telling her to stop acting like a troublemaker. Sun Jia immediately pointed to the sky to show his loyalty. "Brother-in-law, don't worry. I will never betray you again." Inside the studio, I followed the stagehands inside and discovered that the set of the studio had already been set up. This is a noodle shop set up during the Republic of China era. I play the role of a warlord's dandy son, and I will go on a killing spree in this noodle shop shortly. Just when everyone was familiar with the movements and lines, there was suddenly a commotion on the set. All the staff stood up and greeted the visitors with a smile. "Good afternoon, Sister Cinny." "Sister Cinny, come on." I turned my head and took a look and shuddered with fear. Damn, it's really her. I saw that Tang Cinny had changed into a blue and white dotted jacket that was worn by ordinary women during the Republic of China period. But even with such conservative clothes, it couldn't hide Tang Cinny's curvy figure. but made her look even more seductive. The director first talked to Tang Sini about the requirements of the scene, then asked Tang Sini to take her position and said that filming could start at any time. I just passed by Tang Sini with my head down, and Tang Sini suddenly spoke. Is that you? I waved my hands and bit my tongue while mumbling. It's not me, it's not me. You got the wrong person. Tang Sini chuckled. Really? Is your waist feeling better now? Does it still hurt? I was going to keep walking forward and pretend I didn't hear it. Who knew that the next second, his wrist was grabbed by Tang Sini. Tang Sini, with her bright eyes and white teeth, looked at him shyly, like a girl next door. You've become darker and thinner, but more handsome than before. My heart skipped a beat. It's over. My spider sense completely failed when facing Tang Sini. This woman is indeed her nemesis. The most important thing is that at the moment when Tang Sini grabbed my wrist, I seemed to be able to feel a murderous intent that traveled through time and space. It's cold. Too cold. This murderous intent is so familiar. Meanwhile, in the black van, Sun Jia stared at the live broadcast screen with eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief. My brother-in-law is so brave. Sun Jia subconsciously took out his cell phone and instinctively sent a message to Lu Yen. Sister Xiaoyan, check out the live broadcast. My brother-in-law has been spotted by a female celebrity. It was only after the message was sent that Sun Jia realized something was wrong. Oh no, didn't I promise not to betray my brother-in-law? It's over. My fan card is gone. Sun Jia looked regretful. Why can't I control this hand? Chapter 68, Who taught you to change the script like this? Inside the studio, everyone was a little confused for a moment when they saw Tang Sini actually greeting a supporting actor. You should know that Tang Sini is a famous pure little princess in the entertainment industry. There are no kissing scenes or bed scenes, and the emotional scenes with the male actors are limited to plot dialogues and facial expressions. There is no hand-holding, hugging, or ambiguous body movements. There are rumors that Tang Sini was brought into the entertainment industry by a capital tycoon to experience life. Otherwise, she would have been unable to make it long ago if she were another actress. It is said that the entertainment industry is a big melting pot, and many actresses became famous by taking off their clothes. But if it were really that easy for everyone to become famous by taking off their clothes, believe me, there would still be a lot of women who would choose to be actors. After all, this is an era where people laugh at poverty but not at prostitution. However, Tang Sini, who has never had any scandals, no black material, and never got close to male actors, actually took the initiative to grab the hand of a male extra. Director Fong Hai stepped forward and asked, Sini, what happened? Did he steal your things? Damn it. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. I am the victim. Tang Sini finally came to her senses after being interrupted by Fong Hai. She smiled and shook her head and said, No, it's just that he looks like someone I know. So I made a mistake. Sorry, director. Just shoot normally. Tang Sini actually said sorry to herself? Fong Hai was flattered and waved his hands quickly. Sini, you are being polite. Since there is no problem, let's shoot normally. Everyone get in place. This is the first time for 15 scenes in one take. Let's start shooting. When the director shouted start shooting, Tang Sini instantly got into the mood. She went from being a superstar who was out of touch with the world to the sister of the restaurant owner in the background story. I walked into the noodle shop carelessly, looking like a villain. Boss, give me a bowl of beef noodles. After hearing the sound, the boss Tainyo came out from the kitchen with a smile on his face. Is this your first time here, sir? You look unfamiliar. I smiled but said nothing. Tainyo continued, You didn't come from Stone City, did you? Oh, then you are really lucky. Stone City is now occupied by that dog warlord Chao Xiong, and many people have not escaped. Can be seen that Tainyo is also a veteran supporting actor. Whether it is his lines or the action of pouring tea for me, he did it very naturally. Surprisingly, my acting skills are pretty good. It's quite standard and doesn't make people feel out of place at all. But when Tainyo called out his cousin Tang Sini, things suddenly went wrong. According to the character setting, Tang Sini was one of the refugees who escaped from Stone City. She saw me kill people with her own eyes, so she should be very afraid of him. But when Tang Sini appeared, she always had an unconcealable smile on her face, and the way she looked at me was even more wrong. Assistant Director Zhang, he beside the monitor, couldn't help but say, Director Fong, why do I feel that this is not a look of fear, but more like a look of admiration and love? The stage manager also nodded. I seem to smell the sour smell of love. Fong Hai forced himself not to say anything. After all, Tang Xini was of such a high status that he had to give her enough respect. But what happened next was something he couldn't bear anymore. I saw that Tang Xini not only looked at me with admiration in her eyes, but also took the initiative to sit next to him and interacted with me in a sweet voice. "Guest, are you from Stone City?" I also escaped from Stone City with a narrow escape. Even now, I am still scared and my heart is beating wildly. If you don't believe me, feel it. Seeing Tang Xini pulling my hand and placing it on her chest, the hairs on my body instantly stood up and my scalp went numb. I jumped up as if I had been electrocuted. I immediately pulled my hand away and kept a distance of 3 meters from Tang Xini. Everyone was stunned. Tainyo was even more confused. "Director, is this correct? When did you change the script? Enemies become lovers. Fear turns to admiration. Who the hell changed the script? The screenwriter must be drunk, right?" Crack. Feng Hai couldn't help it any longer. He rubbed his hands and walked up to Tang Xini with a flattering look on his face. "Xini, you are not familiar with the script, right? This scene is not filmed like this." Tang Xini said calmly, "I have read the script, but I think it is not well written. I want to change the script." Feng Hai's forehead began to sweat. "Xini, this is a big investment and a big production. Changing the script temporarily." Tang Xini glanced at him. "This movie was invested by my father. If you feel embarrassed, Director Feng, I can also change the director." "Feng Hai. If you say so, sister, then I have no choice but to give in." Feng Hai suppressed his unhappiness and continued to smile. "Then Xini, how do you want to change it?" Tang Xini said calmly, "I think Chowing has too few scenes. This is a very charming character. He should be changed to the male lead." "Ah!" Feng Hai was dumbfounded. "What about the original male lead? Just delete it. Just find a reason to take him offline." All the staff members looked at the leading actor Su Hua, who was waiting in the wings. A man's heart broke quietly. Tang Xini continued, "Since Chowing is the male protagonist, his character setting needs to be changed. Although his father is a bad warlord, he himself is not. Change it to him enduring humiliation and opposing his father's actions. The heroine, that is, me, also escaped from Stone City with the help of Chowing. Later, the dog warlord father discovered the escaped heroine and sent people to hunt her down. In order to protect the heroine, Chowing and I experienced life and death and hardships together. During the escape process, it would be best to arrange a scene where I get bit by a venomous snake and need to suck out the venom. The bite should be on my neck. The photographer can then take a close-up shot to make it more beautiful." Feng Hai. Netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but complain. "No, sisters, this is right? Is this arranged for my brother Chin? Adaptation is not random editing, and parody is not nonsense. Original male lead. Okay, that's how it's going to work. Die, you all have to die. Me, it's broken, it's coming at me. I finally understand how those ambiguous plots in TV dramas are conceived. Although they are brainless, they are really fun. You can survive a snake bite on your neck? How can you be immune to all poisons, sister? Without restraints, love will be poisonous. You don't care where the venomous snake bites. Where Sister Tang wants Brother Chin to kiss, the venomous snake bites. What's the problem?" Tang Xini talked incessantly for more than 10 minutes, and the entire script was changed beyond recognition. And looking at Tang Xini's posture, she seems to be serious. I also realized that I was probably doomed today. Just when he was about to take the opportunity to slip away, Lu Yen walked into the studio with her best friend Su Mei. The two men had a bunch of medals hanging on their chests, sparkling and shining. "I am stupid."
Marula, Barbie Bukle.
Chapter 69. The Art of Grafting. The sixth sense is a woman's innate gift. Although Tang Xini had her back to the studio entrance, she immediately sensed the moment Lu Yen entered the studio. Tang Xini turned around and happened to meet Lu Yan's eyes. Two invisible energy waves collided in the air, causing ripples with terrifying momentum. The atmosphere at the scene instantly dropped to freezing point. No one dared to breathe, and even their buttocks were clenched together. After an unknown amount of time, the groundskeeper finally mustered up the courage to ask in a low voice, "Two officers? Who are you looking for?" Lu Yen glanced at me. "Come over." After receiving the order, I didn't hesitate at all and started to walk over there. "You are not allowed to go." Tang Xini grabbed my hand. My eyes were filled with horror. "No, sis, are you serious? It can be fatal." Sure enough, Lu Yan's eyes suddenly became sharp. All the staff present subconsciously took a step back. Such pure murderous intent. This thing is almost solidified. Lu Yen looked at Tang Xini and said coldly, "Let go of your chicken claws or I will blow your head off." Tang Xini retorted unyieldingly, "Lu Yen, I know your Lu family is powerful, but my family is not bad either. You can't suppress me. If I hadn't gone abroad to study, it would have been me who married Brother Yang instead of you. We are filming a movie now. Even if you are a policeman, you have no right to interfere with our normal work order. Please get out." Netizens called it outrageous. Is this sister so brave that she dares to confront Willow God head-on? Didn't you hear this sister say that Lucian's family is powerful and her family isn't bad either? She's probably another wealthy woman. Can a female celebrity who can stay clean in the entertainment industry have a bad family background? And from what Tang Xini said, she and Qin Go have a story. It turns out that Lucian has so many rivals in love. Damn, this is unbelievable, too outrageous. What on earth is it about Qin Go that attracts them all? I can't understand it. Qin Go, please, open a class, I want to learn. I would sell everything I have to learn. Please teach me, master. Unlike Wang Chu-Chu, Tang Xini is really confident. Wang Chu-Chu is at most the white moonlight in my heart and a low-profile version of it. After all, when I was in high school, I felt more grateful to Wang Chu-Chu, and there was almost no love between us. But Tang Xini is different. During my 4 years in college, Tang Xini launched wave after wave of fierce attacks on me. Although he didn't win me over in the end, the relationship between us was indeed more than friendship but less than lovers, which was much higher than that of Wang Chu-Chu. Not to mention that Tang Xini's family background is no worse than Lu Yan's. She has the ability and capital to compete with Lu Yan. Tang Xini was like a proud white swan, with her chin raised, refusing to be outdone. But she soon realized something was wrong. I didn't know when I appeared next to Lu Yan. "Wife, why are you here? It's so sunny outside. Why don't you hold an umbrella? It must be hard to receive the award. Are your legs sore? Let me massage them for you." I started to massage Lu Yan directly, and it was obvious who would win and who would lose. Tang Xini looked down and realized that she was holding a thermos cup in her hand. Damn it, when did I do the transplant? The murderous intent in Lu Yan's eyes faded, replaced by disdain and contempt. She didn't even bother to look at Tang Xini anymore, and turned around and left the studio. I didn't dare to delay and quickly followed her out, taking off my coat and using it as a parasol to shield Lu Yan from the sun. Tang Xini was so angry that she smashed the thermos cup to the ground. "Lu Yan, don't be so complacent. Sooner or later, I will make Brother Yang come back to me." After hearing what Tang Xini said, the agent rolled his eyes and fainted. It's over. Tang Xini's image as a pure and innocent girl has collapsed. On the street inside a van, Lu Yan sat on the chair, and Sun Jia and I were like two elementary school students who had made mistakes, standing side by side at the door with our heads down and getting scolded. Lu Yan unscrewed the bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and glanced at me indifferently. "Tell me, what are you doing here?" I quickly explained. "Wife, you know, I have always had a dream. Get to the point." I shrank my head and said awkwardly, "Being an extra, filming 150 a day." Lu Yan rubbed her temples with her hands, feeling a headache. "Then how did you meet Tang Xini? You must have relied on a lot of connections, right?" I immediately swore to heaven. "God knows what I am doing, wife. I just wanted that kid Li Dongpeng to find me a minor role. But he tricked me. I didn't even know I was acting with Tang Xini. Honey, you know me well. Ever since I married you, I have always treated other women as ferocious beasts. I can barely avoid them. So how could I possibly take the initiative to approach them?" Sume nodded aside. "I can testify to this. This guy has also blocked me." Lu Yan rolled her eyes at Sume and was too lazy to talk to her. "None of these are worry-free. Let me ask you, do you really like doing part-time jobs so much? My mom, my dad, and I all give you 50,000 yuan in pocket money every month. Logically, you shouldn't be short of money, right? Why do you have to go out and do part-time jobs? We didn't say anything about you making money through live streaming, so why don't you just play games at home?" My eyes suddenly became deep. "Wife, what do you think is the meaning of life?" "Lu Yan." My question immediately made Lu Yan nervous. "This is bad. I hope I won't say anything too harsh." Lu Yan was about to explain that she didn't mean that, and I asked again. "Or let me ask you a question in return. Honey, you said your family is so rich. Why do you still want to be a criminal police officer?" Lu Yan was silent again. "Yes, what is the meaning of life? One has to find something to do throughout his life. Some people play games to kill time and relax. Some people just like to work, like to have part-time jobs, and just can't sit still. If you love someone, shouldn't you respect his choice? Lu Yen was silent for a moment and then asked, "Are you really not doing this just to prove something to others?" I smiled and shook my head. Of course not. He did it purely because the system assigned him the task and he would have a backache if he didn't do it. Lu Yen then asked, "Then why were you not happy when my parents wanted to introduce those friends to you?" I explained, "We are in different circles and I don't want to force myself to fit in. Your family's friends are all big businessmen and they talk about Wall Street and Manhattan. What can I talk to them about? I can't talk about the price of beef in the community market dropping yesterday, right? Wife, I know your family treats me well, but I just want to live our own happy life, don't you think?" After being coaxed by me, Lu Yan's gloomy face cleared up and she could hardly suppress the smile on her lips. Just when everyone felt that the atmosphere had finally eased a little, Lu Yan frowned again and looked at Sun Jia, who was standing beside her. "And you, what are you doing here again?" The smile on Sun Jia's face froze. "It's broken. It's coming towards me." Chapter 70, My True Self. Faced with Lu Yan's questioning, Sun Jia suddenly became nervous. I'm patrolling around here." Lu Yan looked at her coldly. "Bringing 3 special police cars to patrol this area? Don't they need to report when they go on a mission? They don't need to train normally, right?" Sun Jia lowered his head aggrievedly. She couldn't say that she brought so many people out just to stalk her brother-in-law. Fortunately, at this time, Luo Jun's voice came from not far away. "Lu Yan, don't be so angry. I approved Sun Jia's action." As soon as they saw Luo Jun appear, Lu Yan and Su Mei immediately got out of the car, stood at attention and saluted him. Luo Jun smiled and waved his hand. "Don't be so serious. It's not working hours now. Be more natural." They have made many contributions recently, so the higher-ups decided to give them a day off today to let them have a good rest. But Luo Jun didn't expect to meet Lu Yan here again. Lu Yan asked, "Leader, why are you here?" Luo Jun smiled and said, "Oh, I finally got a day off, and my goddaughter happened to be filming here, so Lao Wang and I came to visit her." As soon as Luo Jun said this, everyone's expression became strange. Sun Jia asked quietly, "Leader, your goddaughter is not Tang Xini, right?" Luo Jun was a little surprised. "Yeah, you know her too? But she is indeed very popular among young people, and she has made several movies recently that have done well at the box office. She used to shoot movies in big cities like Shanghai and Beijing, and we only got together a few times a year. Now that she's coming to Zhanghai City, of course I have to go visit her as her godfather. Would you like to come with me? I can get an autograph for you." Sun Jia waved his hands repeatedly to reject Luo Jun's invitation to death. "Are you kidding, boss? Just now Sister Lu Yan almost smashed your goddaughter's chicken feet, and now you are asking for an autograph for us. What are you doing here? Are you going to hang it in the morning hall for future generations to pay their respects?" Luo Jun is an old criminal policeman, and he could tell at a glance that Sun Jia and the others had strange expressions. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Lu Yan said calmly. "It's nothing serious. Tang Xini just wants to steal my husband." Luo Jun let out an "oh," and then his pupils trembled violently. Xiao Lu, don't say that. Xini shouldn't be that kind of person." Lu Yan didn't waste any words and took out her cell phone. "I have video evidence. Please watch the VCR." The video Lu Yan played was exactly the sentence Tang Xini used to declare war on her. "Lu Yan, don't be complacent. Sooner or later, I will make Brother Yang come back to me." "Lu Yun, you must be sweating profusely, Lao Deng. You don't want this video to be used as evidence in court, do you?" Luo Jun took out a towel and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His hands had already begun to tremble. This young man is really not afraid of death. How can you compare a man who is filming a movie and a man who is fighting criminals on the line of life and death all year round? You should know that Lu Yan in their police station is well known for his never-say-nonsense approach to action. The number of criminals he has shot dead over the years could line up to circle the police station. How can you compete with her for her husband? Your chicken feet? Luo Jun forced a smile. "Xiao Lu, I think there must be some misunderstanding. Young people sometimes speak without thinking. You need to be more generous and understanding." Lu Yan nodded calmly. "Don't worry, boss. I don't take it seriously. He is my husband and I have confidence in him. If he really dares to betray me, I will kill him first and then turn myself in." "Lu Yun." No, sister. Why do your words sound so weird? There is a feeling of both confidence and lack of confidence. Are you confident in my character or in your shooting skills? Lu Yen glanced at me. I squeezed my legs together, straightened my body, and shouted energetically, Zhong! Chang! Even though Luo Jun was knowledgeable and experienced, he didn't know what to say at this moment. The relationship between this husband and wife is too complicated. No wonder there is an old saying that even a fair judge cannot judge family affairs. It is difficult, too difficult. Since you can't solve the problem, just run away. Luo Jun pointed to the studio in front and said, Since you have other things to do, we won't bother you anymore. We'll go over first. As soon as Luo Jun finished speaking, Lu Yen continued, Leader, we will go with you.
Lu Yun panicked.
Ah? Why? Lu Yen said seriously. It was indeed me who was too impulsive before and did not respect my husband's ideas. Since you want to be an extra, then go ahead. I support you. I won't blame you if you take on another part-time job in the future. But remember, if you dare to do anything to let me down. Before Lu Yen could finish her words, I immediately stopped her. Honey, don't say such horrible things in broad daylight. Just stop at the right time. I know my limits. Don't worry. I will keep my virginity for you even when we are filming. I will never let other women have me. After getting my assurance, Lu Yen nodded contentedly and extended her hand to him. Bring it here. What? I was a little confused. Cigarettes. Xiaojia said she saw you smoking on the street just now. I loosened my belt, took out 3 crumpled cigarettes from my trouser pocket, and handed them to Lu Yen. My heart bled when I saw Lu Yen crush the 3 cigarettes and throw them into the trash can. I looked at Sun Jia with angry eyes. You traitor. Sun Jia covered her face and didn't dare to look me in the eye. Sister Xiaoyan is really something. Who would give out their own informant after solving a case? It's so unprofessional. After confirming that I had no prohibited items on me, the group returned to the studio under the leadership of Luo Jun. Seeing Lu Yan's return as a king, the staff were so scared that their legs went limp. Why is this female villain back again? Tang Xinyi was about to start singing passionately, but when she saw Luo Jun standing next to Lu Yen, she immediately calmed down. Luo Jun pulled Tang Xinyi aside with a stern face and said something seriously. When Tang Xinyi came back again, he stopped making trouble and signaled director Fang Hai to shoot normally according to the previous script. Fang Hai asked cautiously, Then, should he still play the role of Chowing? Tang Xinyi gave me a distracted look. Just him. The makeup is already done, so just act normally. Fang Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know what happened, he felt as if his power as a director had returned. Fang Hai looked at me and said politely, Mr. Qin, your acting skills were actually very good just now, but I think you can dig deeper into the character's heart and act more evil and domineering. I wonder if you can do it. Be more domineering? It suddenly dawned on me. Oh, you're acting as yourself, huh? No problem. Come on. Chapter 71. This pervert doesn't seem like he's acting. I got into the state in a second. Although I still had a smile on my face, my eyes were cold. When Fang Hai saw me like this, he was stunned for a moment. I seemed to have seen this look somewhere before. Fang Hai subconsciously turned his head to look at Lu Yen and fell silent. Damn, this is just a true-to-life performance, right? I thought you were playing yourself, but it turns out you were playing your wife. Netizens also enjoyed watching it. Don't tell me, it has half of my Willow God's charm. Fang Hai, I asked you to play the villain, not your wife. Fang Hai, if you were half as much like her, I would have panicked. At this moment, only those who are truly henpecked understand how good Qin Go's acting is. He is so talented in acting that I was scared to death even through the screen. Please be careful with your wording, buddy upstairs. Is that being henpecked? That's loving your wife. In Sichuan and Chongqing, there are no men who are henpecked, only men who respect their wives. Do you know what respect is? It's so funny. I don't want to act. I suggest strict investigation. Anyway, when my wife raises her hand at home, I have to cover my face. It has become a conditioned reflex. Let me put it this way, if I go to the ring, even Tyson may not be able to break my defense. No matter who I am imitating, this look is enough. Fang Hai readjusted the actors' positions and started filming again. But no one expected that I would perform beyond my expectations as soon as the machine was turned on. Do I look like someone who kills innocent people? Do you need a reason to kill someone? I started killing people when I was 8 years old, hee. I bet he put a lot of chopped green onions in his noodles. I don't eat beef. Bang! With a gunshot, Tainyo fell down. It was only at this moment that everyone came back to their senses from my superb acting skills. Oh shit. Awesome. So cool. How did this guy portray the villain so vividly and realistically? Fong Hai took the lead in standing up and applauding. Tang Xinyi's eyes also sparkled when she looked at me. Sure enough, I am still the all-round senior I was in college. The live broadcast room was filled with beef noodles. It's absolutely amazing. It's a pity that Qin Go didn't become an actor. He is really too bad. Iron Bull. Hey, I thought of a new way to die. Is this a top-notch performance? You only saw Qin Go's acting skills, but I saw his unknown bitterness. Think about it carefully. What kind of hard life he must have gone through to act so vividly. I don't eat beef equals why don't you feed me the first bite of your food? So that's how it is, master. I understand. The core of top comedy is tragedy, and the core of top acting talent is the most authentic life experience. Luo Jun and Wang Ming were also impressed by my acting skills. Xiao Lu, I didn't expect your husband to have such a talent for acting. What a pity. If he were a policeman, he would have been a good undercover agent. Wang Ming also nodded repeatedly. I haven't seen such a pure villain in many years. He really played the essence of a perverted murderer. My performance reminded me of the dismemberment case at Manhwa University 10 years ago. The murderer had an extremely twisted mentality. After killing and dismembering the body, he deliberately provoked people under street surveillance. It's a pity that the Skynet system was not perfect back then, allowing this perverted murderer to escape for 10 years. Now no one knows where he is. Sun Jia asked curiously, since he's already been captured on camera, can't we confirm his identity? If we confirm his identity, it will be easier to catch him. Wang Ming shook his head. The surveillance camera at the time was very old, and it was a rainy night, so the face was not fully captured and the identity of the criminal could not be confirmed. After multiple investigations, we can only infer that a counselor at Manhwa University at the time was a major suspect. It's just that the counselor has disappeared. We have been searching for him for so many years but still can't find any trace of his life. We don't know whether he went abroad or met with some other accident. This is how criminal investigation cases work. Before there is solid evidence, everyone is just a suspect. The counselor's sudden disappearance is suspicious, but you can't conclude that he is the murderer. What if he was also a victim? The Manhwa University dismemberment case also caused a great sensation at the time. Because the case was not solved for a long time, Wang Ming and his team of members in the task force were punished, which became a knot in his heart.
Lu Yun nodded solemnly.
Yes, I also learned about this case at that time. I still remember the characteristics of that counselor very clearly. He was left-handed, had a slight limp, and had a small birthmark on the left side of his face. If we could have found that counselor at the time, maybe the truth of the case could have come to light. Just as the two were sighing, Sun Jia suddenly said, "Leader, do you think that staff member looks like the counselor you mentioned?" Everyone looked in the direction Sun Jia pointed. I saw a prop master coming forward to help rearrange the shooting scene. When he passed by me, he couldn't help but praise. "Young man, that's a good idea. Let's discuss it sometime." I was completely confused. "What?" the prop master calmly said as he packed up the props. "Stop pretending. The colleagues I know, if they are perverted enough, will become very secretive. You're much more perverted than me, yet you come here to be an extra. Who would have thought that your perversion wasn't just an act, right?" I was stunned by what the prop master said. "What do you mean, buddy? Are you speaking Chinese? I can't understand a word you say. What is this extracurricular acting tutoring? So what should I do now, take the role?" Before I could react, the prop master patted his shoulder and squeezed it. "You have well-developed muscles, so you are qualified to talk to me. Come to me in the prop room. I will show you something good." After saying this, the prop master didn't stay for long and limped back to the prop room carrying the things. As soon as the prop master left, Lu Yen called, "Honey, that man just now was very dangerous. What did he say to you?" I repeated what the prop master had just said to him. Lu Yen was silent for a moment and then said, "Go wait at the door of the prop room first. Don't go in. We will be there soon." I hung up the phone and looked around. Only then did I realize that Luo Jun and the others had left without me noticing at some point. Damn, so disloyal? I gritted my teeth and walked towards the prop room. As soon as I reached the door, I saw Lu Yen and Su Mei approaching from the side, one on the left and one on the right, with two teams of special police. Lu Yen made a gesture, indicating that I should knock on the door. "Master, I'm here, open the door. No one inside responded. Lu Yen motioned for me to step back. She kicked the door open, and the shield-wielding special police led everyone in. Just at this moment, Sun Jia's voice came from the intercom. Sister Xiaoyan, we caught that guy at the back door. Chapter 72, I really just said it. Bring him in. Based on her criminal police intuition, Lu Yen felt that there was something wrong with this prop room. In less than 5 minutes, the handcuffed prop master was brought in by 2 special police officers. The moment the prop master saw me, he was immediately excited. Why did you betray me? What good will it do you to betray me? Officer, I'm reporting him. He's a murderer, a psychopathic killer just like me. We're the same kind of people. Sun Jia slapped the prop master on the head. Shut up. He's my brother-in-law, the family member of an outstanding police officer, the Dawn Sentinel of our province, the crime nemesis. How can he be the same kind of person as you? You shameless bastard. The prop master was confused by my series of titles. What to play? The families of police officers are fine, but what the hell are Dawn Sentinel and Crime Busters? Can the game achievement titles be introduced seriously? Seeing the prop master looking at me in shock, I stepped forward and said seriously, yes, it is me, prop master. Okay, let's be serious about abstraction, right? Lu Yen walked up to the prop master and asked with a straight face. You just said you wanted to show my husband something good. What is that good thing? The prop master said, since you are not in the same industry, you have no right to see the fine things in my collection. You cops will never understand what real art is. Lu Yen sneered. It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. The prop master was not afraid at all. Use whatever means you have. I am not afraid of pain. If you make a sound, I will be yours. Lu Yen glanced at him with disdain. You don't think I'm going to torture you, do you? You underestimate me. Husband, tell me, what good thing is he going to show you? No, wife, is this right? How do I know what good things he is going to show me? I'm not a worm in his stomach. I was about to speak when Luo Jun nodded. Yes, if it were you, I think you would be able to guess it. Wang Ming. Young man, speak up boldly, don't worry. Sun Jia. Brother-in-law, you are the best. Damn, this is getting more and more outrageous. Is this a great question? Do you know what a perverted murderer is? If I could guess what he was thinking, then what am I? Seeing that I was hesitating and not saying a word, Lu Yan's expression suddenly became a little impatient. Speak, are you mute? I had no choice but to point to the pile of canned pork on the shelf. Maybe it's those cans? After all, this is a film set and we have boxed lunches every day. What decent person would buy so many cans of pork and not put them in the refrigerator? After hearing what I said, Sun Jia had put on white gloves without me noticing and volunteered to take one of the cans and open it. An index finger painted with red nail polish was mixed in a pile of minced meat, which made Sun Jia's face turn pale. A bunch of vomiting expressions appeared in the live broadcast room. Nobody, is that right? How can there be a finger in a sealed can? The guy who was arrested is a prop master, specializing in making props for movies. It's no problem for him to seal a few cans. Damn it. I was eating pickled pepper chicken feet. Now it's okay. I don't have to eat it anymore. My canned luncheon meat just arrived. I won't say anything. I'll return it. I'm in the meat processing business. I can only say that you should eat less ham, canned food, and the fat beef rolls and mutton rolls in the supermarket. You'll never guess what these things are made of. Chin Go is such a good person. He broadcasts such a delicious program for us at mealtime to help us lose weight. The prop master was stunned when he saw that the canned finger meat he had carefully prepared was discovered. Is this guy in the same industry as me? Although Lu Yen felt uncomfortable, she still frowned and continued to ask, anything else? I pointed to the refrigerator awkwardly. Maybe there's something in here? Sun Jia opened the refrigerator and quickly closed it the next second. The scene in the refrigerator was so tragic that it absolutely could not be broadcast. Just imagine how a pig is put into the refrigerator after being slaughtered.
Lu Yun's face darkened.
He also realized that if there was a body in the refrigerator, it meant that the prop master had committed a crime again. Go, call the forensic team. Seal off this set and bring all the staff on the set back to the police station to take statements. After explaining all this, Luo Jun looked at me. Anything else? I feel like crying, but I have no tears. How the hell would I know if there are any more? The most important thing is that I am also panicked when you ask me this. Why do I feel that A Word Comes True is being launched like crazy? Seeing that I didn't want to talk, Wang Ming comforted me. We know you have concerns, but we believe you. You are definitely different from such a vicious criminal like him. We just want to know your opinion and provide us with a reference. Come on. Speak up with confidence. I had no choice but to look at the chandelier on the ceiling of the prop room. Sun Jia understood what he meant and immediately went up the stairs to take down the lanterns. She reached out and touched the surface of the lantern and immediately got goosebumps all over her body. Sun Jia could no longer suppress the fear and nausea in his heart, so he ran outside and vomited violently. Everyone looked at me with complicated expressions. The prop master looked even more crazy. You all saw it. He is also a pervert. He is the same type as me. Catch him, catch him. Luo Jun made a gesture. The swat stuffed a rag into the prop master's mouth, and two men dragged him out of the prop room. After the prop master was dragged away, Luo Jun patted my shoulder and said with a smile, "Good boy, you have a keen eye for observation. It's a pity that you didn't go to police school, otherwise your achievements would not be inferior to mine." Wang Ming also said to me very seriously, "This case has been weighing on my mind for 10 years. Today it was solved thanks to you. I will be your uncle from now on. If you encounter any difficulties, just come to me." Wang Ming said this with great pride, but he suddenly caught a glimpse of Lu Yen standing beside him, so he added, "Of course, if it's something between you two, don't come to me. If it's an internal conflict, you should solve it among yourselves." As expected of a senior, he has a strong desire to survive. Originally they were supposed to have a day off today, but I ended up helping them catch the prop master who had been on the run for years. That's good now. No need to take a vacation. I can just work overtime where I am. Coming out of the prop room, Director Fong Hai came over and said with a flattering smile, "Officers, what's going on? Why did they arrest our prop master? The cordon has been set up. How can we still shoot the movie?" Lu Yen was about to speak, but I quickly stopped her. "Wife, let me say a few words first." Lu Yen frowned, indicating that she was about to fart. Chapter 73, Are Local Colleagues So Unpunctual? After getting Lu Yan's permission, I looked at Fong Hai with a serious face. "Director Fong, how was my acting just now? Was it good?" Fong Hai was stunned for a moment. "No, this isn't a question of whether your acting is good or not. I'm asking why the prop master was arrested. Did he commit any crime?" Fong Hai was still standing on tiptoe and wanted to look into the prop room, but I put my hands on his shoulders and pushed him down. "Director Fong, your evaluation is very important to me. Did I perform well just now?" Fong Hai was annoyed by my questions. Okay, you acted the best. You're really good at acting like a beast. Is that okay?" The host's acting skills have been recognized by the director. The host's live broadcast room has added 20,000 new fans. Congratulations to the host for completing the part-time task. You have acquired a new skill. Drama throwing face. You have acquired new skills. Actor notice. Drama throwing face. A truly good actor will make the audience forget his true face and only remember the role he plays. From now on, the host's intimacy with others will determine the other party's impression of him. The lower the intimacy, the greater the impact of this skill. Actor notice. God rewards hard work, and hard work leads to success. Only by working hard can professional ability be improved. From now on, the system will randomly refresh the actor notice for the host. Please complete the notice task carefully to get rich rewards. After reading the skills, I was silent. Turns out that after passing the novice trial period, I can't even read the skills? What do these skills mean? Please teach me how to use them. Seeing that I said nothing after getting my own evaluation, Fong Hai felt a little surprised. "Mr. Chin, what's wrong with you?" I waved my hand. "It's okay. I just thought of something unhappy. Honey, it's your turn." Click. The next second, handcuffs appeared on Fong Hai's wrists. "Fong Hai? Officer, what do you mean by this?" Lu Yen said expressionlessly. "Your prop master is a murderer who has been on the run for many years. We just found the victim's body in the prop room. Since you are the person in charge of this set and the chief director of this crew, then come with us and go back to the bureau to explain everything clearly." Fong Hairen was dumbfounded. "If you are not my friend, why are you handcuffing me and taking me away now? It's unfair, my lord." Half an hour later, I walked out of the shooting base with a lollipop in my mouth. Li Dongpeng called him directly and started cursing in Chinese as soon as the call was connected. "You're really vicious, aren't you? I asked you to be a guest actor, and you arrested Director Fong." I said helplessly, "Dongpeng, Calm down. It's not me who arrested Director Fong. There was a murderer in their crew, and he was just taken back to the police station for questioning. Lee Dongpeng, I don't care. You are definitely involved in this matter. I haven't seen you for a while. You are like paraquat, useless in every job you do. Don't look for me anymore. I can't afford to bother you. I said, oh, I see. I was originally thinking of using my pocket money to start a company with my brothers. Since you don't want to, forget it. Li Dongpeng sneered. Using pocket money to start a company? Lao Qin, your brain is stuck in the door. Do you know that if you want to start a company and make money now, you have to invest at least dozens of dollars? How much pocket money do you have? I scratched my fingernails and said, I haven't calculated it. After all, my mother-in-law sometimes gives me pocket money according to her mood. There should be 15 million. Clang. A crisp voice came from the receiver. I raised my eyebrows. What's that sound? Li Dongpeng. Foster father. Did you hear me kowtow to you just now? If you didn't hear me, I'll kowtow to you a few more times. You must take me with you. I don't want to live this hard life anymore. Whether I can turn things around depends on you. You want to play Sichuan opera face-changing with me, right? Of course I don't believe that Li Dongpeng kowtowed to me. He knows his brothers very well. They can just take advantage of them with words, but they still have to have a bottom line when doing things. Li Dongpeng just pounded the floor twice with his hands at most. But I did figure it out. Before, he had never wanted to use the pocket money given by Lu Yen and the others, thinking that men should rely on themselves. But now, after relying on myself for so long, I really can't take it anymore. I thought that after awakening the system, I would be able to achieve financial freedom and reach the peak of my life by completing tasks. As a result, the money given by the system during this period of time did not even reach 10,000 yuan in total. Instead, he encountered quite a few murders and corpses. He really couldn't stand it. It is said that accumulating initial capital is the most difficult process, and now I have truly experienced it. After thinking it through, I decided to use my pocket money to start a business, just as if I was borrowing from my mother-in-law. Just pay it back when you make money in the future, we are family after all. I said to Li Dongpeng, okay, let's meet at Nanxing's bar at 7 p.m. We can discuss the details after we meet. Li Dongpeng, I will listen to my foster father. As soon as I hung up the phone, he received a text message on his phone. Actor notice. Your superb acting skills have won the recognition of the audience, and you are now specially invited to play the role of the fierce gangster Zhang San. Requirements for this notice. Cooperate with other actors to complete the performance, be flexible, and don't make mistakes. Reward for successful performance. The latest version of The Son-in-Law's Entrepreneurship Guide. Punishment for a failed performance. Other actors will tell you. I wish the performance a success. Looking at the text message on my phone, I suddenly had a bad feeling. System brother, what are you playing? You even sent me an actor notice, and it looked pretty realistic. Do you really think I'm an actor? Since there's no specific punishment, then it's okay if you don't do it, right? As soon as this thought came to my mind, a van suddenly stopped in front of him. The car door opened, and two strong men grabbed me from the left and right and put me into the car. Before I could figure out what was going on, he was sandwiched between two muscular men. Is it him? Someone asked. The other man looked me up and down and nodded. Lollipop, black short-sleeved shirt, jeans with the word gangster on his chest. The clothes are correct, the time is correct, and the address is correct. It's him. After confirming my identity, the tall man stuffed a black stocking into his hand. Here, put it on. I held the stockings with mixed feelings. It's bad. We've been hijacked by Nantong. I was about to resist when two strong men pulled out my stockings and put them directly on my head. Seeing that I hadn't made any move, the short, strong man became unhappy. What are you looking at, Zhang-san? Put it on quickly. The tall and strong man sighed and frowned and said, Second brother, how many times have I told you to be polite when talking to your brother? He might not like this style. The tall and strong man took out several pairs of stockings and handed them to me. Lace, suspenders, thick black, pink, choose whichever you like. Hurry up, if we do this job, we won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. I was silent. At the same time, photography base on the roadside. Zhang San, who was also wearing a gangster short-sleeved shirt, was eating an ice cream while looking at his watch and cursing in a low voice. Mad. Are all the local colleagues so unpunctual? Chapter 74 Brother, your voice sounds so familiar. Inside the van, A sour smell filled my nose. At the enthusiastic invitation of the two gangsters, I put on a pair of white lace over the knee stockings. The tall and fierce bandit Yu Chang glanced at him and laughed. You have a very unique taste. You like white silk, right? The gangsters in the car all had black stockings, but I was wearing white stockings, which made me look like the leader. The second brother, Yu Dong, stared at me for a while and said, "Brother, I want to wear white silk too." Yu Chang slapped him on the head repeatedly. White silk, white silk, white silk. What white silk? How many times have I told you that we are brothers? And brothers should wear couples' clothes. Otherwise, how can I find you when we work later? After this job is done, don't accuse me of pretending to be a white silk stocking. You can even let others pretend to be a white silk stocking for you to play with. Do you understand? Yu Dong nodded stupidly. Although he didn't understand, he felt that he had had enough of the slaps. The van stopped by the roadside again. The door opened, and a man got in. I took a closer look and immediately became nervous. Oh shit, Wolf Spider. Wolf Spider brushed her flowing hair and threw a travel bag into the car. Are all the people here? Yu Chang smiled and said, "Everyone is here, brother. We are just waiting for you." The Wolf Spider kicked the travel bag with its foot. Take out the stuff in here and share it among everyone. Yu Chang unzipped the travel bag, took out various guns from it, and gave one to each person. When I saw the guns in this travel bag, my head started buzzing. A sentence suddenly popped up in his mind. I'll get you an AK, and I'll get you a Lefebvre, to fuck your soul, to make it bigger and stronger, and to create greater glory. Brother System, are you sure this is acting? Are you really going to be a gangster? Yu Chang stuffed the last gun into my hands. The others were pulling the bolts, unloading magazines, and checking if there were any problems with the guns. I was the only one sitting there holding the gun, motionless, as cute as a Boy Scout. The Wolf Spider noticed this keenly. His right hand holding the pistol seemed to be casually placed on my shoulder, and the muzzle of the gun was floating towards my temple. Brother, why don't you check the gun? I said somewhat awkwardly. Test? I'll test it now. I fumbled around with the gun with one hand, and suddenly, with a bang, a bullet fired out and made a hole in the windshield. All the gangsters in the car were frightened, and the driver was so frightened that his hands were shaking and he almost drove the car directly into the Fuching River. The driver was furious. What are you doing? F***K. Wolf Spider put the gun to my head, his eyes cold. You can't use a gun? My heart skipped a beat and netizens all started to worry about him. It's bad we're exposed. How can a gangster not know how to use a gun? Ha ha ha, is the driver from Guangdong and Guangdong? I'm dying of laughter. I'm gonna kill you. Very good. The voice pack is correct. It feels like a police film. Could these bandits be the legendary provincial and Hong Kong bannermen? No wonder they look so professional. It's over. Chin Go will be killed on the spot if he is recognized by Wolf Spider. I swallowed and said as calmly as possible, Brother, I have never used a gun. I use a knife. I am a swordsman. Identity verification has been activated. Yu Chang seemed to have thought of something and immediately nodded in agreement. Brother Wolf Spider, it is true. Crow is indeed an expert with a knife. It is written on his resume. What a fucking resume. So now you have to submit a resume to become a gangster, right? Is it that competitive? Wolf Spider frowned. No, this guy's voice sounds familiar. You. Take off your stockings and let me see them. My heart suddenly sank. It's over. I'm dead now. Under the threat of the Wolf Spider, I reluctantly took off my stockings. Just when I thought I was going to be shot to death, Wolf Spider stared at my face for a long time, becoming more and more confused. It's strange, your face. Why does it give me a familiar yet strange feeling? Have we met somewhere before? Drama throwing face has been activated. I was almost moved to tears. So this is how the skill, drama throwing face, is used. I'm Xian Yu, system brother. I pretended to be calm and said, No, we have definitely never met before. Brother Wolf Spider, I have an ordinary face. It's normal for you to feel familiar with me. Really? Wolf Spider scratched his head, feeling a little itchy. Is there an ordinary person with such a handsome face? But Wolf Spider thought about it and it made sense. With my looks, if they had seen him before, there was no way they would not remember him. Maybe I was just overthinking it. The Wolf Spider waved at Yu Chang. Show me his resume. Yu Chang opened the photo gallery on his phone and handed a resume to Wolf Spider. The resume detailed my past criminal history, the bosses I had worked for, my glorious deeds, my professional skills, and how many years of experience I had. The information is quite comprehensive, except for the lack of photos. Where are the photos? Wolf Spider asked. Yu Chang explained, Brother Wolf Spider, in our line of work, we cannot show our faces, but there is no mistake about the person. Look at the clothes he was wearing and where he was standing. These were all agreed upon in private chats before. There is no mistake. Don't worry, Brother Wolf Spider. We are professionals. Wolf Spider took a look at the short-sleeved shirt I was wearing, and the words violent bandit were particularly eye-catching. Wolf Spider returned the phone to Yu Chang and said unhappily, Don't wear such eye-catching short-sleeved shirts when you meet someone next time. Are you afraid that the police won't know you are gangsters? Yu Chang smiled and pointed to the upper right side of his short-sleeved shirt. Brother Wolf Spider, we have already thought of this. Look, the word social is written here. If the police question us, we will say we are social gangsters, and they can't do anything to us. Wolf Spider. Yu Chang is a person who has only developed half of his intelligence, and it is very strange that he feels neither smart nor not. However, after Yu Chang's explanation, Wolf Spider temporarily dispelled his suspicion of me. He pulled a set of throwing knives out of his travel bag and handed them to me. You only know how to use a knife, don't you? I have a set of throwing knives for you to use. Be smart when you work, and don't hesitate when you need to. Wolf Spider thought for a moment, handed the pistol to me again, and took the AK back. Wolf Spider also kindly taught me how to turn on the safety, change magazines, aim, and deal with bullet jams. I also didn't expect that I would learn how to use a pistol from Wolf Spider. What kind of bloody and tragic love story is this? Wolf Spider was teaching enthusiastically when Yu Chang's cell phone suddenly rang. He was about to answer the phone when Wolf Spider stared at him coldly. How many times have I told you not to answer the phone while you're working? Do you want to die? Yu Chang smiled awkwardly and quickly turned off his phone. It's an unfamiliar number. It's probably a scam. Don't be angry, Brother Wolf Spider. On the other side, the street. Zhang San listened to the voice broadcast on his phone with an expressionless face. Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. Diurulum. Chapter 75. Pattern. The pattern is opened. Renmin South Road, Construction Head Office. After Qian Tong parked the car, he took Wang Chu into the bank with a proud look on his face. The bank customer service manager stepped forward and asked, Hello, sir. What business do you want to handle? Open an account and deposit money. Qian Tong put his arm around Wang Chu's waist and said, We just got married. I plan to open a new bank account and deposit 100,000 yuan into it every month as our newlywed family fund. Family fund. The customer service manager's eyes lit up. Isn't business coming? Sir, you came at the perfect time. Our bank has a fund that is very suitable for you too. Sir, you are obviously a business person. Nowadays, many people don't know the importance of financial management. After all, there's an old saying that goes, if you don't manage your money won't manage you. A smart person like you, sir, must know the value of this saying, right? Qian Tong smiled and said calmly, Of course, I'm a businessman, so I naturally know these basic principles. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. The customer service manager smiled and waved his hand, then took the two of them to the fund reception window next to them. After just 2 steps, Wang Chu broke free from Qian Tong's arms, looking somewhat unhappy. Qian Tong's smile faded, and he said viciously, What's wrong? You are my wife now, so I can't hug you. Wang Chu shook her head. No, I just feel a little unwell. You're not feeling well? I think you're not feeling well mentally. Qian Tong said viciously, Bitch, don't think I don't know what you were thinking about. Are you still thinking about my pretty boy? Didn't you see that he has found a rich woman? You are the same kind of people, all of you are gigolos, you have to rely on others to support you to survive. Now I am raising you, you have to do whatever I tell you to do. You are just a dog I raise? Do you understand? The customer service manager walked in front without changing his expression or pace. She has seen this kind of thing many times and is used to it. It would be a waste of time if you annoy your clients by listening to gossip. Wang Chu stared at Qian Tong angrily with her eyes wide open, her hands clenched into fists. Qian Tong was happy. Why, you're still not happy with what I said? Then hit me. Don't say I look down on you. Gigolos like you are only good-looking, but you don't have the guts. When I bullied me in high school, he didn't dare to say a word. If he had the guts, he would have fought back long ago. To put it bluntly, even if he went to steal or rob, I would still look up to him. At least he's a man, but does he dare? Bang! As soon as Manhwa finished speaking, a van smashed the glass of the bank's door and rushed into the lobby. Led by Wolf Spider, a group of gangsters jumped out of the van with guns in hand. The bank security guard was about to take action when he was shot dead by Wolf Spider. Don't move, everyone. Get down on the ground. Robbery. Chen Tong was so frightened that he trembled and quickly lay on the ground, secretly stuffing the handbag under his stomach to press it down. Wang Chu was also squatting in the corner, her face pale with fear. Among the bandits, one wearing white lace stockings caught Wang Chu's attention. The other gangsters all seemed to have clear division of labor and were skilled in their jobs. Some were responsible for controlling the situation, some were responsible for killing people, and some were responsible for getting the bank manager to open the door. Why was he walking towards the door alone? Crow, where are you going? Yu Chang also noticed my abnormality. Seeing that my attempt to sneak away had failed, I made up a story. I'll check if there are any scratches on the car. Yu Chang yelled angrily. Look at your uncle. Quickly roll over here and help control the situation. I had no choice but to hold the gun and pretend to let everyone else stay still. Wolf Spider pointed a gun at the bank manager at the counter and signaled him to open the security door. The bank manager, relying on the bulletproof glass, shook his head inside. Wolf Spider grabbed a staff member and put the muzzle of the gun to her head. Open the door or I'll kill her. The bank manager still shook his head. Bang! A shot in the head. Wolf Spider caught another person. Open the door. The bank manager still shook his head. The Wolf Spider was so angry that he laughed. You are such a beast, you won't even open the door, right? Okay, Lao Wu, you go ahead. The locksmith Lao Wu took out his toolkit and lay directly on the door to start unlocking it. Banks generally use level 5 anti-theft doors, which have a very high security level and are difficult to open. But locksmiths do not get their title for nothing. They work hard to make a living and their professional skills are solid. In less than 2 minutes, the security door was opened. Wolf Spider walked in with 3 other gangsters. The bank manager squatted on the ground and waved his hands to beg for mercy. Wolf Spider shoves the barrel of the gun directly into his mouth, shoots him in the head, and walks into the vault. In the hall, there were only 3 of us, Brother Yu Chang and I, in control of the situation. The sound of sirens could be heard outside. Yu Chang pressed the button, and the bank gate slowly dropped, closing the entire bank. For a moment, the bank hall became quiet, with only occasional crying sounds heard, and the atmosphere was very strange. I really couldn't stand this atmosphere. He couldn't help but ask, Brother Chang, there are police officers everywhere outside, and we have locked the door. How are we going to escape later? Yu Chang said calmly, Don't worry, Brother Wolf Spider has already made a plan. Just follow us later. I continued, No, Brother Chang. Our main purpose this time is to rob money, right? Yu Chang nodded. Yeah, what's wrong? I slapped my thigh. If it's a robbery, then it's troublesome. The bags that Wolf Spider and his men brought are not big enough, and they didn't bring enough people. Yu Chang was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? I said seriously, 100 yuan note weighs about 1.15 grams, 1 million is about 23 kilograms, and 5 million weighs about 115 kilograms. We have 7 brothers here this time, and 4 of us are going in to carry the money. Even if Brother Wolf Spider and the others are born with supernatural powers and can carry more than 100 kilograms of money each, the total amount is only 20 million. 20 million divided among the 7 of us brothers, each of us only gets less than 3 million. After deducting the money for the van, the money for the gun, and the risk of being caught by the police and put in a kiln, do you think it's worth it? Yu Chang was stunned after hearing this. Brother, isn't 3 million enough for each person? I looked at Yu Chang with contempt. My annual pocket money is more than 3 million. 3 million is not even enough for the down payment on a house in a first-tier city. The pattern. Can the pattern be opened up a little? The 2 Yu Chang brothers were dumbfounded. My head itches, I feel like I'm gonna grow a brain. Chapter 76 Money is a tonic for marriage. A great tonic. Seeing that the 2 brothers Yu Chang seemed to be deep in thought, I continued to guide them. Well, after listening to what I just said, what do you think? Yu Chang pondered for a moment and said, I think what you said makes sense. If we can only divide it into 3 million, it is indeed a little less. I was very happy. The deception was successful. However, before I could persuade the 2 brothers to surrender, Yu Chang pointed at the people lying in the hall and said, But if I rob them too, wouldn't that make up for the shortfall? The person lying down. Just do it. Yu Chang made a gesture, and Yu Dong began to search their belongings one by one. Be the fucking honest. We brothers are only after money. As long as you cooperate, everything will be fine. You, what are you hiding? Believe it or not, I will shoot you dead. The robbed old man begged desperately. Please, young man, let me go. This necklace is a token of love between me and my partner. The fat woman who was robbed screamed.
Mai jade pendant.
I've worn it for 40 years. You can't just take it away like that. For a moment, there was chaos in the hall, and all the cash and jewelry of everyone present were looted. Yu Chang patted my shoulder and said with a sigh, as expected of a talented student from Guangdong, he has brains. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so why didn't I think of robbing these people again? Is that what I mean? What the hell are you two thinking about? Whatever I meant, these people lying in the hall hated me. These two big idiots are at most accomplices, but this guy is definitely the leader of the gang. After a while, Yu Dong came to Chen Tong with a bag. You, take out all the valuables on you. Chen Tong lowered his head and threw the handbag over, hitting Yu Dong in the face. After a brief silence, Yu Dong loaded his gun. Chen Tong was so scared that he peed his pants on the spot. Brother, what's wrong? You asked me to give you the things I had before. Why are you so angry? Yu Dong was furious. You threw that thing in my face. You look down on me, don't you? Yu Chang also noticed the situation here. He quickly ran over and grabbed Yu Dong's wrist. Are you crazy? We're here to get money and try not to kill anyone. We're not the same as that crazy guy Wolf Spider. You know? Yu Chang still has some brains. Bank robbery is bank robbery, but if they kill people with their own hands, the nature of the crime changes. I also noticed that it was Chen Tong who was being pointed at with a gun. Without saying a word, he walked up and kicked Chen Tong several times. Fuck. Didn't your parents teach you to use both hands when handing something to someone? You have no manners. Chen Tong was kicked so hard that his nose and eyes were swollen, but he always felt that the sound of the person who kicked him was very familiar. Why does this mean voice sound so much like that person? Did I hallucinate because I was kicked? After I kicked Chen Tong several times, I said to Yu Dong, okay, Brother Dong, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Brother Chong is right. We are here to seek wealth, and we should try not to kill anyone. Yu Chang looked at me with gratitude. These brothers can get along well and know what is important. With the comfort of the two, Yu Dong gradually calmed down. He bent down to pick up the handbag on the ground, and it was when he bent down that he realized something was wrong. Yu Dong put the muzzle of the gun against Chen Tong's head and said in a deep voice, "What's under your stomach? Stand up." Chen Tong was in tears. "Brother, there's really nothing." Yu Dong fired directly, the anger in his eyes almost unable to be suppressed. It was at this moment that I grabbed Chen Tong by the collar and pulled him up. Damn it, my brother Dong's words are not effective, right? I think you are asking for a beating. I pulled Chen Tong up and started beating him with a series of punches, making Chen Tong beg for mercy and spit out blood. The two Yu Chang brothers were both stunned. This is too cruel. It made the bile come out of me. Worried that I would beat him to death, Yu Chang had no choice but to step forward and persuade him. Forget it, Crow. We are very generous. We forgive him. Please stop hitting him. After hearing what Yu Chang said, I finally let go of Chen Tong. Have you forgiven him? Fine, then I won't beat him. Brother Chang, you guys are just too kind. This kind of guy deserves to be punished. If you don't do it for 3 days, you'll be punished. I hate these tile makers the most. When they opened the bag that Chen Tong had been holding under his body, the three of them were stunned. Brother, gold bars. There are all gold bars in here. We are rich. I couldn't help but look at Chen Tong again. Wow, this guy is quite rich. There are 5 small yellow croakers in total, and this small package is worth more than 1 million. No wonder Wang Chu would marry someone like Chen Tong. Turns out that money is the best tonic for marriage life, and it's a big tonic. Just when the two brothers Yu Chang were extremely happy, a woman's scream suddenly came from the other side. The three turned around and saw that the driver had turned back at some point, dragged a woman out from the counter, and threw her directly into the middle of the hall. The woman was wearing a black hip skirt with a white short-sleeved suspender top underneath, which tightly wrapped her chest. Her facial features are delicate and she is as beautiful as a fairy. When I saw clearly who this woman was, he couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. Isn't this Tang Sini? Damn it, how come all the people who robbed a bank were acquaintances? The Yu Chang brothers walked towards Tang Sini. Old Joe, what's wrong with this woman? The driver Zhou Kai smiled obscenely and said, "This woman's identity is not simple. When we went to the vault, we found her hiding in the manager's office. She seemed to be a female star. The boss said that these female celebrities usually come from wealthy families. If we kidnap her and take her with us, we can make some extra money. Besides, this girl is pretty. Bringing her back will help the brothers relax." Tang Xini was frightened by Zhou Kai's words. She originally came to the bank with her agent to do business, but who knew they would encounter a robbery? When Tang Xini thought of the tragic experiences of those female stars who were abducted in the past, she was overwhelmed with grief and immediately had thoughts of suicide. It is better to die with honor than to live in disgrace. Just as Zhou Kai was about to reach out his dirty hands to violate her, a familiar voice rang out. "Brother Kai, everyone is busy with business now. It might not be a good idea to let the boss know that you play with women, right?" Tang Xini turned her head and saw a man wearing white lace stockings and holding a pistol appeared in her sight, looking very righteous. That's not right. Why do I still feel that he is righteous even when he is wearing white stockings? Soon Tang Xini had the answer in her mind, because after she stared at the man in stockings for a few seconds, she immediately recognized that it was me. Chapter 77. There is a Stallone at the corner of the alley. Tang Xini's expression changed from fear and despair to joy, happiness, and even a little excitement in an instant. Seeing that I was ruining his own business, the driver Zhou Kai said unhappily, "What are you doing? You're just a loser who joined in halfway, and you're teaching me how to do things?" People in their line of work are most particular about relationships and seniority. The driver Zhou Kai is Wolf Spider's direct descendant, and both of them are Poison Spider's men. As for the Yu Chang brothers and me, we were recruited temporarily from the internet. If Wolf Spider had not been hunted down by a mysterious man and lost a large number of brothers, they would never have allowed outsiders to join today's operation. So when I took out the Wolf Spider to suppress him, Zhou Kai was immediately unhappy. "Who are you to dare to talk to me like this?" Zhou Kai originally wanted to teach me a lesson, but the next second he saw that my gun seemed to be pointed at himself. To be precise, I was shaking my right hand while I was talking, and the muzzle of the pistol swayed left and right with the movement of his body. The terrible thing is that no matter whether Zhou Kai dodged to the left or the right, the muzzle of the pistol seemed to automatically lock onto him and kept shaking with him. Diurim, automatic lock, right? When Zhou Kai thought about how I didn't know how to use a gun and that I accidentally fired one in the car before, he got scared. Okay, I'm afraid of you. This woman is yours. Can you take her with you later?" I was stunned for a moment. I originally wanted to show off my talent as a master of public speaking, but Zhou Kai gave in before I could do so? Was this driver so easy to talk to? Yudong pointed at Wang Chu-Chu, who was huddled in the corner, and said, "Brother Crow, that girl is pretty too. Let's take her along later." Me, this is not good. Wang Chu-Chu suddenly said, "I do. What the hell do you want? Sister, we are robbing someone and I am a robber. Do you think we are getting married?" Although Tang Xini didn't say anything, she crawled to my side and hugged one of my legs, her face flushed and her eyes excited. Okay, you guys are playing with your lives, right? Just when I was thinking about how to get rid of these two women, Wolf Spider and the others had already dealt with it. "We have the stuff. Let's retreat." The group did not get into the van, but followed Wolf Spider in another direction of the bank. I wanted to take the opportunity to run away, but Yudong turned around and shouted at him, "Brother Crow, let's go. Remember to take those two women with you." Damn, why is this idiot always staring at me? I had no choice but to take out my throwing knives, fearing that the gun might go off accidentally, and hold them one on each side until I could catch up with the team. Embracing beauty in my arms, two different scents of perfume go straight into my nose. Tang Xini said in a quirky voice, "Brother Yang, is that you?" I said expressionlessly, "No." Tang Xini stretched out her hand and twisted my waist, chuckling. "Brother Yang, stop pretending. I can tell right away when I touch your kidney. It's definitely you." Miss, you are kidnapped by us now? Can you be serious?" When she heard me say this, Tang Xini took the initiative to put her hands together, twisted her waist, and said in a low voice, "Oh, I've been kidnapped. I'm so scared. Brother Robber, are you going to do something to me later? Why don't you find a rope to tie me up? Tie me up gently. I don't want it to hurt. Burning, too burning. A top-level succubus. Who the hell can withstand this?" Wang Chu-Chu didn't expect that Tang Xini actually knew me, and it seemed that the relationship between them was unusual. Seeing Tang Xini using her ultimate move, Wang Chuchu was not willing to be outdone. She hesitated to speak. I looked at her and said, "Why are you twisting? Do you have lice?" Wang Chuchu. It's not that I'm discriminating. Compared with Tang Xini, Wang Chuchu's level is indeed not high enough. This so-called white moonlight of mine was completely a result of the version bonus in high school. I thought that since I was pretty in high school, I would be able to get along well after graduation. But Tang Xini is different. Not only has she been beautiful since she was a child, but the key is that she also loves to study. I clearly remember that when I was in college, Tang Xini tricked me into going to her single dormitory for various reasons. The toilet is clogged, the computer is broken, the washing machine is stuck. Listen, are these the plots that people who don't like to study can come up with? So the way Tang Xini twisted her body just now was so charming and like a top-level succubus. Wang Chuchu's stiff waist twisted as if she had lice on her body. While the people in front of me weren't paying attention, I said in a deep voice, "Stop messing around. The two of you, those guys in front of us are all desperate criminals. If we let them escape successfully, we'll all be dead. I'll find a chance to keep you later. Run back quickly and don't look back. As long as you are safe, I will find a chance to leave." Wang Chuchu looked depressed and had not yet recovered from the blow she had just suffered. Tang Xini touched my abdominal muscles with one hand and her saliva was almost flowing out. "Senior, no wonder you can be a gangster. Your body is so fierce. I like it so much. Are you still exercising every day?" "I'm also exercising. Why don't we make an appointment to exercise together in the future?" The hair on my arms stood up. He sighed and said, "It's over. It's all over." Tang Xini looked confused. "What's over?" I had a look of despair on my face. "Everything is over since you touched my abs just now." I forced the two women to stay where they were and refused to let them follow me no matter what. Because I know that the following scenes will be quite bloody and cruel. At the same time, the wolf spider walking in front also felt something was wrong. The reason why they were fearless was that they had already dug a tunnel leading to the bank. Although the tunnel was not long, they could use it to escape the police encirclement and reach the residential area nearby. But not long after they emerged from the tunnel, Wolf Spider felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Etc. Wolf Spider stopped, the feeling of uneasiness growing stronger. In the alley, several people looked at the Wolf Spider in confusion. "What's wrong, boss?" Wolf Spider felt his throat tighten. "Something's wrong, it's too quiet, and the atmosphere is wrong." The younger brother smiled and pointed to the front and said, "You're too suspicious, boss. We can get into the car and retreat after we walk out of this alley in just a few dozen meters." Wolf Spider didn't say anything, but just let the little brother go first. Who knew that just after the little brother took 2 steps, Lu Yen, with a murderous look on his face, appeared at the entrance of the alley with a gun in his hand. I was horrified. Just as he was about to make a move, a volley of bullets came like a torrential rain, directly shooting the little brother into a sieve. The other people were so scared that they quickly hid in the groove nearby. The bullet shattered the edge of the wall groove, and the flying brick chips scared a gangster to death. There's a Sylvester Stallone guarding the alley entrance. I'm not kidding. Chapter 78, Don't You Have a Wife? Brother, what's going on? Is the police's firepower so strong? They were unable to raise their heads due to the powerful firepower, and the flying debris kept hitting their faces, making them feel very humiliated. Damn it, we are the gangsters. The younger brother Ahua leaned calmly in the groove, with a wise look in his eyes, like a top killer in the movie. He is waiting for an opportunity, waiting for Lu Yen to change the magazine. Click. Along with the crisp sound, Ahua's eyes lit up. The time is now. Wake up. It's hunting time. Ahua made a gorgeous turn and walked out of the groove with a gun in hand. Turn around, half squat, raise the gun, and aim. Bang! A bullet pierced through his forehead, and the air around him suddenly became quiet. The wolf spider wanted to be a mother but stopped. This idiot, does he really think of himself as the leading actor in a movie? Lu Yen put down the gun expressionlessly and said coldly, "Put your gun on the ground, put your hands over your head and roll out. You won't be killed if you surrender your gun." Oh my God, it's so oppressive. Netizens were trembling in the live broadcast room. It's still me, God Lu. Kill 2 first and then persuade them to surrender. That's very proper. Is this a policewoman? This is clearly a female warrior. The female special forces team retreated like this, that is, the city does not provide armed helicopter support. Otherwise, she can perform a high-altitude fire suppression on you on the spot. Me. Do you know why I don't dare to cheat? It's not that I don't like women. It's that I cherish life. Lu Yan's appearance brought the situation to a stalemate. She was guarding the entrance of the alley, and Wolf Spider and his group were unable to move forward or backward. If they waited any longer and the special police arrived to surround them from both sides, they would all die here. Boss, what should we do next? Zhou Kai looked anxious. That female police officer outside is so weird. Not only is the firepower strong, but the shooting is also accurate. Now they dare not show their heads at all. If they do, they will be killed in seconds. How can we play? Wolf Spider said in a deep voice. Don't worry. I have arranged for someone to pick us up. They should be here in 2 minutes. Everyone hold on. We are hiding in this groove and she can't do anything to us. Bang! As soon as Wolf Spider finished speaking, Lu Yan fired a shot. The wolf spider was so scared that it quickly reached out and touched itself. Fortunately, I wasn't shot. That woman was firing a warning shot. Just when Wolf Spider was puzzled, he turned around and saw Zhou Kai covering his crotch with one hand with a painful expression. Fuck! What's wrong with you? Zhou Kai's facial features were distorted in pain. His whole body was sweating, and his lips turned pale. I don't know, bro, but I seem to have been shot. Bang! Another shot. Now the wolf spider saw clearly. The bullet first hit the wall in front of them, and then a ricochet hit Zhou Kai. What the hell? Is this something a human can do? This woman has been able to hit criminals by calculating the trajectory of ricochets? Outrageous. Wolf Spider subconsciously put the bag containing the gold bars under his crotch. He glanced at Zhou Kai and asked in a deep voice, Hold on, brother. Zhou Kai was already beginning to lose consciousness. Boss. I feel like a little bit dead. Wolf Spider's hand holding the gun was shaking. This woman definitely did it on purpose. You could have shot him in the head, but you had to shoot him in the balls. The two Yu Chang brothers were so frightened that their legs went limp. They just wanted to earn some extra money, but they never expected to meet a female warrior like Lu Yan. Who pissed her off? Brother Wolf Spider, why don't we surrender? We can't escape. Wolf Spider said angrily, Shut up. Surrender means death. Fighting with this bitch also means death. If you are a man, rush out with me. 3, 2, 1, charge. The three of them didn't move at all and no one rushed out. This is embarrassing. Who could have imagined that all three of them were the sixth? Yu Chang sighed and said, Brother Wolf Spider, stop playing. We can't beat the police. You saw what happened to Ahua. There's a gun god guarding here. How can we retreat? Even if I'm caught by the police and sentenced to death, it's better than being killed instantly right now. I don't want to play anymore. I give up. Yu Chang made a gesture, and the two brothers threw their guns away, raised their hands and shouted at the same time. Officer, don't shoot. We surrender. As soon as the two Yu Chang brothers walked out of the shelter, Wolf Spider shot and killed them without hesitation. The two of them widened their eyes in surprise. They never expected that the Wolf Spider would actually harm them. You've crossed the line, bro. We just made an appointment online to rob together. And at best, we are just netizens. I surrender and you shoot me? Are you polite? After dealing with the two Yu Chang brothers, Wolf Spider looked at me. What about you, Crow? Will you surrender? I said with a firm look in my eyes. Brother Wolf Spider, you underestimate me, Crow. It's written on my resume that I've been a gangster since I was a kid. When I was trying to grab territory for my big brother, I was the only one who chopped from Nanshanmen to Penglai West Road with a machete in hand, without blinking an eye. For someone like me, a born desperado, would I compromise with the police? That's a joke. If I compromise with the police, I will be a sheep for the rest of my life. Hiss, so cruel. Are you going to make such a cruel oath? Wolf Spider had some doubts about me at first, but now those doubts have vanished. If a man dares to swear an oath on his own second brother, what else can he not trust? My blood is boiling. The Wolf Spider is ready for a desperate fight. Good brother, when we get out of this fight, I'll take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. After saying this, Wolf Spider was about to rush out to confront Lu Yan with a gun. But the next second, I pointed the gun at his head. I'm sorry. I have a bad stomach and can only eat soft food. Wolf Spider. Wolf Spider chuckled. People really laugh when they are speechless. No, buddy, you're talking nonsense. Just now you pointed at your dick and told me that you would never give in to the police. What do you mean now? You don't want your dick anymore? I shrugged helplessly. I said I wouldn't compromise with the police, but the one standing outside is my wife. It's okay for me to compromise with my wife, right? Don't you have a wife? Wolf spider. You fucking percent you and hashtag at. The wolf spider wanted to make a final struggle. He looked at me calmly. Crow, can you use a gun? Is the safety on? I replied calmly, Brother Crow, don't lie to me. I really didn't know how to use a gun before. Didn't you teach me? Wolf spider was silent again. This little brat. Every word he says is so heartbreaking. Wolf spider gritted his teeth and said, Yes, I taught you how to shoot, but this gun is given to you by me. Your powerful gun has no bullets. Bang! I shot the wolf spider in the thigh and blood spurted out immediately. The wolf spider laughed again. Damn it, that's not how it's played in TV dramas. Wolf spider was convinced. Worried that this reckless man would really shoot him, Wolf spider quickly threw away his gun, raised his hands and shouted, I surrender, I surrender. Don't shoot. Help me call a doctor. Thank you. Chapter 79. Thank you, my all-knowing brother-in-law. After making sure that Wolf Spider had surrendered, Sun Jia rushed over with 2 special police officers and handcuffed Wolf Spider. Sun Jia took the pistol from me wearing gloves, removed the magazine and put it into a transparent bag. Sun Jia was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling when she thought that they had solved a robbery and murder case this time. Brother-in-law, you are awesome. That's awesome. I sneered. It's no use praising me, your fan sign is gone. Sun Jia. Sun Jia wanted to act coquettishly and beg me for mercy, but suddenly she felt a chill on her back and she got goosebumps all over her body. Oh no, there's murderous intent. Sun Jia turned around and saw Lu Yen putting the pistol into the holster and walking towards me. Sister Xiaoyan, I'll go over there and take a look. Lu Yen did not respond. At this moment, she only had eyes for me. I forced a smile and opened my arms. Wife, hug me. Boom. Lu Yen punched me directly in the abdomen. My eyes widened and saliva flowed from the corners of my mouth. A gangster, huh? You have abs? Huh. You've made it big, you even robbed people. Muda muda muda. Combination punches, Iron Mountain lean, shoulder throw, cross armbar, cloud reaching hand. I turned into a human sandbag and was pressed into the dark alley by Lu Yen, who ravaged me to my heart's content. Outside the alley, leader Luo Jun was being interviewed by reporter by Bing Bing. Director Luo, I heard that our police rushed to the scene as soon as they received the report and arrested all the criminals with lightning speed. Is this true? Luo Jun nodded seriously. The news is true. Under the strict control of our police, the criminals had no way to escape and finally had to choose to surrender. So far, a total of 5 criminals have been shot dead and 1 has been arrested. No one has escaped. Bai Bingbing glanced behind Luo Jun and asked with a puzzled look. That's not right, Chief Luo. Why do I see a fight going on in the alley over there? Just as the photographer was about to move the camera to take a picture, Luo Jun reached out and held the camera back. He smiled and said, Our colleagues are doing crime scene reconstruction inside. Don't make a fuss. Bai Bingbing. Outside the cordon at a crossroads in the distance in a jeep, the crab spider in the co-pilot's seat put down his binoculars with an unpleasant expression. How's it going? Did the wolf spider escape? The crab spider spat outside. Run away. That guy was caught alive by the police. I said this guy is unreliable. He must have been an undercover police officer. Why else does he always mess up the tasks assigned to him by the boss? First he was found by the cops in the hotel, then the transit station was raided, and now he was caught robbing a bank. Who would believe that he is not an undercover agent? Seeing a flash of murderous intent in the eyes of the dog spider driving the car, the crab spider comforted him. Brother Go, don't be too angry. Now is not the time to kill that kid. Let's go back and listen to what the boss has to say. The dog spider tried hard to suppress the murderous intent in his heart and said to the crab spider with gnashing teeth, How many times have I told you to roll down your car window when you spit? Is that shit in your head? Crab spider. The crab spider shuddered with fear and quickly took out paper to clean the car window. Everyone knows that dog spiders are best at driving and they love their cars the most. It turned out that the murderous intent in his eyes just now was not directed at the wolf spider, but at himself. It was a close call. I almost lost my life. The next day, early morning, the First People's Hospital of the city. I was lying on the hospital bed, eating the fruit that Lu Yen personally fed him. The 4 brothers Yu Hao, Chao Lingyun, Li Dongpeng and Gu Nansheng walked into the ward empty-handed. Hey, Qin Go, you've always been in good health. So why are you still in the hospital? TSK, your sister-in-law feeds you fruit personally. You are so lucky. You are indeed blessed. Your sister-in-law is beautiful and gentle and considerate. You are so lucky. Wrapped up like a mummy? I smiled, but it pulled the wound at the corner of my mouth and I gasped in pain. After feeding the last piece of apple into my mouth, Lu Yen stood up and said with a smile, I have something else to do in the bureau. You guys can chat. I'll be leaving first. Several people nodded repeatedly. Sister-in-law, take care. Be careful on the road. After Lu Yen left, Li Dongpeng slapped me on the thigh. You are exaggerating. You are wrapped up like a mummy. Did you fight with those robbers? I shook my head. How could the robbers be so powerful? It was purely a work injury, the kind that medical insurance won't cover. Yu Hao picked up the medical record on the bedside table, and the more he looked at it, the more outrageous it seemed to him. There's nothing wrong with you? Why are you wrapping it so tightly? I sneered. I don't know if you have seen the news. A woman who studied medicine stabbed her boyfriend dozens of times, and it was eventually determined that her boyfriend had only minor injuries. Yu Hao nodded. I've heard a little bit about this, but what does it have to do with you? I lifted the quilt and clothes and saw bruises on my stomach. The doctor said that these are just superficial injuries. They don't affect your internal organs. But superficial injuries don't mean I don't feel any pain. Do you understand? Brothers. Li Dongpeng laughed loudly on the side. Otherwise, how could my sister-in-law be promoted to work in the municipal bureau in such a short time? Her professional quality is beyond reproach. Yu Hao patted my shoulder and said, Lao Qin, you have been wronged for so many years. Living like a freeloader is really not tasty. I smiled slightly. It's just a little bit of wind and frost. Not worth mentioning. How come you guys have time to come and see me? Li Dongpeng rolled his eyes at him. Look at you. Are you good looking? We are here to discuss business with you. Have you forgotten what you told me on the phone before? We invited Boss Gu here just for you. If you can't come up with a detailed business plan today, don't blame the brothers for going to your sister-in-law to expose the secret. You had just as many romantic affairs as I did in college. Oh shit, you want to die. Still live streaming. I took out my cell phone at high speed and immediately added Sun Jia to the blacklist. After doing all this, I breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. I almost died. On the other side, the municipal administration. Sun Jia sat down with the freshly prepared meal and took out her cell phone and placed it on the table. All the other female colleagues gathered around and prepared to watch my live broadcast while eating. Hey, Xiaojia, you got a new phone. Where's the old one? Advertising space for rent. Sun Jia said proudly. I gave the old one to my boyfriend. He has been coveting my phone for a long time. I bought this new phone with my bonus. Having said that, Sun Jia clasped his hands together and began to pray before eating. Thank you, Sinbuster, Dawn Sentinel, and selfless brother-in-law. Thank you for giving me the performance that enabled me to be promoted quickly. I will take out $100 every month to help my brother-in-law get on the list. Please give me more criminals. After the prayer, Sun Jia opened the live broadcast room. A message popped up. You have been locked in a small black room and cannot enter the live broadcast room temporarily. Sun Jia is helpless.